Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to PEPAGANDA and the beginning of a new week on this space. Happy to see y'all and hope that you had a good weekend because, kind of went through this yesterday. Had a pretty chill weekend. Still feeling it. Still feeling good. Welcome. Hello, chat. How you guys doing? Welcome to the show. Oh, man, I hope you guys were able to catch the Friday edition of this space where we had a lot of fun. We had a subathon, and I had a great time. Got to play some Jeopardy, did not come in last, which was kind of it seemed like that was the way it was going to go, but ended up pulling it off and getting it in, I think it was like 1,800 or something like that, but gotta say, Kristina, she is the trivia master. If you are looking for a trivia partner, that is who I would choose. Because yes, that was kind of crazy how quickly she would jump on pretty much any question except for Nintendo. Add that one. Also watched Night of the Living Dead and had a good old time. Had a little bit of a Mystery Science Theater-esque situation there where, I wasn't even like really planning on staying, but it was, you know what? I stayed for the whole movie. I got to do a little commentary, and yes, it was a la Riff Tracks. I got to kind of play in that sandbox a little bit, but had some fun. Friday was fun. Hell yeah, Johnny Too Late. Also, just want to say, if you guys can do me the solid and hit the like button on your way in, helps out all of us and really just makes you a better YouTube consumer. I say this a lot, but it's true. You guys should make this part of your online diet. If you're enjoying a video, even if you have to click out and you didn't overtly just go, oh, I didn't like that video, then like it. Come on. All right, on the agenda today, you know what? I'll just load this up to the stage because we lost a pretty solid ass guy. Rest in peace, Jesse Jackson. He passed away this morning. So let's just do this.
Civil rights icon, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, whose towering presence and vision reshaped the Democratic Party and the country,
it really did,
has died at the age of 84. His family put this statement on Instagram. Our father was a servant leader, not only to our family, but to the oppressed, the voiceless, and the overlooked around the world. We ask you to honor his memory by continuing the fight for the values he lived by. CNN's Abby Phillip has a look at Jesse Jackson's life and legacy.
Jesse Jackson's life was defined by a relentless fight for justice and equality.
I was born in Greenville, South Carolina, in rampant radical racial segregation. I had to be taught to go to the back of the bus or be arrested.
Those early experiences drove Jackson to join the civil rights movement.
The fact is, against the odds, we knew there were great odds, we were winning.
In 1965, he began working for Reverend Martin Luther King Jr.
I learned so much from him, such a great source of inspiration.
King named Jackson to lead Operation Breadbasket in Chicago, an economic justice campaign for Black people. However, some say King was frustrated by Jackson's brashness and ambition.
I'm sure he thought I needed more time. I was 24 years old.
Both men were in Memphis in April 1968 to support striking sanitation workers. King and other civil rights leaders were staying at the Lorraine Motel.
He said, Jesse, you know, you don't even have on a shirt and tie. You don't even have on a tie. We're going to dinner. I said, Doc, it does not require a tie. Just an appetite.
You know, I kind of, I totally follow that one.
I said, Doc, and the bullet hit.
Oh, man.
Everything changed at that moment. It was a defining moment in the history of our struggle.
With King gone, his movement was adrift. Years later, Jackson formed Operation Push, pressuring businesses to open up to Black workers and customers and adding more focus on Black responsibility, championed in the 1972 concert Wattstacks.
This is just a reminder that like one person's activism can totally change the trajectory of everything.
What? We have shifted from burn, baby, burn to learn, baby, learn.
And he expanded his own global reach too, helping to free U.S. Lieutenant Robert Goodman, who was held by Syria after being shot down, and later other Americans held in Cuba and Serbia.
I learned how to negotiate as an African American growing up among white people. You have to negotiate every day.
The Reverend set his sights on the White House in 1984.
Milking cows in Iowa, they're coming back to the inner cities. So I learned a lot during that period.
First thought of as a marginal candidate, Jackson finished third in the primary race with 18% of the vote.
Wow. It's actually pretty decent. Oh, God, I had that haircut.
That campaign
Yeah, he was wearing a USA hockey jersey, too.
almost went off the rails when Jackson used an ethnic slur to refer to New York Jews.
Just mistakes and they hurt.
He ran again in 1988, this time doubling his vote count and finishing in second in the Democratic race.
Keep hope alive. On tomorrow night.
At the time, it was the farthest any Black candidate had gone in a presidential contest.
But 20 years later, when President Barack ran, we were laying the groundwork for that season.
In 2017, Jackson had a new battle to fight, Parkinson's disease.
Oh, shit.
But that didn't stop him.
I have a friend that was just diagnosed with Parkinson's.
If you hold on,
What's up, DJX? Good to see you.
Right, and your grip is tight, you'll make it.
Late in life, he was still fighting. He was arrested in Washington while demonstrating for voting rights. His silent presence at the trial of Ahmaud Arbery's killers prompted defense lawyers to ask that he leave the courtroom.
What the? What?
Jackson stayed.
I am.
Good.
I am somebody. I am. I am somebody.
From the Jim Crow South, through the turbulent 60s, and into the Black Lives Matter movement, Jesse Jackson was a constant, unyielding voice for justice.
May his memory be a blessing. That was CNN's Abby Phillip reporting. She even wrote a book about Jesse Jackson. Reverend Jackson is survived by his wife, Jacqueline, their children, grandchildren, and extended family. Join us today in the group.
Rest in peace, Jesse Jackson. We lost a great one, but you know what? I hate the fact that time takes the best from us. That's just how it goes, though. You know, human nature. All right, but this is where I was kind of wanted to reemphasize that don't ever feel powerless. Okay, let's see. It's okay to feel powerless, but you need to also be able to readjust and then realize that, yeah, you know what? Having a little bit of faith or a little bit of hope in these situations is not bad. And also keeping a steadfast, view on what you want and supporting the activists like him and also being an activist like him. Now, if you're doing it out of ego where you're like, I want to be like Jesse Jackson or let it happen organically. I'll say that much because I have seen some people get really upset and just be like, oh, how come my ideas aren't taking hold with the populace? Yeah, one person. All right. So we're going to do something a little more interesting today. We are going to shit on Hakeem Jeffries. I think that it has become easier and easier to do, but he did an interview that is just absolute. It should really be like a career-ending interview. Way more than that gaffe that AOC made, which I'm going to be honest, she gave a shit answer for her whole oh, what would you do about Taiwan and China? But to be real, what the fuck does that do for the American people? That gotcha. I mean, seriously, we're talking about the political equivalent is Donald Trump going and saying, I'm going to take Greenland. And we just kind of go, yeah, hey, you know what? Yeah. Come on, guys. Like, I'm going to just say this, like, as our side, we cannot fall for those traps. Okay. Like, we can admit that she gave a bad answer, but we can't let that dictate our politics going on. Like, they are trying to Howard Dean this AOC before she even gets her campaign off. And that was kind of it. And like I said, the fact that she did not really just say, hey, I don't know about this. This is not really our strongest focus. I think that was probably her biggest faux pas there. But we're also not really focusing on the good things that she said in Munich and some of the things that she was saying about domestic policy. So kind of felt like that was some BS. Actually, you know what? Here, let's do this. Here we go. Okay. We're going to go through a little bit of this.
I think that personally that the idea of completely unconditional aid, no matter what one does not make sense. I think it enabled a genocide in Gaza. And I think that we have thousands of women and children dead that was completely avoidable.
That was Democratic Congresswoman.
See, like that was a good thing that she said.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez speaking on a panel at the Munich Security Conference. And since she called a genocide exactly what it is, a genocide, well, that drew the ire of individuals who provide cover for Israel's genocide. So before we get to more details.
God, we're what, 3 years in almost?
On this story.
We're still...
including those who are losing their minds over what airs.
Don't say it, even though they've completely wiped out the entire face of Gaza. Don't say it. Don't say it.
You have to say there, Cenk, your 2 cents.
Yeah, I'm only gonna say 2 things. One, that was infinitely better than our answer on Taiwan. We'll get back to that in a second. Anna was apparently involved in a controversy over it today. Anna, I don't know if you saw that, but there's some articles about that. And then, but on this issue, as Anna's reading the names of the people who are outraged by AOC's perfectly normal answer, understand that every single one of them works for Israel and is here to lie to you.
His 2 cents bit. How douchey do you think Anna feels every time that she has to go, Cenk, what are your 2 cents?
Betray you for another.
Just remember, she has to do that every time.
Country. So go ahead, Anna.
Well, I mean, look, when it comes to Rupert Murdoch, who loves to provide cover for Israel and defend everything
Cenk can keep the change
that foreign country wants to do, you can see the Murdoch influence in his publication. So let's start with the New York Post, which shared this headline. AOC accuses Israel of genocide while in Germany, the home of the Holocaust. Shocking ignorance. Okay. I don't know if anyone has caught on to this yet, but Germany is so ashamed of its role in the Holocaust that it enables Israel at every turn, okay? It's not Nazi Germany, okay? The days of Nazi Germany are long gone, it's over. So who gives a damn if AOC tells the truth about what Israel is engaging in Gaza, while at the Munich security.
Anytime that they tackle, Gaza, I'm willing to listen. Like TYT at least has been consistent on that one subject.
Conference in Germany.
Yeah, I think that you should say it in Germany even more. Okay. So
see, right there, I agree with him.
We said never again. We said never again after what the Germans did during the Holocaust. I hope every decent human being is horrified by what happened in the Holocaust. And now, if you're going to condemn another genocide, Germany's the.
To be fair, we are living in a very weird time where we're also dealing with the Epstein files and just all the inhumanity in that. And we're also recognizing that, all these elites realistically have been pushing world events. This isn't just the S trafficking scandal anymore. Now we are looking at oh my God, Jeffrey Epstein was possibly Mossad. Well, allegedly. Let's be safe here. He was allegedly Mossad, and this is how it shaped global events going back to the late 80s. So this is fucking crazy. And then think about this: Jeffrey Epstein had to get that idea from somewhere. So there was probably an Epstein pre-Epstein. You guys ever thought about that? Like,
place to do it.
I'm gonna be starting my show talking like this.
Does Israel think they get a free?
We're gonna be talking about the globalists.
Pass on genocides?
Globalist Republicans, the Republican globalist cabal.
They do. They definitely do.
Okay.
Absolutely. Another headline, this one's from Fox News. AOC accuses Israel of genocide in Germany, where Holocaust.
Of course, all Rupert Murdoch. But someone on my stream yesterday literally said that Rupert Murdoch was a left-winger. Where I was like, what?
Launch sparking outrage. Look, the only people
For Palpatine, there was fart.
who are outraged are those you would expect to be outraged. Again,
Darth Fart.
and individuals who are totally fine
up,
with the
Bandit?
mass slaughter of innocents in Gaza.
Bandit, were you able to catch the show yesterday? I'm not sure if you guys knew this, but I wasn't able to get my horizontal and vertical stream working, so you guys might not have gotten the notifications. Oh yeah, you were there.
People who are totally okay with Israel annexing land in the West Bank, in
Oh yeah, that might still be an issue, by the way.
Lebanon, in Syria, in Jordan. These are people who prioritize Israel and its interests over what is best for humanity, number one.
How did you get fart from Sidious?
And what's best for the American people.
Wait, what?
Now, in reality, Israel is and has been carrying out a genocide against the Palestinian people.
Funny typo? Yeah, it was.
In fact, here is Israeli-British historian Avi Shleim.
That was pretty ducking funny there, Bandit.
Explaining why.
Under Netanyahu's leadership, Israel has also committed the crime of all crimes, genocide. Genocide is not just a legal concept, but a fundamentally moral issue. It is the denial of the right to exist of a whole group of people. Israel's national identity is inextricably linked.
Lala Renssela, welcome.
With the Holocaust.
Good to see you. I hope that you are enjoying the show.
But Israel is no longer
also Left Connect. How's it going, man?
the victim, if it has ever been.
Sorry, I'm not misgendering anybody. I say man, dude, and bro to everybody. So,
whereas in the Second World War,
get used to it.
The Jews were the defenseless victims of Nazi Germany. Today, it's the Palestinians who are the defenseless victims of the Jewish state.
Obviously, it's incredibly powerful.
Somebody literally brought up the psychological equivalent where they're just like, this really is like when you get bullied, but then you kind of work out and then you can then you become the bully.
To hear that from an Israeli, someone who is worried about human rights for everyone. But on top of that, let's not forget the several
Fart Sidious is Stan's alter ego. You ain't kidding.
Human rights,
Dude.
humanitarian, and legal organizations that have also determined what has gone down in Gaza as a genocide. That includes the Lemkin Institute for Genocide Prevention, Genocide Watch, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Doctors Without Borders, the International Association of Genocide Scholars, various UN special committees and commissions. That's why Israel hates the UN and wants to dismantle it. And of course, the Israeli organization B'Tselem, which also believes that their own country has carried out genocide in Gaza and said as much last summer when they put out a report on it. In fact, despite the so-called ceasefire in Gaza, Israel keeps slaughtering Palestinians. In fact, they just killed 12 more Palestinians in the Gaza Strip on Sunday alone. Gaza Civil Defense said that one Israeli strike hit a tent sheltering displaced.
Yeah, we got to stop calling it a ceasefire.
Palestinians in Jabalia, northern Gaza, killing at least 5 people. Another person was killed by Israeli army gunfire in Bet Lahia. And a separate strike in...
I mean, isn't that a violation of a ceasefire? Last time I checked, that's how this worked.
Strike hit Khan Yunis, southern Gaza, killing 5. Israel does what it typically does after these deadly strikes take place. They claim that they were targeting Hamas militants. Yes, I'm sure that there were plenty of Hamas militants in the tent.
As I said, guys, don't be surprised when they start just unilateral, using these tactics in America.
Encampment that
they're already setting it up, guys. Like every time that I see a centrist that's just like, I'm not a leftist, like this one here, she's gonna be lumped in regardless. She's on the list regardless. Like she's considered anti-Trump. You can kiss ass to Tucker Carlson all you want. He's not going to be able to save you.
Palestinian civilians were sheltering in.
Like, if we do not stop this before it happens, we're all like, that's the end. That, it's Jover.
Of course, Israel failed to provide a shred of evidence to back up their claims, because why would they? They don't even need to. The US is going to defend them no matter what. The Israeli military has also begun launching deadly attacks across Gaza, killing at least 600.
Moderate centrist equals right wing every time. The thing is, no, it doesn't, because they don't see it. They don't see it. They don't see that they're not going to be lumped into the right wingers or like the Trumpers.
Palestinians,
like they're gonna try.
And wounding 1,607 since the ceasefire deal was signed, and that's according to the latest numbers from Gaza's
TMR showing Jesse Jackson on Sesame Street and from the 70s. TMR is playing fucking copyright games today, dude.
Ministry.
I happen to know that CBS is not giving anybody permission to do the Colbert stuff, and the fact that PBS wait a minute, did TMR get themselves a YouTube TV subscription? Because I happen to know also that they are being a little bit more careless once you have a YouTube TV subscription.
Account.
I was literally told that's how I could stream PBS.
For bodies brought to hospitals and morgues, and for anyone who wants to throw cold water.
Yes, left is best. Shout out TMR.
On that number.
Rest in peace, Michael Brooks.
Because it's being reported by Gaza's health ministry. Let me just remind.
I'm not paying $80 for fucking TV.
You that the IDF has confirmed.
I got rid of cable, and I'll tell you what, it's one of the things like I thought I would miss it. I don't miss it in the slightest.
The Palestinian death toll that has been reported by Gaza's health ministry.
So if you pay for TV, you can react to TV. Yep.
Oh yeah. Also, 8,000 bodies remain trapped.
Yeah, but you know what sucks? They could totally retroactively go through your content again, and then just be like, "Oh, this is technically copyright." If you let your subscription lapse.
Under the rubble in Gaza. Cenk, back to you.
Yeah.
Same physical media all the way.
So first, let's talk about our lying media. I'm going to give you a quote from Fox.
I need to start buying some things though, like
News, which is gives you.
I want to buy Prey. I want to buy Predator Badlands.
A sense of how much deception there is in our media. They said in the middle of this AOC story, military experts and genocide researchers have debunked the allegation that Israel carried out a genocide.
One of these days, when I get it set up, because I had a flood in my basement a few years ago, and I had to put all my physical media into boxes. Thank God it didn't actually get any of my DVDs or any of my Blu-rays or anything like that. But I have like a library of like a pretty decent sized library of physical media.
Against Palestinians during its
some of it's lost
self-defense
too.
war against Hamas terror,
like lost media
organization.
Like I got Buck Rogers.
Now,
good luck finding that now.
That's not at all true. Overwhelming majority of genocide scholars say that it is a genocide. In fact, every non-Israeli related scholar says that it's a genocide. 86% of them.
You might travel to LA to see Emma and Francesca live. Nice.
Overall, but our media, corporate media,
one of these days I'll do something like that.
Usually lies in its framing. So when Hamas kills Israelis, they'll say the murdering terrorist.
Maybe at a TMR event there will be a this space invite.
Slaughtered the innocent. When Israel does 70 times worse, they'll say, "Oh, collateral damage. They were hiding behind."
Lost media is cool to collect
human shields, etc. But they don't normally just outright lie. Fox does.
Cocoon. Cocoon's one of those movies. If you have the movie Cocoon, I mean,
just that what I just.
It's one of the dumbest reasons that it's not in publication is because the composer died and they didn't pass on their rights, so they don't know who has the rights, so they're just too scared to release it for a lawsuit or whatever. So you just can't watch Cocoon. You can watch Cocoon 2, which sucks.
Thread 2 is a complete fabrication. It's the opposite of what was true. So that's why sometimes this is an ironic point. I don't blame right-wing voters as much because that's the slop they read, and they have no idea that Fox News is lying to them. They think that Israel was I don't even know that they know that there has been a 58-year occupation.
No, most people don't.
They think the Palestinians.
Like I got a friend that's doing like the conspiracy stuff with Israel, but he is only going back to like 2003.
It's just hate Jews so much for no reason at all. And every once in a while, those vicious animals attack poor little victim Israel, because that's what Rupert Murdoch owned publications say to them 24/7. New York Post, Fox News, and all over the world. I don't know why Murdoch is obsessed with helping Israel and starting its wars. Maybe they have blackmail from 50 years ago on him. I don't know. But Murdoch always wants war, always lies, and always supports Israel. So now when you turn to what's the reality, by the way, because of, actually, before I get to today, one other thing that Anna mentioned I want to build on, the United Nations. Every piece of propaganda you have heard against the United Nations in America actually comes from Israel. Why? As soon as the United Nations said, yes, Israel, you exist, they're like, okay, good. We don't need that stupid body anymore. Because then the United Nations said, well, you should be decent to the Palestinians. They're like, no, if you're gonna tell us to be decent and follow international law, then we hate the United Nations and we wanna make sure that American people hate the United Nations. We don't want the world working together. We wanna destroy worldwide cooperation so that the only country that anyone listens to is Israel. So they have been doing this kind of propaganda in our lifetimes for about 50 years straight. Yeah. Oh, the Muslims are the worst, United Nations.
Dude, it's been very effective. Why do you think that Joe Biden was, Zionisty as hell? Why do you think that like the evangelical Christian sect is Zionisty as hell?
This is the worst. International law is bad. You should keep starting wars. They're good for you. A global war on terror, which is a global war on Israel's neighbors. So now, finally, to what they're doing.
Well, it's also why they're demonizing, other Arab countries is the way that they put it.
So Anna mentioned that they're not abiding by the ceasefire in Gaza at all, an average of at least 5 people.
No, and they're still doing occupations in the West Bank. Like, no, the fact is we're using kids' gloves again. Like, they're counting on the destabilization in America to get us to not focus on them.
People killed per day.
Like, honestly, I had a theory that like the ramp ups of the ICE raids was literally to get us to stop focusing on Israel-Palestine.
Today, what kind of ceasefire is this? Because the Israelis are giant liars and they don't ever do what they said they would do. And I'm not saying that like in some sort of like generic way. No, over the last 2 years, every single ceasefire has been violated by Israel over and over and over again, repeatedly every day. Here, I'll give you an example from Lebanon. In 2024, they do a peace.
I'll add to that one, Bloodstone. I don't miss TV, but I miss landlines. I want a device for everything. Having a phone for everything is kind of an okay. So needing to have a device for everything, okay. So that's typo. I miss not having ads for everything. Give me MP3s, cameras, and landlines. Yes, I totally agree with that. I'm gonna do one more. Can we make Facebook to where it's locked down to
steal?
Like, you guys remember when you needed like a college account?
And since then, that ceasefire.
That was the golden age, right before the boomers got on there, man. Like the day that a boomer set foot on Facebook, it was a ruined platform, just like TikTok.
Hezbollah has fired 0 rockets into Israel. How many?
Sorry to generalize, but it's true.
Has Israel fired back 2, 4? That would already be a violation.
There's a bunch of good boomers out there, but for real, unfortunately,
over 1,000.
You kind of got outnumbered there.
Rockets into Lebanon, because ceasefire to Israel means you stop fighting and I keep murdering you. They're still, and they were supposed to withdraw from southern Lebanon. They're not going to withdraw from southern Lebanon. They're never going to withdraw. They never withdraw from anywhere because this has nothing to do with self.
No, they're literally gonna try to take Jordan next.
Defense, more land acquisition, more.
Jordan is a little bit more of a, it's a little bit harder because they have like, a little bit more sovereignty. They've never really had their
land acquisition and
their existence questioned. Ironically,
finally, they have begun to annex the West Bank as we speak.
I expect them to also have the same treatment, though.
Why? Because they were always going to take the West Bank and Gaza Strip. They've said it 1,000,000 times. We want greater Israel. That is Judea.
And Christians are all about that, which means that America, technically by default, is also all about that.
Samaria, that is ours. We're going to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians, who we view to be subhuman, and we're going to take that land for ourselves. And America, you have to pay for it. Otherwise, every American will be called an anti-Semite. So that's Israel's plan. And you're gonna see going forward that now that I've decoded it for you, you will see that that fits into that pattern 100%.
All right, before we go to break.
All right. Honestly, well done by TYT. I got to give them their stars on that one. especially with all like the bullshit that's been going out with AOC and all this stuff. Like, I'm telling you guys, like, they are doing double time to smear leftist politicians. James Tarico, actually, we're going to be going into the James Tarico thing that's happening. Here, let me add this to the screen here. All right. So I can't play this. I'm going to be safe here. I want to protect everybody on, this space. So I want to make sure that we don't get slammed with any copyright shenanigans. So, news. I like how it just says news, not breaking news, just news. CBS blocked Stephen Colbert from airing an interview with Texas State Representative James Tarico and ordered him not to mention the cancellation over fear of FCC Chair Brandon Carr. Colbert went on air and revealed it anyway. He was supposed to be here, but we were told in no uncertain terms by our network's lawyers who called us directly that we could not have him on the broadcast. You know what? I know that there's some drama here with James Tarico and Jasmine Crockett and all this, but as far as the better candidate, James Tarico is the better candidate. He's a Presbyterian minister or a Presbyterian pastor who preaches literally like the book of Matthew and, the actual teachings of Christ, which, number one, that's kind of what made me even a leftist. I'm not sure if you guys knew that, but because I grew up in the church, I actually cared about what Jesus did. But then with the Bush administration, I started wising up to the fact I'm like, oh, you guys disingenuously use the Bible a lot. Like Matthew 25 is one of my favorite ones that's gone viral because of James Tarico, which it's literally the Sermon on the Mount. It's literally Jesus telling you exactly what to do to love the neighbor, love thy neighbor, fucking love the stranger, welcome the stranger. It's all about that. But this is where James Tarico scares the shit out of right-wing politicians because he's a Christian and an outspoken one and a pastor. So they feel like they're losing their monopoly on the religious right, which is good. This should have happened a long time ago. Democrats could have been a lot more combative with this shit. Like the fact that they let them own the flag, the fact that they let them own Christianity, and then on top of it, just go, oh, well, you know what? Our identity is what? What's when you really think about it, what's the Democratic identity? What do they actually fight for? I can't really answer it anymore. I sat there thinking about that before I started the show where I was just like, what the fuck do they actually fight for anymore? But here, let me bring this up now. I'll admit that I kind of wish I could just add more things, one after another. There we go. Kyle Kulinski. Let's get the deets from Mr. Kulinski and his roots.
All right, y'all. I got some huge news that just came out this morning. This is incredible. This is truly disturbing. So it looks like Donald Trump's FCC got CBS to axe an interview
with James Tarico, yes,
with a Democratic candidate, simply,
and they're going to keep doing this throughout the midterms
because
and the problem is a lot of people that are just like, this isn't going to have an effect. Yeah, it is. The independent older voters, they still have TV. They still there's a large contingent of people that still have this shit, and they're trying to work I'm gonna just say it, my parents' demographic into this shit.
A Democratic candidate. Okay, I'm not kidding about this. So Stephen Colbert was planning on having.
That's rigging elections. Yes, it is. It's literally because they were doing it under the auspice of fair time, but they're not going to go after political talk radio, which honestly, this is one of the easiest slam dunks. CBS's lawyers told him not to do that. That's funny because they're also assholes that are going to get demolished in court when they get reverse sued.
James Tarico on his show, of course, James Tarico.
For the same shit, by the way.
Is a Democratic state representative in Texas running for the U.S. Senate right now in the Democratic primary. Okay. And so he was going to come and just give a standard interview and, spread his message and campaign effectively. And according to Stephen Colbert, CBS totally axed it.
Mm-hmm.
They caught wind of the fact he's having on Tarico, and they said, nope, we're not going to let you have on Tarico.
Again, that actually speaks so well for James Tarico. Also, I will say this to my other point. This did give him more publicity, and now people are seeking it out. But I'm just going to also say that, it not airing was a problem.
Okay, so he said the following, quote, "He was supposed to be here, but we were told in no uncertain terms by our network's lawyers who called us."
The other problem is he's out in May, which...
directly, that we could not have him on the broadcast. This is crazy.
Streisand effect, yep.
So this stinks to me as the following.
They really are so stupid when it comes to this shit. And the fact that the FCC chair is saying that it's playing politics with the FCC, are you fucking kidding me?
Donald Trump puts pressure on Brendan Carr. Brendan Carr is the head of the FCC. Okay.
Yeah, the FCC is going to fucking get sued into oblivion.
Little authoritarian simp cuck to Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Brendan Carr applies pressure to Barry Weiss, or the Ellisons, probably Barry Weiss directly, and says, you're not having on James Tarico. We're not going to allow you to have on James Tarico unless you want problems with us, unless you want lawsuits, unless you want us to crack down on you with the full force and power of the federal government.
Yeah, but watch. Whoever they have to replace Stephen Colbert is going to have every Republican politician on.
And then Barry Weiss.
And no Democratic politicians unless they want to use it as a clippable moment.
Again, being the good little MAGA simp cuck that she is, she decides, okay, fuck it. We're going to pull the plug on it. And they all tell Colbert, you're not allowed to have him on. Now, Colbert did something that was kind of gangster because Colbert, they told him, and don't talk about this on the air. And he goes out there and goes, fuck it, I'm going to talk about this on the air. I'm not going to fucking hide this from the audience. This is crazy.
He's like, what are you going to do, sue me?
He also said, well, now I'm going to post the James Tarico interview
on YouTube. Yeah.
Okay? I'm going to post it on YouTube, on the Late Show YouTube channel, and say, hey, it didn't air.
GOP are shitting their pants over these recent special elections, so they're trying to prepare. Yeah, they're trying to rig the elections. That's why they want to make everybody, they want that they want the SAVE Act to pass because they understand that that's going to disenfranchise a lot of fucking Democrats.
Yes, proper. Didn't air on.
But the mail-in ballots thing, I genuinely think that they are overstepping on that one because they don't understand how many Republicans use mail-in ballots.
Like
they've been trying to get them to stop doing that, but you have a lot of old people that are just like, well, I got it, so I might as well use it.
TV channel itself. And so sort of a gangster move there from Stephen Colbert. You got to respect it. But guys, stop and think about what's happening here. CBS News has now officially become.
It's worse than Fox News.
Regime media.
Yeah.
This is regime media. This is state-controlled media. In some ways, they've now leapfrogged Fox News.
They did.
Because Fox News, I mean, let's keep it real about Fox. The fact about Fox is they have a little bit of leeway because Trump knows they're on his side, right? Their ideological bent is in that right-wing direction in the first place. On CBS News, they're doing anything and everything they can to control it and drive it into the ground. Remember, they axed or tried to axe that segment on CCOT, the concentration camp that...
Yeah, and Anderson Cooper just quit 60 Minutes, too.
Innocent...
To be fair, though, like I said, CBS is not going to be trusted anymore. 60 Minutes is not a trusted fucking thing. Like, it's not the most trusted, news program anymore. And this is where Donald Trump and these old fucks, it does do them a disservice thinking like, oh, well, we finally did it. We silenced the dissenters.
Immigrants were being sent to where they were raped.
But this is why they're doing double time to work towards going after left-wing creators. Like, guys, just today, there was a report talking about how the Trump administration is pressuring Google and Amazon to start providing lists of anti-Trump, anti-ICE content.
And tortured, by the way. Okay, so they did that. We just talked the other day about how Peter Attia, Jeffrey Epstein's doctor, who knew all about the child sex trafficking very clearly based on the emails, how Barry Weiss hired him and then protected him even though the emails just came out. And we learned that he said, I go into Jeffrey Epstein withdrawal when I don't see him for an extended period of time. We learned that he said, the toughest part about being friends with you is I can't tell anybody what you do. In other words, hey, assholes, I know about the child sex trafficking and I'm cool with it. I think Epstein is cool. I like Jeffrey Epstein. This is Peter Attia's actual viewpoint.
Yeah.
And so Barry Weiss.
Yeah, and you got people that are already like griping and doing the shit.
Protected him.
Honestly, hearing that Gen Z is legitimately dumber than millennials because they had screen time a lot sooner, kind of tracks. Man, I'm not trying to do the whole shitting on generations, but we do have to recognize the differences in like where it's like, okay, as a generation, you just got okay with this. Although I'm not sitting here being like millennials are great. No, we kind of fucked up too.
Raise hell over this, dog. We got to raise hell over this. I told you guys the other day in regards to the Atia story. Tweet it, CBS News.
It's not like we stopped this.
Tweet at Paramount Plus online and just let them know this is unacceptable, dog. This is unacceptable. You have to fire Atia. And now at this point, I mean, shit. CBS should just be fucking abandoned completely. They should be lit on fire. This is
my problem with you, Kyle, is the fact that you don't ever do that. You don't abandon Alex Jones. You don't abandon fucking Joe Rogan. You don't abandon anybody for their shit takes, and you keep platforming it. This is where we do have to start just like making decisions on what we platform. Like, I know on my show, I'm not going to platform every dumb thing that fucking Trump says anymore, because that's what they want you to do. I'm going to focus on the substance of what the fuck he's trying to hide from.
They're barbecue chicken at this point. There's zero faith left. Barry Weiss has got to go. The Ellis.
Okay, who's going to do it, Kyle? You sit here doing the thing. Barry Weiss has got to go. Okay, just let it fail. Stop trying to save it.
Have got to not own it anymore.
This is what I'm talking about right here. Stop trying to save them from their fucking selves. Let them just go.
Because now we've gone.
Fuck, same with Joe Rogan. Why can't you just let him go?
So extreme. This is like fucking Pravda now, where basically the federal government, the fascist regime, controls the media and acts as individual interviews simply because it was an interview with a Democrat.
Yeah, the thing is, I think Kyle genuinely is getting a little worried, where he's just like, oh shit. Like, this is the nice part about like where I'm at as a media figure. Theoretically, I like this. It would wreck me to ruin this, but it wouldn't financially ruin me.
But what this says to me is, I think they're actually scared of James Tarico.
It would.
That's what this says to me. I think they realize James Tarico could win Texas, could defeat the Republicans in Texas. And so this is them trying to pull out.
Yeah, but the other problem is now you got the opposition going just like, oh, well, we gotta also push for Jasmine Crockett, because if she ran for this seat while also giving up her place in the House, then that means that we might have just really fucked up.
Stops. But this backfired now. It backfired, and now the fact of the matter is, he's going to be taken more seriously. He's going to be looked at more aggressively, because people are going to...
Yeah, somebody like my mom, if she was still alive, she would have immediately been like, I didn't know who James Tarico was, but now I really like him, especially because he did talk about like being a pastor.
I go, wait, why'd you try to ban this? This is crazy. What, you just tried to ban him because he's campaigning, he's a Democrat in Texas? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? That's insanely...
Kyle can't imagine a world without the Big Four. Yeah.
Authoritarian. And so...
Yeah, it's why they always, like, honestly, that's why us, like, as millennials, we do react to where it's just, like, I had this reaction with PBS, right, and NPR, where I was just like, oh, no! But then after I watched a few things that PBS was producing, I'm kind of like, good riddance.
If I was James Tarico, I would not shut the fuck up about it.
It's not like you're doing anything of substance anymore.
About this.
And haven't for years, let's be real. The only time I watched PBS was when Doctor Who was simulcast on it before you could get anything from the BBC.
And I think he's doing it. I think he's on Twitter now going, this is the interview they don't want you to see, and like repost.
Oh, Joys of Painting, which is now everywhere, public broadcast.
The interview from Stephen Colbert's YouTube channel. And again, shout out to Stephen Colbert for even bringing this up. They applied pressure to him. He basically said, fuck off. He brought it up on air. Then he ran the interview on his YouTube channel. But this is fucking crazy. The Ellisons have got to go. Barry Weiss has got to go. This is now officially regime media. And everybody should...
Stop right there. Stop. Kyle, this is why, honestly, like, I hope that he sees this, because I hope that he actually does see some of his criticisms, and because this space is growing in the leftist lexicon, I do have to just say, you need to stop with this shit, dude. Like, I personally have stopped consuming his content off hours because I just don't care. It's becoming Midas shit. It's clickbait. It's literally, and then he says the same shit over and over. Count how many times he repeats the same talking point over and over in his videos.
Should abandon CBS. Everybody should be done with CBS. Everybody should fucking call if there's a number out there.
But wait, but if Barry Weiss then left, then do we go back to CBS?
Call CBS and complain.
Either abandon them or you want to reform them. You can't have both.
Call that motherfucking number and complain. Like I said, tweet at CBS News on Twitter as well as at Paramount Plus, they need to hear from us. They need to hear from us. If Bill Burr's comment section months after he sold out,
Yeah, I need to buy all of like the original Star Trek series because at this point I'm done.
Saudi Arabia, still like 90% of the comments are about Saudi Arabia. We can do the same thing when it comes to fucking CBS. Okay, because they're cooked. They're done. It's over.
It is. And that's the thing. Yeah, I don't.
And Barry Weiss, who's failed up her entire fucking life.
I know Kyle shout out this space. That's what I'm saying. Like he knows of us.
Now she's gonna.
But just because he's technically a friend of this space doesn't mean that protects him from criticism.
Realize.
I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm the creator. I don't give a shit. I'm going to give my critiques. Now, if I need to like walk something back because it was not as well thought out as I was hoping, sure, I'll do that. But I will never not attack somebody just because they are who they are in a certain space.
Oh shit, maybe I overreached. Maybe I went a little bit too far. Yeah, you sure fucking did, Barry. You sure fucking.
I've actually mentioned this before. This is why I've been called unmanageable by certain like entertainment entities and lawyers, where they're just like, yeah, you're definitely I'm technically what they consider a problem in the entertainment industry. Because you know what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to just be quiet. Like you're not supposed to comment if you disagree on something because you don't want to burn any opportunities in the future. I don't respect people that adhere to that stuff. I really don't. Especially if they have like the moniker of being authentic. Bullshit. How the fuck you going to be authentic when you curate everything? It's the same thing like when we were going through the chorus discourse and all that. Honestly, that was my biggest problem with chorus was the fact that they are a little NDA heavy. You know what I mean? Makes me a little sus on everything. I just voted in the primary for Tarico. Congratulations, Kathy. Hell yeah. I appreciate that. I'm still not sure who I'm going to vote for. It's either going to be Dan Biss or Kat Abu Ghazaleh. But Kat is making some strategic mistakes that honestly, I also got to call it out. She's bailed on multiple campaign events that really turned people against her that were already like they were gearing to vote for her. But then when she blew them off, I know for a fact that they were just like, no, I'm going for Dan Biss. The exact words that I heard from the from the people running that event was that she's a child and that her campaign it totally enables her to be perceived as being a child. Because again, if you can't keep your basic commitments to the constituency, specifically when unfortunately, like she positioned like her national exposure over actually trying to get elected in the primary. CCAT used this space, in my honest opinion. What's that? Folks think Trump and wait. Rogan are authentic. Yeah, I know. It's like she is doing this on purpose to ensure she isn't elected so she can book tours. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. All right, so because I'm on this space, I can show you guys this. This is all the political literature that I have gotten because I live in the Illinois 9th. Look at all this. This isn't even all of it. I have a few more upstairs. So I'll just say this much. I do like her comic, and I like the way that she does all this. But like I said, flooding people's mailboxes with junk mail, like I'm going to keep those because I'm interested in politics. Most people in the Illinois 9th see that and they're just like, another one, whatever. Like most of them aren't even going to like vote in the primary. So much propaganda. Yeah, there is a lot of propaganda, but right now, you actually have the opposite happening. Actually, you know what? The smear campaign with Dan Biss is in full effect, and she's part of it too, because she tried to say like, oh, he was kind of courting AIPAC, but then when he found out that it was AIPAC under a different name, he decided not to go with them. So what did they do? They decided to do We Vote for Women or whatever, but it's actually AIPAC, and they're now backing Laura Fine, who is she is tied directly with Kat Abu Ghazaleh. And here's the bitch of it. For anybody that thinks that Kat is way more popular than she actually is, I'm going to give you guys a little newsflash. Dan Biss is up 31% in this primary to her 18 and Laura Fine's 18. Mike Simmons has an 8% chance. So I'm just telling you guys that this, like, if she truly cares, she needs to like buck up. She needs to actually like go and fill her commitments with her constituency, because I also see all these things where it's like she's canvassing and like she's doing these other events, but now you have to play the game of which one is she going to cancel. It's bullshit. It's actually, quite frankly, it's bullshit. You know what? Just going back to the whole, me being unmanageable. I have been blown off by her campaign 3 separate times. So, and I'm going to just do it now because, again, what's more important? Speaking to, again, the Hassan Pikers who gets her name out there, she gets name recognition, or actually speaking to somebody that, is able to go out and talk to people within this area and kind of change their minds a little bit. Like, I'm not talking about just the media appearance. I'm talking about having like the ability for me to even have it on my phone, just be like, look, I actually talked to her. And like, I asked her some good questions about like what she can do for our constituency, because again, we have a bunch of boomers in this district that, they are what I would consider kind of, center leftist or center left. And somehow you're the bad guy for calling it out. Nah, Pep, you're 100%. No. And that's my problem, is people like me, the ones that stir the pot and call people out on their shittiness. This is where I'm just going to I will never not be able to do this. That's the nice part about being me. You will, like, the second that you see me be like, I don't know. That's when it's time for you guys to call out and just be like, I think Pep's compromised. Because, yeah, guys, it's completely bullshit. Who are you calling the bad guy? I mean, apparently I'm the bad guy for calling this stuff out. Like, again, I have been literally, like, told by people in entertainment lawyers, have also, like, this goes back to when I was doing comedy, not this, but I've been told that, again, like, I need to shut up. It's essentially telling me to shut up because I need to keep my opportunities, open and just all that stuff. Fuck that, dude. Like I said, the fact that Kat has internet fame, great. Great. Her platform, great. I would love to vote. Like, my problem is I would love to vote for her without even second guessing it. But unfortunately, I can only get burned so many times before I, number one, take it a little fucking personally. Number two, I start thinking that you're not exactly on the up and up. And then I watch the Hassan bit where it's just like, yeah, you know what? The 3 things that she has major critiques that are substantive is the carpet bagging critique. That one it's pretty big. Like, she moved from Texas in 2024 to here. I know that some people don't care, but a lot of people care. They feel like it's disingenuous. And then they also have like a huge problem with the fact that it's just like, okay, so you're not very consistent in what you're saying you're actually going to do for us. Like, she's vague as fuck. This is why Pep didn't get caught up in the chorus fiasco. Yeah, no, literally. All I needed to do was just use my little bit of reading comprehension to go, I don't like that. But yeah, unfortunately, guys, like, this is where I'm just being honest. Like, when I go to that ballot box, because I'm one of the rare ones, that actually gets to vote for her, I might not. Because, again, 3 blown off interviews, like, what the fuck? Especially the third one. Like, that one was egregious, guys. It was fucking egregious. I booked out time here, too. Yeah. And then on top of it, ditching campaign events. I don't know. Like I said, don't be surprised if Dan Biss wins. And that's where I was going with this, is because she started like smearing Dan Biss, not by name, but by saying like, oh, well, good choice to turn down that contract. The contract is ass. Yeah, I know. I know. Because I am problematic within, the entertainment industry, I've had to also learn essentially how to be my own lawyer and to really sit down and read the fine print. That's why I am great. Anytime that there's a TOS update, I sit down there like I'm reading the morning paper, just like, okay, let's find out what I can and can't say today. Which is true. But just to give you guys an idea, like we have one of the most packed primaries. Because again, we got Mike Simmons, but then yes, you got Cat. Oh yeah, that's right. I actually separated these. So here, let's see if I can show you guys how many Cat has sent me. This is all her. This is literally all Cat. Then we got Dan Biss. Let's see how many he got. You know, he's getting up there. Got Dan Biss. But again, Mayor of Evanston, pretty solid progressive politician who, you know, he plays the game, but he also doesn't take APAC money the way that people were trying to smear. This guy literally sent one thing out. Responsibility is not a slogan, it's a track record. Sam Polin, never heard of him. Then you got this guy, Hohen, who likes to use a lot of stock imagery. This was my favorite one. Skunk. Whoa. And then you get this. That's fucking weird. Bro, that's a lot of money for flyers. Her campaign is supposed to be different. Yeah, no, it is. No, it is. That's what I'm saying, guys. It's almost like she's actually not as genuine because, like I was about to say about the other part that like got brought on Hassan was her time at Media Matters, and then the big one, the fact that she is she's with like her boyfriend is the head of the Onion. He bought the Onion, so this idea that she is like working class. I'm sorry, man. There's a lot of bullshit behind like her campaign, and there's a lot of like, yeah, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like trumped up mythology. You know what I mean? Like the trumped up lore, if you will. And yeah, I feel like she's disingenuous about how she promotes like DSA. You don't hear her using DSA very much. Wow, are you for real? What the actual fuck? Yeah. Something smells funny. Yeah, and like I said, the biggest critique is the fact that like local leaders and people who are part of setting up these campaign events, they have all said the same thing, that her campaign is very unreliable, that they cannot count on her to show up for things. I know you would, but you don't. That's the bitch of it, James or Donald. Like, that's what I honestly, I'm not trying to get like kind of dicky here, but that's the problem. I'm glad that you would vote for her. But the problem is, I live here. I fucking live here. And it's a fucking hotly contested district. Like, literally, I think that we have the most, between James Tarico, I think, what is it, the Texas 8th, and this, the Illinois 9th, we have two of the most hotly contested, elections. But if I'm being real, in the primary, if I vote for her in the primary and she loses, then, no skin off my teeth. But if she wins and then becomes a disappointment, and because I can't, like, I really don't feel like I can trust what she's saying, especially if her campaign is an extension of her. When I have literally been left hanging, like personally, like there was a personal affront to me as a media figure. And then on top of it, doing the same thing to my constituency, I'm just going to say that symbolically, that shows me that she's going to leave like that. Why wouldn't she have it in her to leave us in the dirt if she has it in her to do that on a personal level? And her campaign needs to fucking shape up about that. Frankly, I hope it's not just a hobby for her or something. Honestly, I will talk about this more on my show later today. High on Politics on my show, on my channel at Pep Talks TV on YouTube. You guys can follow me in the link in the chat here. And yeah, I I don't see anybody. Oh, here we go. I was about to say, okay. I was a little worried that we didn't have anybody lined up for after the show. So I just want to say, guys, thank you for hanging out today. If you guys want more about Kat Abu Ghazaleh and everything that's going on in this district, join me for High on Politics today. I will go deeper into that. I will also be talking about more of the James Tarico and just new stuff. And hopefully I will have the stream fixed. But I really appreciate y'all hanging today. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, cool. Alrighty. Like I said, I appreciate y'all hanging today. Sorry, I had a little distraction there, but I will see you guys on Wednesday for primetime PEPAGANDA. We back, baby. So I will catch you all tomorrow. Peace.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
La verdad, no me siento bien porque siempre hay un oficial que está, o sea, como molestando porque siempre no puedo ir a ningún lado.
So I think by now most Americans realize that Trump's Gestapo isn't exclusively targeting violent criminals like they say they are. In fact, just 14% of the immigrants that they've kidnapped have violent criminal records. 14%. Which means that tens of thousands of regular people who contribute to this country's economy, which benefits all of us, are rotting away in concentration camps as we speak. Precisely 73,000, which is a new record, mind you, but one that'll surely be broken relatively soon, seeing as how ICE is now buying up warehouses across the country that they're going to be converting into mega concentration camps that'll hold up to 10,000 beds. And a sad fact of reality is that a number of those beds are likely going to be taken up by literal children, like 9-year-old Suzette Fernandez, who you saw in the beginning of this video. She is one of many children being kept in the concentration camp in Dilley, Texas, which most people learned about after 5-year-old Liam Ramos became sick and lethargic after spending just 1 week there. Now, thankfully, he's much healthier now that he's been released, but there's still so many children enduring what he went through at that same concentration camp, and they're not getting the attention that he got. NBC News reports Liam is all the kids there, said Becky Wallison, a senior attorney at the National Center for Youth Law, which monitors conditions at the facility under a long-standing federal court settlement. Just like Liam, we've had families tell us how their children have been horribly sick and throwing up repeatedly, refusing to eat and becoming despondent and listless. Now, some of the children are getting sick because they're being served food that isn't fit for human consumption. PBS News reports that the food is sometimes contaminated with worms and mold, and their access to clean drinking water is limited. And to make matters even worse, there's already been 2 confirmed cases of measles at the facility, which puts them at risk of a major public health crisis, which is especially concerning given that senators found at least 80 credible cases of medical neglect in concentration camps across the country. And they also confirmed that inadequate access to food and water wasn't unique to Dilley. In fact, it was a persistent problem in concentration camps all throughout the country. But keep in mind, we're only getting a small glimpse into these concentration camps in part because the Trump regime is doing everything that they can to stop Democrats from inspecting these concentration camps in their districts, which they are legally allowed to do. They don't have to give notice. They're allowed to do it, but the Trump regime is fighting them. Now, thankfully, some members of Congress, as well as journalists and attorneys, have been persistent. And because of their persistence, we now know what we do about how bad these conditions are in Dili, for example. But it's plausible that other camps that we don't know much about are worse than Dili, which is a horrifying thought because it's hard to imagine things being worse than Dili. And I say that because an expose by Micah Rosenberg for ProPublica details how there were children in Dili who were so distraught they cut themselves or talked about suicide, according to their mothers. And one of the saddest elements of this story is that they've been suffering in silence because the cries of the child detainees in Dili have mostly gone unheard up until this point, and they've been trying to let the world know what they're dealing with. In this drone footage published by AP, you can see Dili detainees waving signs to try to get the world's attention, and you even see some mothers putting their toddlers on their shoulders, presumably so that way we know that human beings of all ages are being kept here. And in a video call with ProPublica, you can see that some of the children being held here with their mothers are incredibly young. We're talking like no older than 2 years old, but there's even infants there reportedly. Now, in a different ProPublica report, they published some letters from the hundreds of children in Dili, one of which was from Suzette, who says that she's been trapped in a concentration camp for 50 days. There's another from 14-year-old Ariana, who's since been released, and she says that she was there for 45 days and she felt sad and depressed because she wasn't getting any school. There's 7-year-old Mia, who's been there for 70 days. She drew a picture of her family and she wrote a letter in Spanish, and she says that she wants to go home because she's bored and she misses her family and friends and she wants to go to school. There's also 14-year-old Gabby, who's been detained for 20 days. She says that the officers are treating them inhumanely, and also says, quote, I feel so much sadness and depression because she can't leave. 9-year-old Maria, who's been in Dili for 113 days, drew a picture and she wrote a letter in Spanish where she says she doesn't eat well and she's not happy, and she pleads with whoever reads it to, quote, please get me out of here. And keep in mind, these are just some of the letters from some of the children being kept in this one concentration camp. There are others that I didn't even get to. One from a kid who says that they fainted multiple times at this concentration camp. So it is a nightmare, but I want to emphasize that these are not exceptions here. We are hearing about systematic child abuse sanctioned by the U.S. government. And ProPublica explains, quote, around 3,500 detainees, more than half of them minors, have cycled through the center since it reopened, more than half the population of the town of Dili itself. Although a long-standing legal settlement generally limits the time children can be held in detention to 20 days, a data analysis by ProPublica found that about 300 kids sent to Dili by the Trump administration were there for more than a month. We're talking about hundreds of kids being kept in a concentration camp in terrible conditions indefinitely. And one of the sickest, most twisted aspects about this entire story is that the prison guards know keeping literal children in concentration camps is taking its toll on the children. But they're using the pain and suffering that they're inflicting on these children as a point of leverage over their parents. I'm not joking about that. NBC News reports lawyers representing detainees argued that prolonged confinement in harsh conditions coupled with repeated warnings about family separation is meant to coerce parents into abandoning pending asylum claims that could allow them to remain in the United States. DHS tells detained families, well, if you want this to stop, agree to give up your case, said Javier Hidalgo, legal director for RACES, which provided legal support for immigrant families in Texas, including at Dili. We've heard that time and time again. In other words, if you want us to stop torturing your child, then give up your asylum claim. It doesn't matter that you have the legal right under both international and domestic law to apply for asylum. Fuck that. We'll let you apply, but we're going to torture your child if you choose to apply for asylum. I mean, imagine how demented you have to be as a person to use the pain and suffering of children against their parents. I mean, supervillains in fiction don't even compare to the sadism we're seeing from the so-called enforcers of immigration. And bear in mind, a lot of families who apply for asylum are fleeing violence, oftentimes due to our government's destabilization of their country in the first place. But when they get here, they're met with inhumane conditions that might now rival the country that they fled. It's just, there's no escape for them. I feel terrible. Like, the level of sadism we're seeing from these people is arguably on par with the sociopathy that we saw from the Nazis and the Ku Klux Klan. There's just no other comparisons. Like, these people, they cannot relate to the suffering of human beings. They quite literally relish in the pain and suffering of other people. Even if they're children, they just don't care at all. And part of the reason why they use child suffering as a bargaining chip is because it actually works. It works. Because who wants to see their kids suffer? For example, the NBC News article that we read, it details the experience of the Vargas family who agreed to self-deport after 2 months at the Dilley Center. And they decided they just couldn't take it anymore. They wanted to make a better life for themselves here, but they saw how it affected their little girl, and they chose to get out. Quote, "Get me out of here," she would cry. "I want to leave." Maria's health quickly declined, Vargas said. She developed a persistent cough and struggled to eat, losing weight as the days passed. Then, Vargas said, a staff member who was cleaning accidentally struck her daughter in the eye with a mop, drawing blood. Despite her daughter's continued complaints of blurred vision, sensitivity to light, and hearing problems, Vargas said doctors dismissed her concerns and delayed further evaluation. Even though they're out now, Vargas worries that they'll never fully heal from their 2 months at Dilley. Maria still has vision problems and headaches. The sweet girl who loved her teacher and played with Barbies is now fearful and withdrawn, talking about her weeks in Texas and the workers who watched over her. Whenever she sees a police officer, she tenses. It's the bad men, she says. And that little girl is probably going to be scarred for the rest of her life. But it was worth it to the Trump regime's goons because in the end, they got what they wanted out of this family. They got them to leave. They were so cruel that they couldn't take it anymore. And mind you, this is a more low-profile case. A lot of us haven't heard about the Vargas family until recently. But it's not like, they would put on a show and be performatively kind to them if we all saw them and what they were doing and how they were treating these families in the open, as evidenced by the fact that they're treating Liam Ramos like complete shit and they're bending over backwards to expedite the removal of this 5-year-old little boy just to prove a point. And when Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche was asked to respond to the judge who reprimanded the Trump regime for what they did to that little boy, just look at his cold, psychopathic fucking response.
Fred Byery down in the U.S. District Court judge down in Texas, he showed a photo of Liam, included some biblical passages saying Jesus wept, and then went on to say, civics lesson to the government. Administrative warrants issued by the executive branch to itself do not pass probable cause muster. This is called the fox guarding the hen house. The Constitution requires an independent judicial officer. What's your response?
Well, look, that's an active litigation, so I'm limited, but I will say this. The immigration law, the body of immigration law, is much different than our typical criminal process because of the administrative nature of what we do every day. And so to the extent that we need to appeal that judge's decision, I promise we will.
And of course, we now know that they did appeal that decision immediately, because I guess they think that punishing that 5-year-old little boy who got sick in the Dilley concentration camp is going to send a message to other brown people in Latin America. It's going to tell them, even if you do things the right way, as Liam's father did, we're still going to torture your child. So as sickening as it is, they view this kind of performative cruelty as a necessity because they think that it deters other people from coming here. So that's why they're being as cruel as possible. The cruelty is literally the point. And the worst part is that this is the lesson Americans are being taught right now. They're learning in real time that it's okay to treat people like this to get what you want, so long as they're not white. And I don't know how to process this much cruelty and see the moral collapse of the country in real time, because it's not just the regime that's being cruel, it's being celebrated by their propagandists and supporters. For example, Laura Ingraham couldn't wait to tell everybody that the judge who ordered the release of Liam Ramos is going to have that decision overturned. And in response to an article about Liam Ramos, who was just traumatized, by the way, getting to sit in the cockpit of a plane, this right-winger on Twitter responded saying, "Oh, so we reward criminals now?" As if 5-year-old Liam Ramos is some hardened fucking criminal. And as touching as it was to see the New York Times post a video from Liam's classmates asking ICE to treat him respectfully, this was prior to his release, I mean, it's still a sign that most Americans still haven't digested the fact that you can't get through to these people with a heartfelt appeal. I'm not talking about the kids, I'm talking about the New York Times and just the grown-ups here. They don't understand that, like, you can't appeal to these people who don't view non-white people as equal human beings. They are incapable of having empathy with black and brown people because they don't view them as humans. They viewed them as a completely different species. Like, they are literally dehumanizing them. And every single MAGA supporter, as well as every member of the Trump regime from top to bottom, they all go out of their way to remind us how they really feel about black and brown people at every chance that they get. We all saw the bitching about the Bad Bunny performance where he honored Latin America and Puerto Rico. They were triggered by that. Trump just shared a video last week depicting the Obamas as monkeys. And we've already collectively moved on as a country when something like this would have ended any political career prior to the Trump era. But we've fallen so far as a country that we've normalized cruelty against anyone who isn't white, regardless if they live in America or not. Because let's not forget, Trump bombed Nigeria. He also bombed Venezuela, and he's complicit with the genocide in Palestine that's still very much ongoing, contrary to popular belief. Not to mention, he engineered a humanitarian crisis in Cuba with an arbitrary fuel embargo, and it's gotten so bad that Mexico had to dispatch more than 2,000 tons of humanitarian aid to alleviate their suffering. And this is obviously being done to facilitate regime change in Cuba, which is almost certainly going to trigger a refugee crisis. And when desperate Cubans arrive in America, they'll be subjected to even more U.S.-sponsored cruelty. And it just goes to show you that the people who cry the loudest about immigration, they refuse to stop creating conditions that cause immigration in the first place. But that irony aside, it also speaks to Trump's disdain towards non-white people. All non-white people. Don't get me wrong, he hates white people too, especially if you're poor. But I mean, if you're black or brown, he really fucking hates you. It doesn't matter your age or where you're living. He will go out of his way to make your life a living hell because he just believes that white people are superior. I guess this disgusting slob thinks that he's the master race, but much like his predecessor in Germany, Adolf Hitler, he is trying to cleanse the world of non-whites. And if the Trump regime is willing to subject children to this much cruelty, there is truly no fucking limits to their depravity. So every single person should care about what's happening in these concentration camps, because even if it doesn't affect you personally right now, I'd like to believe that we all have a vested interest in making sure that children aren't being tortured by our barbaric fucking government, because torturing children is objectively bad. So I think we should just care about that automatically. And that really shouldn't be a partisan issue, and it shouldn't be a controversial thing to care about, right? Not to mention, if they're willing to be this cruel to children, imagine what they'll do to everyone else who they come for next. I don't know, I guess maybe Americans should start caring about things before they're affected personally by it for once.
Our own Steve Kornacki is already describing the results as a political earthquake in the Garden State.
But as the night went on, the most progressive candidate in the race, Ana Lilia Mejia, had a come-from-behind surge to take the lead over the previous frontrunner, former Congressman Tom Malinowski.
Former Congressman Tom Malinowski has conceded the New Jersey special election.
The race attracted nearly $6 million in spending from outside groups, including one super PAC linked to the pro-Israel lobby AIPAC, which spent more than $2 million against Malinowski, longtime supporter of Israel and former recipient of AIPAC donations, after he supported putting conditions on U.S. aid to Israel. But all that money may end up helping Mejia, who has accused Israel of genocide, win the race.
Spoiler alert, AIPAC did inadvertently help their biggest adversary win the race, because even though it was still too close to call days after the election took place, Malinowski did finally concede on Tuesday. So I never thought that I would say this, but thank you, AIPAC. They thought that an establishment Democrat was a shoo-in and decided to try to punish one for not being pro-Israel enough in a desperate attempt to boost Tahisha Way, who was their preferred choice. But in doing so, they ended up sowing the seeds of their own destruction. But they say that they're totally not mad, guys. And as the Times of Israel reports, United Democracy Project, which is the PAC that's affiliated with AIPAC, suggests that they do it again. Well, by all means, you go right ahead and do that, AIPAC. Don't threaten us with too good of a time. But the best part is the way that they attacked him. Quote, AIPAC pummeled Malinowski with $2.3 million in negative ads, but not about Israel. Oh, shocker. Instead, the ads tarred him from a progressive angle. One emphasized his vote on a 2019 bill that included increased funding for ICE, the Immigration Enforcement Agency. So they didn't just help tank the establishment Democrat. They proved our point for us by demonstrating that being a fence-sitting centrist is actually a political liability for Democrats. Masterful fucking gambit, AIPAC. My hat goes off to you, truly. And I gotta say, I'm happy to see them harden their position on Israel now that Democrats are finally starting to realize that they can't expect to get elected if they unapologetically support a country doing a genocide. And even though Malinowski's performatively softer stance on Israel was still woefully inadequate, nonetheless, it's a sign that AIPAC's influence is indeed waning, which is encouraging to see. And the more AIPAC hardens their stance and demands unconditional support for Israel from Democrats, the faster they become completely irrelevant. The savvier Democrats already see the writing on the wall, and they realize that the times have changed. Democratic Party voters are paying close attention to who's funding these campaigns. Not to mention, AIPAC's no longer the only game in town. AIPAC Tracker is far more influential on social media than AIPAC, and also the pro-Palestinian PALPAC, which stands for Peace, Accountability, and Leadership. They just launched on Wednesday to counter AIPAC's influence in Congress. And I can assure you, AIPAC sees what we're all seeing too. They might be evil, but they're not stupid. And that's all the more reason why they feel so inclined to punish everyone who doesn't toe the line, including their own puppets. Because any slippage in support whatsoever, and even the most small concessions, could lead to the dam bursting open. Because if one Democrat does it, then another might do it, and they can't have that. But like it or not, we are entering an entirely new era where Democrats are actually forced to choose between supporting Israel and winning, whether they like it or not. It really is a zero-sum game. If you support a country that is committing a genocide, 3 strikes, you're out. Period. Israel is in the process of de facto annexation of the entire West Bank as we speak, and a horrifying new analysis confirms that Israel, quote, evaporated more than 2,800 Palestinians with thermal and thermobaric weapons, which generates heat so intense they leave behind almost no detectable human remains other than bloodstains or pieces of flesh. And I can fucking assure you that any support for a country doing this is not going to be tolerated by Democratic Party voters going forward. So to the chagrin of AIPAC, Democrats really do have no choice. They either adapt to this new reality or they fucking die out. And, you know, again, good on AIPAC for overplaying their hand, because obviously it did not work out well in their favor. But having said that, I don't want to give them too much credit for Ana Lilia Mejia's victory, because much like Zoran, she worked her ass off to pull out that win, and she was underestimated by virtually everyone at every step of the way, in the same way that Zoran Mamdani was underestimated by everybody. Nobody expected her to win. In fact, I hadn't even heard of her until last Thursday when super chatters on Leftist Mafia were asking me about her race. But with each passing day, it's becoming increasingly clear that New Jersey really is about to send their own version of Zoran Mamdani to Congress soon. And I'm growing more impressed every single time I learn something new about her. So much so that I think there's an argument to be made, and this is a stretch, but bear with me, that she might actually be better than Zoran Mamdani, which is a high bar to clear for elected officials, but she's made it abundantly clear that she is not fucking around, not with fascists, and also not with corporate Democrats, because she's already calling out the Democratic Party's failed leadership, and this is something that you don't really see from newly elected Democrats, regardless if they're progressive or not. As Axios reports, she's refusing to commit to voting for Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker in the event Democrats take back the House. And it seems like the feeling is mutual, because she says that he hasn't even called her to congratulate her yet. But on top of that, she also has criticized leadership's approach. Andrew Solender of Axios writes, Mejia told Axios that the 10 ICE reforms Jeffries and Senator Chuck Schumer proposed last week felt like a step in the right direction, but that some of these feel like redundant requests. Quote, I worry that when we put them forward as demands, when they are in fact already points that we have already secured as rights, that we almost normalize the administration's failure to meet the law, she said. Asked about Jeffries' leadership more broadly, Mejia told Axios that when Democrats try to meet Trump in the middle, you're kind of falling into this trap of accepting egregious behavior because it seems like it's halfway to where they're at when they're all the way to crazy. Quote, I think it would serve us as Democrats to realize that we can't meet them in the middle, she said. And this is why I am so impressed by her, because she is willing to call out the obvious weaknesses in the Democratic Party's leadership when everybody else is too afraid to speak up. And just to give you one example, really to piggyback off of her example, so in the battle over DHS funding, one of Schumer and Jeffries' demands is that ICE agents only enter a home if they have a judicial warrant. But that's already illegal. In fact, it's codified in the 4th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. So if the Constitution isn't compelling them to follow the law, what makes them think that some toothless new regulation would compel them to follow the law all of a sudden? It doesn't make any sense. Like, I would say that it's naive, but we all know that Jeffries and Schumer are both doing the bare minimum to get us off of their backs and make it look like they're fighting. But I feel like if one of your demands is that the regime in power follow the law, you've kind of already lost the battle. So I'm really thankful that Mejia is making this point. point, because part of the reason why things are so bad right now in the first place is because we have an opposition party that is utterly feckless. And Mejia's criticism of Jeffries is part of the reason why I think you can argue she might actually be better than Zohran Mamdani. Maybe we're looking at Mamdani 2.0, because remember, Mamdani intervened to stop Chai Alsay from primarying Hakeem Jeffries from the left, even though he's not going to be directly working with Hakeem Jeffries as the mayor of New York City. Now, I can rationalize him endorsing Catherine Hochul because, you know, he's going to work with her to get his agenda passed. That makes sense. But he could have just said nothing if he didn't want to start a war with Jeffries. That would have made sense to me. But Ana Lilia Mejia is very much different. She is going to be working with Hakeem Jeffries every single day. Nonetheless, she still chose to speak out, even though that's probably going to make things awkward between her and Hakeem. And I really respect that. And to be clear, I'm not making this point to shit on Mamdani. In fact, I've actually been thoroughly impressed by him so far. But I'm making this point to highlight how special Mejia is. Like, she is a diamond in the rough. She's another Mamdani. And I want to demonstrate how she is already willing to take risks to move the ball forward, which I think is really awesome to see. Now, look, to be clear, we've seen this before where newly elected Democrats talk tough and then ultimately fall in line because once they get to Congress, they realize, oh, there's no leadership alternative to vote for. So they end up acquiescing so that way they don't piss off the inevitable leader who's going to be doling out committee assignments that they want. I get that. At some point, Mejia will play politics just like all other politicians do. But to see her come out of the gate swinging this hard, that to me signals that she really may be cut from a different cloth. And if that wasn't already obvious enough from her criticism of leadership and opposition to genocide, her platform makes it abundantly clear. She supports taxing billionaires to fund childcare that's $10 a day. She supports Medicare for all, which includes free mental health, vision, and dental care that's all free at the point of service. She wants to cancel all student debt. She wants to impeach corrupt Supreme Court justices like Thomas and Alito and even expand the court if necessary. And unlike a lot of Democrats these days, she's making it clear that she's not going to let Republicans use trans people as punching bags. And at no point has she ever hid her agenda from the public. In fact, she ran ads calling for ICE to be abolished when so many Democrats still won't do that today, even in the year of our Lord 2026, after they've murdered multiple people. So she managed to secure her victory by being unabashedly progressive. And unsurprisingly, the right-wing fear-mongering about her campaign has already begun, but she's expertly using it to her advantage, as good politicians should. For example, she turned a Fox News attack into a de facto ad for social media where they attacked her for supporting health care for trans people and Medicare for all and abolishing ICE. We've seen these slides before, and she boosted it saying, "I'm Ana Lilia Mejia and I approve this message." And again, it's so refreshing to see this because for decades now, Democrats have always cowered in fear whenever Fox News turned them into boogeymen. Remember when Kamala Harris said that she supported abolishing private insurance companies in 2019, only to abandon that days later after she faced an onslaught of media attacks? See, this is how you respond to those kinds of pressure campaigns. Take notes, Democrats. You lean into the scary socialist policies and you double down, because even voters that don't agree with you are going to see that you stand for something, which is a problem that Democrats have. They have an authenticity crisis and they just look like empty suits who will say whatever they need to say to get elected. But it's nice to see somebody actually have beliefs for once in this party. And even though the media is going to inevitably downplay the role that her progressivism played in this campaign, since this is a blue state after all, do not let them gaslight you. I'm sure that most voters would probably elect a literal waifu over a Republican at this point, but regardless of the political climate, progressives are always going to have a leg up over corpo-centrist Democrats because the former will turn out the base and get them excited, whereas the latter will suppress turnout by pandering to mythical moderate voters that will never, ever vote for them. You have to excite your base. That is politics 101. Republicans learned that lesson. Democrats, it's your turn. You can learn that lesson too. But I actually do think that most elected Democrats, they are begrudgingly starting to come to that realization. In a different piece for Axios, Alexander Solander shared some reactions from Democrats to Mejia's upset, and they basically admit that they know being progressive is now the winning strategy for the party. A senior House Democrat asked if members were freaking out about their own primaries in the wake of the shock result, told Axios simply, "Yes, I definitely think this points to progressive anti-establishment energy," acknowledged a third House Democrat, a moderate in a swing state. Still, that lawmaker argued that too many moderate candidates split votes and endorsements, and that if the establishment and money all got behind one candidate like what normally happens, Mejia may not have won. In other words, they're sweating. because they know the lie that they fed voters for decades about how they have to be diet Republicans to be more electable is falling apart. Even the most normiest of Democrats now know that they were fed that line of horseshit to justify them selling out to large multinational corporations. They tried to frame their corporate neoliberalism as some high-minded electability strategy and just a more pragmatic form of politics in general, even though they were hemorrhaging support because of it. But now the jig is up, and they know that that is indeed the case, and it is scaring the shit out of them because they're well aware of the fact that every single vote that they cast in Congress and every single dollar they take is going to be hyper-scrutinized by voters. And you know, they can bitch and moan about purity tests all they want, and I'm sure that they will, but it's not going to change the fact that voters finally see the game that's being played and they're done with it. And even though Mejia still is going to have to face off against her Republican opponent in the general election on April 16th, there is a very, very, very high chance that she's going to win. I'd say it's overwhelmingly likely. And I think that, you know, even if AIPAC and centrist Democrats intervene to rat fuck the election and boost her Republican opponent, she's still going to win, because this is a pretty blue district. So even though I'm a little late to the party on this particular race, I still wanted to take some time to talk about it because I think it's really important to cherish moments like this because obviously we don't get them too often. And the best part is that this might not be the only surprise victory that we get. There may be other Mejias and Mamdanis out there that we still don't know about yet. But if you're struggling to keep up with all of the great candidates like I am, I'm going to put a link to my buddy Secular Lefty's new YouTube channel in the description and highly recommend that you check him out because he goes into painstaking detail about the dynamics of some of these Democratic Party primaries, and he highlights which candidates support Medicare for all and abolishing ICE, and also helps you to avoid shitty candidates who take AIPAC money. Basically, he tells you everything you would need to know about the dynamics of these primary campaigns from the leftist perspective. And on his Blue Sky, he often shares super helpful graphics like this with the dates for all of the upcoming Democratic Party primaries. And he showed me a giant spreadsheet that he made with all of the information that he put together, and I was blown away by the amount of detail. Like, he's not getting paid for this, by the way. He still has a full-time job, but this is just a passion project of his, and he desperately wants to get rid of all of the corporate Democrats in Congress. So definitely go subscribe to him on YouTube and tell him that I sent you, because he's doing a thankless job, and I think that good work needs to be rewarded. And also, it definitely make his day. So go subscribe to him. But Mejia's victory, it did make it more apparent to me that I should try to follow these races a little closer, as hard as it may be with everything going on, because I don't want to learn about one of these races after the fact and think that we could have given a particular candidate a little boost that they needed to cross the finish line. So Mejia's win is definitely a cause for celebration, but it's also a reminder that these races are sometimes super close. And if a strong left-wing candidate is running in your district, you should definitely not sleep on them. Don't get me wrong, like, it feels good to see a pleasant surprise, but it'd feel even better knowing that you contributed to their victory. And we'll leave that there.
Why not lead and say abolish ICE?
I don't understand anything that you just said.
The acting director of ICE went on television and threatened me with jail.
Shouldn't Democrats stop taking money from AIPAC?
Well, listen, everyone's going to have to make their individual decisions.
There needs to be an opening in the discussion of what is happening in Gaza and towards the treatment of Palestinians and the crackdown of the freedom of speech of individuals who are trying to change the world for the better, for the basic respect of human rights, dignity, and to end the blockades, to end the genocide.
I promise you, we're going to come back to those clips because they were very, very entertaining. But I just wanted to start with a small taste of them side by side, because I think that the stark contrast illustrates, at least to me, why both of those politicians should be in two completely different parties. Because while they both might agree that Trumpian fascism is bad, their solutions couldn't be more different. AOC wants to abolish ICE, whereas Jeffries, the so-called leader of the Democratic Party, merely wants to reform the Gestapo. AOC doesn't take AIPAC money, and she's willing to call Israel's slaughter of Palestinians in Gaza a genocide, whereas Jeffries takes lots of AIPAC money, and he denies that it's a genocide, and on top of that, he literally holds hands with Christo-fascists while pledging fealty to said genocidal state.
We stand with Israel. We stand with Israel. We stand with Israel.
Inspiring, isn't it? I just can't seem to figure out why the Democratic Party's popularity hit a 35-year low last year, even as Trump was starting to destroy the country. It must be because, they're not moderate or pro-Israel enough. But my sarcasm aside, I really find it obnoxious that we are still having this conversation in 2026 about what direction the Democratic Party should go in when the answer is obvious and it's staring everyone right in the face. You have one wing of the party, run by the likes of Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, that's sitting on their asses while fascists destroy the country, and another wing of the party that's trying to breathe new life into this dying institution. You've got Pramila Jayapal leading the charge with the Trans Bill of Rights at a time when some Democrats are choosing to throw trans people under a bus in a desperate attempt to appeal to moderates, even though experts warn that the U.S. is in the early stages of an outright trans genocide. And then there's Ro Khanna, who's arguably held Trump's feet to the fire more than any other Democrat with his relentless pursuit of the truth regarding the Epstein files, which is the exact kind of thing that Democratic Party voters want to see. In fact, a new Republic poll found that rank-and-file Democrats, they want the party to fight, obviously. And it's no surprise that AOC had the highest favorability rating of all Democrats in that same poll. And when you look at her popularity among younger Democrats, it's not even close. As Ryan Grimm put it, she's putting up Assad numbers with young Democrats with an 81% approval rating, which is 75 points higher than the supposed leader of the Democratic Party, Hakeem Jeffries. But compared to Chuck Schumer, who's at negative 19 points, Jeffries looks good by comparison, which isn't surprising, seeing as how Schumer thinks that his primary job, as he put it, is to keep the left pro-Israel. Oh, and he also was recently at a fundraiser bragging about how we've given more aid to Israel under his leadership than ever before. So the reason why Democrats like Jeffries and Schumer are so unpopular is because they very clearly don't represent us, and they really don't try to hide that fact. I mean, Jeffries does at least a little bit, but Chuck Schumer is just kind of like, I don't care about anything but Israel. Like, they represent foreign governments and large multinational corporations and not us, and everybody can see that, whereas people like AOC and Khanna and Jayapal and Sanders and Mamdani and Mejia and others, they have a clear, cohesive vision for the future and a desire to represent the people, and most importantly, they have concrete solutions to the country's most pressing problems. They all support Medicare for all, free healthcare at the point of service. They all oppose genocide. They all want to abolish ICE. And while I have my disagreements with them here and there, especially on the issue of Israel, I think it's obvious that they are very clearly the future of the party compared to the moderate wing of the party who is driving the entire institution into the ground. But I say they're the future wing of the party, assuming the party and country is even going to have a future, because the milquetoast centrism and neoliberalism that the Democratic establishment has offered voters is why we are in a fascist regime at this point. So it may be too late. But like, fascists would have never been able to control the country in the first place if Democrats actually offered voters something to vote for and got them off of their asses to vote for them. And AOC explained at a recent town hall in Germany that the predicament that we're in today is a direct result of people's material conditions being ignored for far too long, not just by Democrats, to be fair, by Republicans as well. But when people become so desperate, they become susceptible to radicalization. And that's why you see movements like right-wing populism, aka fascism, emerge. And I think she explained this beautifully.
The ascent of populist movements is telling us that governments have strayed too far from being responsive to the working class. And so populist movements can all have, they are mechanisms of delivery, and it really matters what they deliver. When you have economic stagnation for the working class and GDP is growing, it is an injustice. And one path and one story is, they both, frankly, need to provide a prescription of why and who is causing this. One direction is we are going to blame this on the vulnerable in society, on immigrants, on people of different gender identities, on a cultural or the educated and an anti-intellectualist movement. That's the stuff that right-wing populist movements are made of. And that, of course, is all done as a distraction from the truth, which is that it is economic elites that are taking the lion's share of growth for themselves and leaving crumbs for the working class. So the alternative to the lie, which is that it is the most vulnerable in society that is doing this. The alternative is a populist movement that tells the truth. A populist movement that says, this is an injustice. You are being screwed over. And that story is not a cultural one, but a class one. And that it is a class one.
And that's what the Democratic Party establishment has failed to realize. When things are bad, people get desperate and they start looking for scapegoats. And right-wing populists give them the scapegoats that they're looking for. They'll tell voters it's trans people and immigrants who are the cause of all of their problems. And that resonates with desperate dumbfuck Americans because Democrats aren't offering them an alternative solution. They're not saying, hey, here's our scapegoat, even though the answer to who their scapegoat is pretty obvious. It's the billionaires. That's the obvious and factual counter to the scapegoating that we see of marginalized communities. It's obviously the Epstein class who bought the government and got politicians to funnel money from you to them. There's a reason why their wealth is growing while everyone else is getting more poor. It is the billionaires. They are the cause of most of our problems because our capitalist system has allowed them to have more power than even the government itself. But Democrats have a vested interest in maintaining the status quo, seeing as how they benefit from the status quo. Hence why all of their solutions are nothing more than incremental and uninspiring bullshit. Because as long as they are less bad than Republicans and they manage our increasingly authoritarian police state a little more responsibly and humanely, then that's all they need to do. Just be electorally viable enough to win. But on that note, Jeffries was asked about why he won't lead the charge on abolishing ICE, even though that is the most easiest political win ever. And as you're going to see, he can't answer that. In fact, it's not that he can't answer it. He completely shits the bed when asked that question.
The latest polls came out this week, AP polls. Over 60% of Americans now disapprove of ICE. That means in 3 weeks, it's gone from 30% to 60%. Now, if I may, I'm going to be a bit blunt here. Leaders lead. And what we've seen is people are impressionable. If you lead on something, people will follow. It seems the wind is behind your back for the first time ever. ICE has a history. CPP has a history of terrorizing Black and brown communities. People are asking themselves, why are we, our taxpayer dollars, paying for masked, lawless men to terrorize our communities, kidnap people, take children, and kill Americans? So I ask you, and I'm doing a following up to Joy, because I want an answer to this. You said you want to rein in ICE. I'm talking about the long term now. Why not lead and say abolish ICE? Because what you're telling us is you want our taxpayer dollars to pay for a lawless masked armed agency to continue terrorizing our cities. And I'm trying to figure out how you, as a leader, can be telling Americans that their taxpayer dollars should be going to ICE.
I don't understand anything that you just said.
I spoke English.
I don't understand anything that you've just said to me when I've made clear that taxpayer dollars should be used to make life more affordable for the American people, not brutalize or kill them. That's the whole reason we're in this fight right now. That's the whole reason the DHS is getting ready to shut down. That's the whole
abolish
reason
ICE.
why
You agree with me and Joy. Abolish ICE.
Listen, I'm going to use the language that I want to use. You can use the language that you want to use.
Wouldn't want to be too bold there, because if you abolish ICE, then the private prison industry and surveillance merchants like Palantir, who profit off of ISIS terrorism, might lose money, and you just can't have that. So if you propose something that's too offensive, then the corporate overlords that run the country might not donate to your next campaign, and they might even spend money against you in a primary. So it's best to just, I guess, tuck your tail between your legs and do the bare minimum to get voters off your back. I mean, this is why Democrats are so unpopular. That answer encapsulates why nobody likes them. Because they've completely been castrated by large multinational corporations who profit off of cruelty. And you see it. It's why they can't give a coherent answer or present a coherent vision. And let's be clear, Hakeem Jeffries is not an idiot. He knows what his base wants. He knows it would be a huge dub for Democrats if they ran on abolishing ICE and Medicare for all. But he is choosing to abandon the popular position, or not even consider adopting the popular position, because he knows that would put him directly at odds with his corporate donors who pay him to keep things the same. It's why the first constituency that he met with after the last election was Silicon Valley oligarchs, as opposed to young people and Arab Americans that the Democratic Party lost, because he thought that it was best to mend fences with corporations as opposed to human beings that felt let down by the party. So given how they've been captured entirely by large multinational corporations, their only option is to try to appeal to right-wing voters and be diet Republicans, because that's the only way that they can keep the gravy train rolling. If they become too progressive like AOC or Ro Khanna, then they might lose the money that they feel they need to have in order to be electorally viable. Now, contrast what Hakeem Jeffries just said, his answer, with the progressives in the party who aren't tethered to the party's corporate overlords, and you can really see the difference. It's night and day. AOC hasn't just led the charge on abolishing ICE. In fact, she popularized that position with her first campaign in 2018, but she also put her own ass on the line to challenge Trump's fascism.
I represent one of the most immigrant-dense, diverse communities in the world. And so I knew that they had a target on our back. And so I immediately started organizing Know Your Rights sessions, closed doors, for mixed status families, for people who wanted to stand up for their neighbors, legal education, and legal defense. And we started educating people on their rights. If ICE knocks on your door, you do not have to let them in unless you have a judicial warrant. Things like this. If they try to come into your hospital, if they try to come into your school, you have tools, legal recourse of resistance. And at that time, the acting director of ICE went on television and threatened me with jail. He said that he was going to examine and explore a criminal referral of me to the Department of Justice, accusing me of illegally harboring immigrants or providing aid or what have you. And he did that in order to get me to stop. And sure, when you talk to the lawyers and people who are most cautious, their advice may be protect yourself. But instead, in January or February, whenever it was at that time, I stood up and I went back on television and I said, make me. I dare you. I dare you. Take me away. And what happened? Quiet, whimpering withdrawal of what they were doing.
So AOC proved that these fascists are paper tigers, and if politicians like her and Ro Khanna didn't exist, there'd be functionally no congressional opposition to fascism. But here's a dirty little secret that they don't want you to know. A lot of Democrats don't entirely disagree with Republicans. Don't get me wrong. The worst Democrat is still preferable to me than the best Republican, so I'm not trying to create a false equivalence. But if you removed Trump from the equation, centrist Democrats would agree more with the median congressional Republican than any progressive. Not on social issues, of course, but when it comes to the economy, when it comes to foreign policy, there really isn't that much disagreement between both parties. Democrats didn't necessarily disagree with Trump overthrowing Maduro. They just opposed the way that he did it. They wanted him to get congressional approval, but they probably would have given it to him if he asked for it. You know, they don't necessarily oppose deportations per se. They just oppose the way that Trump is doing it. They don't like it to be a big spectacle. And since Democrats are always chasing Republicans to the right, Republicans are becoming more extreme to distance themselves from Democrats who are kind of nipping at their heels. Take immigration, for example. The Republican Party went from Reagan begrudgingly granting amnesty to millions of immigrants, yes, that Ronald Reagan, to the party of mass deportation and concentration camps. And rather than offering an alternative to that, Democrats have just followed Republicans off the proverbial cliff. Case in point.
Back in December of 23, I've been trying to just warn my party, saying the border's a disaster. The Democrats were saying, oh, no, it's all good. Everything's okay. And I tried to warn, saying, if you don't do this, we're going to burn for that. And now here we are now, and now they are living in the backlash for those things. For me, it's always secure our border. Every nation must do those things. And why can't we agree we have to round up every single criminal and deport them? Send them back.
Now, I get it. It's Fetterman. He also said in that same interview that Trump hasn't violated a single court order, even though he's done 90 just in his state of Pennsylvania alone. But He's not the only one that's living in that false reality where Biden supposedly had open borders. Now, not only did Biden not have open borders when he was president, he deported millions and millions of immigrants, most of which were under COVID-era Title 42 expulsions, and Biden really wasn't unique there. And I'm actually going to let Hillary Clinton, of all people, burst Fetterman's bubble.
More people were deported under my husband and Barack Obama without killing American citizens and without putting children into detention camps than were in the first Trump term or this first year of Trump's second term.
She's not wrong, but it goes to show you that Democrats want to implement a lot of Trump's inhumane policies, albeit in a more performatively humane way. And you want to know what Republicans call these draconian anti-immigrant policies imposed by Democrats that Hillary Clinton described? They call them open borders. So as hard as they try, Democrats will never, ever be able to beat Republicans at their own anti-immigrant game. And trust me, they're trying hard. Just listen to what else Hillary Clinton said in that same conference.
There is a legitimate reason to have a debate about things like migration. It went too far. It's been disruptive and destabilizing, and it needs to be fixed in a humane way with secure borders that don't torture and kill people.
I mean, yes, less torture and murder is objectively good, but the claim that immigration went too far is a white supremacist lie that's being told by a Democrat that's still relatively popular. The only crisis that we have insofar as immigration is concerned is that we don't have a functioning immigration system with actual pathways to legal residency and citizenship. And instead, we choose to respond to immigration in the same way that we respond to every other issue we have in this country, by criminalizing it and throwing more police at the problem. Neither party has an interest in actually fixing the fucking system because the Epstein class benefits from a perpetual underclass of immigrant wage slaves who can't ask for better working conditions out of fear of deportation. But whether politicians are going to admit this or not, the solution to an aging population and declining birth rates is more immigration, not less, because immigrants collectively contribute trillions and trillions of dollars to the economy. They contribute more than they take, by the way, not to mention it is very expensive to be cruel to immigrants. As the Washington Post reports, it costs $40 million just to send a handful of immigrants to countries that they didn't come from, and they end up in their home countries anyway. So, like, we are wasting money being cruel, even though these people are a net benefit to our country. But you'd never know this if you only listen to politicians, because their billionaire donors have a vested interest in making you believe that immigrants are the cause of all of our problems and not them. But we're trapped in this cycle where our foreign policy destabilizes and destroys Latin American countries for profit. We'll then subsequently see an influx in immigration. Some immigrants will be placed in hotels temporarily to process the overabundance of new asylum claims we see as a result of our destruction of their countries, so that way they're not sleeping in streets. And then images of them getting basic necessities to survive are exploited by hate merchants to make it seem as if immigrants, not billionaires, are leeching off of the system. Oh, and Democrats are deliberately importing them also, so that way they can vote. Like it's a whole scheme. It's a great replacement scheme that's now mainstream. It used to be, just a Nazi lie, but now the great replacement conspiracy theory is mainstream in the Republican Party, and I think most normal Americans probably believe it. These lies are effective in part because we never see it challenged, not by the media, not by Democrats, at least centrist Democrats. The handful of progressives challenge it, but centrist Democrats aren't challenging it because, they never want to make it seem as if they're pro-immigration in any way, shape, or form, because even if the country is becoming pro-immigrant as a result of seeing Trump's cruelty, they know that the tides will turn again, and they don't want to be on the record saying, hey, maybe we shouldn't treat immigrants like complete garbage. Like, we should treat them like garbage, but just not complete garbage. Like, of course, they're going to condemn the Trump regime's performative cruelty, but they have no interest in actually changing the status quo because, again, that would offend their corporate donors who profit off of cruelty. Disaster capitalism is a thing, folks. And on the subject of their donors and cruelty, Wajahat Ali also asked Jeffries about the blood money that's being doled out by AIPAC to the party. And predictably, his answer was dog shit.
And I remember the YouGov poll that came out after the 2024 election said the main reason why Democrats stayed at home was their displeasure with the genocide that's happening in Gaza. And what we've seen is AIPAC. AIPAC now has spent $2 million attacking a moderate-leaning Democrat, Tom Malinowski, a Democrat, in the special House election in New Jersey 11th District, and we got a progressive Latina, Representative Mejia, who won, who, by the way, says abolish ICE. My question for you, if you're looking for accountability, if you're looking for change, shouldn't Democrats stop taking money from AIPAC that has spent so much money against Democrats?
Well, listen, everyone's going to have to make their individual decisions. My view as it relates to Democratic incumbents, first of all, is that I will continue to stand by every single one of them, whether that's Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on the one hand, or the most conservative, moderate Democrat on the other, who's sitting in the Trump district and at all points in between, right? That's what I'm going to do as House Democratic leader. Now, in terms of how people individually fundraise, I'm proud of the fact that my average contribution amongst the millions of dollars that I've been working hard to raise for my own reelection that I use to help elect Democrats in other parts of the country is $27 per contributor. That's my average contribution. That's probably the lowest in the Congress. And so now everyone is going to raise money from their own constituents in different ways, and their own constituents are going to have a variety of different perspectives on a variety of different issues. But make no mistake, there's a big difference between Democrats and Republicans, and we're seeing that right now. I know some people like to project otherwise. How one can see the horrors of what has been inflicted on the American people since January 20th of last year and conclude otherwise, or want to try to suggest that there's no difference in one's quality of life. People know that their life is being made markedly worse because of who's in office right now, both in the White House and the House.
Well, Representative, respectfully,
and we're determined to do something about that.
Just a quick follow-up. So that means, will you stop taking money from AIPAC?
I'm going to continue to raise money in the same way that I've been raising it, where the average contribution from millions of people across the country is $27 per contributor.
You can see in his answer that the game he's trying to play is so obvious. We've seen this for decades now. Look at how bad the Republicans are. Look at how bad Donald Trump is. They're making your life worse. All of this is objectively true. But that's all the more reason why you need to propose an alternative. Why not propose sweeping changes to counter everything that the Republican Party is doing? Why not embrace popular policies that'll give your party majority support and not just plurality support, and make the fascists irrelevant? Like, you can run away with this if you chose to do it. We know what the answer is. We know what you need to do to become popular, but he's not going to do it because he's being paid to uphold the system and not change it. So centrist Democrats, they think that they just have to do better enough than Republicans to get enough voters to vote for them. And the sad truth is that they might be right. It's why the pendulum always swings back and forth every 4 to 8 years. Republicans fuck up the country. Democrats come in. They don't undo the damage caused by Republicans, and they leave Americans disappointed only to lose the next election to Republicans. And they come in, fuck up the country even more. And the cycle just repeats again and again and again. It's a death spiral at this point. And progressives like AOC and others are desperately trying to get us out of this cycle, while the old guard of the party fights them at every step of the way to keep us in this cycle because it benefits them. For example, Nancy Pelosi is planning to use her influence to boost Gavin Newsom's 2028 presidential campaign, who is one of the most corporate captured Democrats since Bill Clinton, who opposes a wealth tax and literally gave state oligarchs a prepaid cell phone with his number on it so that way they can reach him at all times of day. Meanwhile, Obama, whose administration was also captured by corporations, is pretending like the party is struggling primarily because they're all too old. Don't get me wrong, gerontocracy is an issue for sure, but the core problem isn't their age. It's that the way they think is aged. This neoliberal strategy of triangulation helped usher in this era of fascism in the first place, and putting a shiny new bow on neoliberalism with a new face and by calling it abundance isn't going to deliver us from fascism. But they know this. They're not stupid. They know what they need to do to defeat Republicans permanently. So let's not pretend like the debate about the future of the Democratic Party is happening in good faith. There is no debate as far as I'm concerned. It's over. They know their ticket to victory is progressivism. The only question is whether or not there's enough voters who are now willing to kick out the leaders who are impeding progress. And if we have free and fair elections, which again, I'm still not sure that that's going to be the case, voters can make sure that the good side wins, at least when it comes to Democratic Party primaries, by voting out these corporate clowns. But I mean, if for some reason things go south and Gavin Newsom emerges as the nominee in 2028 or some other corpo shitbag, Democratic voters that supported him over the progressive options are almost going to be as complicit as Trump supporters with the country's downfall at this point, because by now we all should know that the antidote to right-wing populism is left-wing populism, like it or not. You might not agree with progressives, but that's how you beat Republicans. They are more electable. So if you affirmatively vote for the wing of the party responsible for the material conditions that led to fascism in the first place, especially during a primary when you have other progressive alternatives, you're either unwittingly or wittingly enabling fascism at this point. Like, I'll be frank, you are just enabling fascism if you are still supporting these corporate Democrats in primaries. So I'll make it easier for you. If you're still struggling to figure out which candidates are bullshitting you and which aren't, just look at their campaign contributions, see if they're taking APAC money or money from corporations, listen to what they do and don't say. And more importantly, if you see a candidate that's really captivating young people, as was the case with Bernie Sanders, vote for that candidate if you want to permanently disempower fascists and not just hit the snooze button again on fascism for another 4 years.
If you can, please spread the word and please hit that subscribe button, folks.
By the end of the year, it should be double digits. Double digit thousands.
We're just getting going.
We got a lot of stories for you today.
Things are hellish. We're dealing with anti-labor administration, but there's still a lot of work we can do building the strength we'll need for hopefully a change in the context. But we got to be steady long term to be able to take advantage of those moments.
Paul Prescott has come out with an article in the last few months that I was a big fan of, how one black labor union changed American history. It's available on Jacobin. Paul Prescott is someone we have a lot of respect for. Really appreciate you making some time on this Saturday to chat with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's really cold outside anyway, so.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's been super cold up until the last couple of days here. It seems like the weather's changing a little bit for us, but it's been unbearably cold in Alabama. We are not used to like 20 degrees. That doesn't work for us.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't work. Anyway, so Paul, thanks for joining the show. I wanted to just start, if you could talk a little bit about the workers that you're writing about. You know, who were they? What kind of jobs were they doing? What did it look like to go to work? These types of workers that you're talking about, in particular in the 20s, but even further back.
Yeah, so these were Pullman porters. You know, the railroad industry really grew in the mid 19th century. It really just took off. And George Pullman was one of these rail barons, and he came up with I have to admit, a pretty good idea. And the idea was like to turn these trains into mobile luxury hotels for cross-country trips that people were making. And I think the key to this was not just going to be like an elite service. This was going to be available to the middle class as well. So it was really like a mass-based business. And so on these trains, you basically had your own personal servant, and that was the Pullman porter. And they would do everything from, you know, bringing people food and drink, bringing them newspapers, shining their shoes, running them a bath, helping them carry baggage on and off the train. Basically anything to make the customer happy and comfortable was what the porter would do. And so the very cynical part from Porter was he deliberately only hired black men for the job. And he felt that due to their race, they would be natural to be subservient. And he also figured, the white customers would like this dynamic of being able to tell a black worker to do everything for them. And this would be just like a natural fit. And in particular, he liked employing Southern black men, and even better, when this business started, again, this is like the late 1800s, he loved to hire former slaves in this position because he kind of saw that parallel. And I think among black workers, being a Pullman porter, there were a lot of contradictions there. So on the one hand, it was actually considered a very good, stable middle-class job for black people. And it's all relative, of course, to other kinds of jobs that were available, and we'll get into later some of the problems with the job, but it was, considered pretty good pay.
Right.
You came to work, you got to wear a really nice, crisp uniform. If anyone's seen pictures, and I think in the article there's a few, like, you look really nice in your uniform. It was considered clean work, unlike, if black workers were lucky enough to get a factory job, almost always they were relegated to like the dirtiest work, the hardest work, that sort of thing. There was also an element of prestige because part of the work is that you traveled. So in their communities, porters were maybe the only people that got to see a lot of the country. Maybe you were in the South, maybe you were the only person that actually got to see the North. You might meet interesting people or wealthy, famous people on the trains that you worked. So in a sense, it was very prestigious, but then at the same time, there were a lot of problems. You can just imagine the kind of humiliation they had to face on a daily basis. And they mostly relied on tips for their wage. So that, just increases incentive to feed the customer's ego, conform to racist stereotypes they probably had about you as a black person, as a porter. It became custom to call every porter George. There's actually a movie. It's a pretty good movie. It's not the best movie you've ever seen, but it's called 10,000 Black Men Named George. You can find it on YouTube, and it's about the Pullman porter union struggle. But every porter was just called George by customers. And, the owner was George Pullman. And this kind of harkened back to the days where slaves were called, by the first name of their master or were given that name. Porters would often talk about, luckily there's been a lot of interviews done with porters when they were in older age, reflecting on their job. They often talk about being put in very uncomfortable situations with women. Sometimes it would be they would just undress in front of them like they weren't even there. There were other times dealing with sexual advances. And again, you have to think like at this time, this is the kind of thing where if it was seen by anyone, like this could be your life. Many lynchings started with an accusation around this sort of thing. So having to navigate things like that. And then, as far as the job itself, like the bread and butter, again, you have to rely on tips for the wages. Even though, again, it was called middle class, you still were not bringing home a lot of money. And especially the hours. You're doing these cross-country trips. Oftentimes, you're not paid the full time of the journey. You're only paid when the train's actually running and you're serving customers. You're not paid for layovers. So really, really brutal hours. So again, there's kind of this dual nature. On the one hand, it's prestigious. On the one hand, you were kind of told you're lucky to have this job as a black person, but there's all these other problems that come with it. And I think increasingly as time went on, once you're getting into, maybe the beginning of the 1920s, like culturally, the job is seen a little bit lower in people's minds. And it's seen as like, well, you're just being an Uncle Tom if you have this job by other black figures, especially in the North.
Yeah, so that was really helpful in terms of understanding, what this job actually looked like for folks and some of those contradictions you talked about. And it's not surprising that folks organized in those conditions. And the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters was founded in 1925, and your article really just lays out that story. So for those who aren't familiar, what made the Brotherhood such a groundbreaking union, both, for the labor movement, but also for black workers specifically at this time?
Yeah, so it's helpful to remember the context. So at this time, essentially, black workers are locked out of the labor movement, especially within the main federation, the American Federation of Labor, or the AFL. This is before the AFL-CIO. A lot of unions had explicit clauses that barred Black workers from being members. There were some exceptions. The United Mine Workers of America actually was more advanced as far as racial policy and did organize Black workers in the South and the North. You had some independent formations like the Knights of Labor, the Industrial Workers of the World, that would organize Black workers, but on the most part, they were locked out. And so, the overwhelming logic at this time, I mean, both among white workers, but also Black communities, was that Black workers should not get involved in unions. And many Black workers acted as strike breakers during some high profile strikes. And, why wouldn't you? I mean, if the union's not letting you in the union, and in normal times, the employer is not giving you a job, why not take advantage of, if there's a strike and they need Black workers? That could be your foothold into the industry.
Right.
And, this was reinforced by Black leaders, the Black press, Black congregations. It was just sort of like, well, yeah, the labor movement is not for us. That's not really a route you should go. So there have been some previous attempts to organize. They had like a company sham union that some people were involved with, but some porters who were frustrated eventually approached A. Philip Randolph, which hopefully is a name people know about today, to organize them. And the reason they did that was because anyone that tried to organize would just get fired. So they figured, we actually need someone on the outside that, it doesn't matter what Pullman tries to do to them because they're not dependent on them for a job. And so Randolph, he moved to Harlem, I think around 1917. He was a socialist. He had a lot of failed unionization attempts behind him. He was writing in a magazine called The Messenger. So one of the porters saw his articles and eventually reached out to him. And, Randolph, he had been very steadfast in preaching interracial unionism. Black workers should be involved in unions. But everything going on in the world was showing that he was wrong. And he didn't really have anything to point to of like, this is a concrete success to show what I'm talking about. So, the fight of this union, not just the fact that they tried, but eventually, and it took a long time, and we'll get into that. It took 12 years for them to actually get the first contract. But this was sort of like a testing ground of like, can we actually organize Black workers into unions on a large scale? Is this even relevant for Black communities? So I think that's why this was such a big breakthrough. And, when they did, they had to kind of drag them kicking and screaming. But when the union was formed, they were part of the AFL. So again, it was like a rare example of the AFL, even though I wouldn't say it was the AFL organizing Black workers, but the AFL kind of welcoming in Black workers in a big way.
Right.
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned, there was sort of a lot of anti-union sentiments within the Black community, justifiably. And in your piece, you describe how the Pullman company specifically used a kind of paternalism on Black communities to discourage organizing. Can you describe that a little bit more and also talk about any parallels you see with that today and how companies try to shape community opinion around unionizing?
Yeah, as I said, like many big employers at this time actually had a good reputation within Black communities. And people might think, well, like, how could that be? But again, it does kind of make sense when you think about the context, because the idea was like, look, they're giving us an opportunity. And especially some of these employers, like many other employers would not employ Black workers. So when one came along that did, such as Pullman, Henry Ford was actually very popular among Black people for a while until he wasn't. But this is the same dynamic. Like, hey, he's willing to actually give us a job, give us an opportunity. And they were very clever, too, because what they would do is they would donate a lot of money to Black institutions, Black churches. Pullman in Chicago, he actually helped fund a public hospital serving Black people. And at the opening ceremony, you had people like Frederick Douglass and Ida B. Wells. So these are, Black radical figures, but even they, at least at the time, were kind of like, hey, Pullman's donating, he seems like he's pretty good. So they had that reputation. And just think about, if you were a pastor at a church, you're depending on Pullman's money for your church really to survive and operate. So when you get at the pulpit on a Sunday morning, you're going to preach probably that unionization is bad. You had workers who depended on the pastor or the church as a referral to get a job. So they kind of like had their real teeth in these communities. They also, cultivated contacts with the Black press, important figures, that sort of thing. And again, Henry Ford had the same kind of thing, especially in Detroit. So you can kind of see they had this web that the union had to figure out how to really break through, because it wasn't just ideology. I mean, people's material well-being were tied to the company in many different ways. And again, we're talking about a time in a society where many more people were going to church faithfully. And so like that as a nexus in someone's life was very important. And if you're hearing every Sunday from someone you trust and look up to, like your pastor, that the union is bad, that's going to carry a lot of weight. And so I think today, there's a lot that's different. I mean, I don't think that paternalism today is quite as blatant, thankfully, as it was. I mean, we don't have the company town in the same way as we used to, although I think in some areas, like it is actually coming back.
Right.
There was an example recently, I forget where or what company, but it was only a couple of years ago where United Auto Workers were organizing at a plant in the South. And the company brought in a pastor of a large local church that some workers went to kind of say, advocate. And I think he brought him actually onto the shop floor to say why you shouldn't vote for the union. It seems like that is a little bit more rare. I don't think that happens as often, but, clearly employers still dominate the press. And I think they always weaponize the same argument. Like, I'm providing jobs to the community. I can pick up and leave anytime I want, and you don't want that. And I think you have that same mindset. I think especially in certain Black communities where you've had investment and jobs just leave, if there is a company around, they use that same argument that like, we're giving you a job. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. If you unionize, we're going to leave, and then everybody loses. So I think it's a little bit more subtle today, but that mindset kind of, I think, still dominates. And I think just by the fact that they control so much of the press and media goes a long way, I think, in terms of getting into communities.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's huge. I think they can shape narratives in a way that often, we're just outmanned. We're overwhelmed by the press mechanisms they have, the paid advertising they can do, all those sorts of things. And but this really does remind me of so many conversations I've had with workers here in Alabama, where we're trying to organize in certain facilities or work sites. And the worker's like, hey, this is the best job I've ever had. I mean, yeah, it sucks. And I can tell you all the reasons why it sucks, but it's also the best one I've got. And it's the best thing going in this, small town. And so that is a really tough dynamic. And I appreciate you, expanding on that, because I think it is something that we run into a lot, especially in a lot of, poorer communities or more marginalized communities, where you are really weighing the pros and cons, and you really are looking at the fact that, well, yeah, working for, this particular auto facility isn't great, but working at the supply chain is even worse. And at least they bump me up to the main facility, right? And picking your battles. And that can be a really tough thing from an organizing challenge. So I appreciate you laying that out.
Just to jump in there, I think that's why it's been so important for the UAW, for example, that they have recently successfully organized plants in the South, or where their existing plants that they had organized really have lifted the standard, because then you really can say and do a comparison like, no, this is not the best job in your area. Like, look at these other places nearby that have this standard. This is something you can achieve. So that's why these breakthroughs are very important. And the same kind of dynamic happened after the last UPS contract in 2023, where there was a big bump for part-time warehouse workers. And, unions like the Teamsters kind of use that with Amazon workers to see, you see this big differential. This is not really the only job in town, but we can raise the standards of this job to be on par.
Right. Absolutely. I think it gives people hope. And I think that's, when we talked to the brother earlier this morning from the bargaining committee at Volkswagen, that's what he was talking about. It's just getting the hope, seeing real examples of workers winning, especially workers who are a little bit more like you, whether that's racially, culturally, geographically, folks that you can identify, and you can feel like, well, hell, if they can do it there, maybe we can do it here, right? And getting that courage is often some of the hardest steps to take. But something that also stood out to me in this article is that the organizing with the Brotherhood took a long time, right? It was not like one of these really easy, quick campaigns. It took over a decade to win like real recognition. And I'm wondering if you could just speak on that a little bit, this like long, patient fight that it was.
Yeah, there's a good friend of mine here in Philadelphia who's also works in labor. I mean, we always, when there's really bad news or something is frustrating, we always kind of say like, well, it took 12 years to organize the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters. Like, this stuff takes a while. And the scholar and labor activist Adolph Reed, who I think you've had on the show maybe a couple of years ago, he has a great line that I love to repeat. And he says, you should look at organizing like Major League Baseball hitters, meaning if you're successful 3 out of 10 times, you're in the Hall of Fame. I mean, if you get a hit 3 out of every 10 times, you're one of the greatest hitters ever or in the league. And I think we kind of should have that same mindset. I mean, what we are doing as people in labor, going up against entrenched wealth and power, you're going to probably lose more than you win. So I think we should recognize that and have a long-term outlook and kind of look at, even when we do lose, are we kind of learning from it? Are we developing skills, developing contacts in the process? And I think that's kind of the approach that needs to be taken. And like what the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters did, I mean, they really built, they weren't just like organizing one union, they were like institution building. So over a long period of time, again, we talk about the paternalism. How did they win over the Black community over time? They very slowly were building a bench of allies. I mean, at first, Chicago is a great example. There's a great book about how they did this in Chicago. It started with like they convened a meeting, supporters of the Porters for clergymen. One pastor showed up. And they started there, and over time, they were able to bring in more of the church community. They were able to bring in more allies, increasing their networks over time. Many Black women actually got their start in activism through supporting the Porters and later the March on Washington movement, which I might talk about later. Now, given just culturally at the time, many of them were not leaders in the sense of having a formal title. But I mean, so many activists who would eventually go on in the civil rights movement got their start supporting the Porters and convening. They would have these labor conferences in cities where they would discuss like why unions are relevant to Black workers. What should we do about discrimination in unions? So it was really like, again, building that kind of institution and building this awareness in Black communities about labor and economics and why these were tied to civil rights. And I think it's also a lesson in like the need to build what are going to be imperfect alliances. And I think that's kind of the whole point of being, I think the line was from Martin Luther King, that it was like, if you have a coalition and you agree 100% with everyone in the coalition, that's probably not a real coalition. And I think a great example with the Porters was their relationship with the American Federation of Labor, the AFL. I mean, Randolph, again, dragged them kicking and screaming every step of the way to get them to be more supportive. And slowly over time, they gave more resources and attention. So, they were far from a perfect ally, but they ultimately were very important to their ultimate success. And that's something we just have to manage. Like, everything's not going to be perfect. Everyone's not going to agree with us in all things, but you're going to need alliances and you're going to need a coalition. And you can kind of change these people in the process. I mean, one big moment in this fight was at Abyssinian Baptist Church, a famous church in Harlem. Pastor Adam Clayton Powell, whose son, Adam Clayton Powell Jr., became one of the first Black congressmen in Harlem. They hosted the AFL president at that church to talk about unions. I believe this was like 1930. And, at the time, that was like a very big step, and a very big step in trying to gain more trust between the Black community and labor. Now, of course, we shouldn't take this too far. I mean, if every time we try to organize somewhere, it took 12 years, we should just give up right now. And often if you look at labor history, when there's been periods of growth, it's usually happened in kind of an upsurge. not just like very, very slow over time. But still, that idea of like long-term persistence, I think, is something we should take with us. And also, when you are working long-term, I think recognizing that the situation is never static. And the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, they took advantage of the coming of the New Deal and the change in the social environment. With the Depression, they kind of went on a downhill spiral. People were leaving the union. They still didn't have a contract. With the New Deal, they changed the federal rail labor law to kind of be more strict in terms of banning company unions and allowing workers to organize. There was also a change in the social mood. More workers were starting to mobilize. People were talking about unions. So they were able to persist and hang on until the political context changed and use that change to their advantage. And I think that's also important to keep in mind. It's like, right now things are hellish. We're dealing with like a horrible anti-labor administration, but there's still a lot of work we can do, locally at the state level that is kind of building the necessary strength we'll need for hopefully a change in the context. And we can take advantage of that, but we got to be steady long-term to be able to take advantage of those moments.
That's right. Yeah, that I really like that. And I think, just building our muscles for the conditions, for the conditions that will change and where we can exercise those muscles more. And I really love the baseball analogy as well. I'm going to take that with me because I think it is really hard sometimes doing this work. You're in an uphill battle, as you said, fighting entrenched power and wealth, and you're doing things that they don't want you to do. Bottom line, the system does not want you to do it. And you are working to get fellow workers to take a risk, put themselves out there in various ways, whatever it looks like. It is some sort of risk, and it is a big ask of folks. And I think that's huge. So really appreciate that and appreciate the illustration there.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tblr.fm/donate.
We talked about this and sort of like the organizing in churches and stuff. And what can we learn about the importance of organizing beyond the shop floor? And I think also speaking to some of what you've talked about, specifically with the role of labor organizing in civil rights. I know sort of a fear tactic that like companies use and continue to use is basically that like a union is going to come in and basically give power to Black people. How did this campaign combat that fear, and like what can we learn from that today?
Yeah, and I think especially at this time, it was kind of like impossible to separate this union fight from a broader civil rights fight. And something Randolph, he always remained steadfast and harping on from then until he died was like, Black people are overwhelmingly, more so than white people, working class people. So any sort of talk of like the advancement and civil rights has to be grounded in economics and class. And I think, this fight, there's just no way you cannot bleed over into the civil rights fight at the same time. Again, especially considering the dynamics of the company, the way that he used to hire former slaves and in this subservient role and all of that. So, I think that was key. And, the union became a real institutional home for the civil rights movement. I think it's really important. Unions have they have resources, they have people, they have some kind of money. One thing after the Porters won their contract in the 30s, Randolph and really the Porters were the anchor for the March on Washington movement of 1941, which was when World War II breaks out and defense industries are mobilizing and jobs are being created, but Black workers are not really getting these jobs. And Randolph threatened that I'm going to march tens of thousands, maybe even 100,000 Black workers on Washington if we don't get access to these jobs. And, the reason Roosevelt eventually was able to budge on that and they created an executive order around this, was because I think of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, because what they did was he would travel around to different parts of the country holding rallies around this issue, and he would turn out a lot of people. And the Porters Union was the main force that was able to advertise this movement, that was able to mobilize people. You know, the strength of having workers that have to travel for work is that they could take, union literature with them, they could take flyers with them, and they would promote it across the country. And he kind of created a network. And I think Roosevelt, seeing these rallies in different parts of the country, said to himself, like, I think this guy could actually pull it off. And I don't want this crisis happening right as we're about to get into a war. And that's what made him budge. And this kind of continued forward into the modern civil rights movement. When Rosa Parks and the Montgomery bus boycott got started, the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters Union Hall was where the activists would meet. E.D. Nixon was head of the Porters Union. He was also head of the NAACP in Montgomery. He was the one that Rosa Parks called when she was arrested and got bailed out. And, so there were so many examples of the union being able to fund civil rights causes, turn people out. With the March on Washington movement, after they got the executive order, in many cities, they kept the movement in place to pressure local companies to hire Black workers. They did stuff that would become common a decade later or 2 decades later in the civil rights movement. They would hold sit-ins at lunch counters. They would picket public utilities to hire Black workers. And it was all because they had an institutional home in the union. And it was no surprise that everywhere that the Porters had the strongest chapters, Chicago, New York, and St. Louis especially, these movements were the strongest. So, again, it just speaks to like the importance of unions as an institution and the possibility that they can kind of lead these broader community fights.
Right. The building out the institutional power, and then I like the aspect of like just how strategic the Porters were as a position to be able to travel, to be able to spread the word at a time where it was, more difficult to spread the word, right? They couldn't just tweet about it or use messaging. And that's really cool to me to tap into that. And I think that's something that we often in our movement don't do enough of, is really looking at like, what are the assets that we're bringing? What are the, unique skills or talents or just like placements that we have that are strategically advantages for us for moving this goal forward and organizing working people, winning contracts, all of that. And yeah, I want to ask you a little bit about your new book that you're working on. But before that, let's talk about the histories themselves. How have those been recorded? How did you find out some of this information that you wrote about? Honestly, just more of a process question, but we're curious about the history available on this union.
Yeah, fortunately, there's a lot of great books out there. The Library of Congress actually recorded some interviews with Porters. There's a few great books, like Miles of Smiles is a book that has interviews of Porters. Rising from the Rails is another good book that has where the author went and interviewed a lot of these people. There's a book, I feel bad, I'm forgetting the name of it. I think it's called Pullman Porters and the Rise of Black Politics, which looks at how they were able to turn Black public opinion in Chicago. And it really goes into the weeds of how do you actually do this over time. So thankfully, there are a lot of great resources out there about the Porters. Again, there's a movie, not the best movie you'll ever see, but pretty good, 10,000 Black Men Named George. That's really the only depiction I know of on screen of the union fight. And I think you can find that on YouTube. But yeah, it's definitely a story that's worth looking into more, and it's pretty inspiring.
Thank you. Yeah, Adam and I are both history lovers and amateur historians. So we're a little nerdy about some of that process stuff. So thank you for sharing that. So you mentioned, the 1941 March on Washington, but you have also been working on a book about Bayard Rustin, who led the more famous March on Washington for jobs and freedom. I think it's that order. Can you talk a bit about him and that book and his role in the labor movement?
Yeah, definitely. And a little interesting story there, during the first March on Washington movement in 1941, Bayard Rustin worked on that campaign as a young activist. He had previously been active in the peace movement and civil rights movement. He worked on that as a younger person. And that kind of really, I think, changed his thinking to really see the importance of labor and class in the civil rights fight. He was actually mad at Randolph because the march was called off when they won the executive order. And Randolph decided, we got one of our major demands, we should call off. Randolph, Rustin, who was younger and I think a little bit more militant at the time, was actually angry that Randolph did that, but they eventually would mend fences. This really stood with Rustin. So the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom, which you mentioned, I think by now Rustin is getting more credit for being like the main organizer of that march, which is great. I do think some people still are missing how class and economics and unions were so fundamental to that march. Rustin drafted the first program and idea of the march. And first he just called it the March on Washington for Jobs. And it was Randolph who told him, come on, you got to say jobs and freedom. This has to be about civil rights also. But that was always very important to Rustin, was the importance of unions and the need for, after breaking down Jim Crow, with the Civil Rights Act of 64, the Voting Rights Act of 65, he felt like now the struggle needs to go to a new terrain, because now that we've gotten rid of Jim Crow, which of course doesn't mean that racism is over, but now that we've gotten rid of that legal barrier, the issues that are going to animate Black working people are issues like jobs, like healthcare, like housing, like education. He also was thinking about, for Black workers in the North, where you didn't have formal Jim Crow, the civil rights movement was always slightly disconnected from their needs. And he highlighted for Martin Luther King Jr., during some of these urban riots in the mid and late 60s, kind of drew the connection for him that many of these riots had a racial but also an economic motivation. Because again, the frustrations were being felt in the realm of jobs and substandard education and housing. So Rustin felt in the mid 60s, and along with Randolph, that they created the Freedom Budget for All Americans, which was, if you look at the program, it kind of looks like Bernie Sanders' program from 2016 or 2020. It's like free universal health care, raising the minimum wage, improving Social Security, full employment, a public works jobs program. So he felt this is the new stage the civil rights movement had to go, and we have to do this in coalition with labor. So all that being said, I am co-editing a book that's being published by Damage Magazine that has collected a lot of essays. Some of them have never been published before or are very rare, of essays by Rustin from the mid-60s onward. Because again, I think this is the period of his life that I think is actually even more important, but people think about a lot less, where he's dealing with these other economic questions. So, with each essay that we have from Rustin, we have someone, a contemporary, who has a commentary on them, dealing with everything from, immigration and Black workers to universal basic income to the anti-war movement to environmentalism. So it's a really fascinating look at the full body of Rustin's thought. It's called Rustin's Challenge. And again, you can get it through Damage Magazine. It should be actually printed and published very soon, like in the next week. If you sign up to pre-order, you're going to get a small discount.
Heck yeah.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Yeah, I know that was a lot of work, and really excited about that. That sounds super cool, and appreciate you letting us know about that. Paul, was there anything else you wanted to leave us with before we let you go today?
Maybe just, since it is Black History Month, I'm often frustrated by Black History Month because it's framed as a bunch of disconnected factoids. It's like, this person was the first to do this, and this it's just random trivia. And so, I hope with this article, what it helps to do is just frame how important labor has been to Black history. And it's been this connecting line. And part of what drew me to the Porters is just over time, the more I read and the more I was looking into civil rights and labor history, I was always seeing the Brotherhood of Sydney Car Porters being important to some fight, or being the people that funded something or whatever. So I think their history is like a through line throughout Black history. and the connection between civil rights and labor. So, hopefully there'll be a little bit more substantive Black history than just like who invented what on what date.
Absolutely. Yeah, I really, really appreciate that. Paul Prescott, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for taking the time, and thank you for your article. Look forward to the book coming out. Definitely keep us posted. Let us know when it comes out. We're excited.
All right. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, appreciate it. Have a good one. That was Paul Prescott. Again, the article on Jacobin Magazine is, let me get this title back up.
How One Black Labor Union Changed American History.
Yeah, really good stuff. And yeah, I had also, that's kind of how I found out about the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, was I just kept seeing them mentioned in a lot of other people's fights. And I'm like, wow, they're just like all over the place. They're really, networking. They are in coalition. So that's really what tipped me off about them and got me interested. So great article, great stuff from Paul as always.
You just saw a clip from the Valley Labor Report. We are live every Saturday morning from 9:30 a.m. till 12:30 p.m. And we pride ourselves on keeping all of our content free to everybody so that we can talk to as many working folks as possible. If you support the work that we're doing, you think that it's important, you think that it's good, then consider making a monthly contribution to the project, and you can do that on our website, tvlr.fm.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
So, folks, one of the things that we should talk about today is that there's a whole lot of awful stuff happening in the world right now. But there's also a couple good things that let us know that maybe in the future things might be able to get a little bit better. So we're going to start off with this clip of Donald Trump talking with Caitlin Collins in the White House reporter press pool. Let's just see how this goes, okay? She's about to ask him about the Epstein situation, and let's just see how he responds to that, shall we? Also, he's not looking too good, guys. His eyes look like they want to jump out of their sockets.
Mr. President. Something that people care about. Yeah, what did you say? Go ahead.
What would you say to the survivors who feel
you are the worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. You know, she's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile on your face. You know why? You know why you're not smiling? Because you know you're not telling the truth, and you're a very dishonest organization, and they should be ashamed of you. Okay, go ahead.
Sexual abuse. You mentioned health care, and the bill that was just passed does not include your health care.
He's being asked about the survivors of a man known as his best friend, who was one of the most prolific, notorious maybe would be a better word, child sex traffickers of the modern era. And in response to being asked about the victims of this man, he tells the reporter, "You're a young woman. You should smile more." And like, I know the thrust of this segment is not that Donald Trump's brain is soup, but like, this is soup brain, you know? Like, he's not even capable of doing his own damage control at this point. Like, he's fucking psychotic. Like, you're being asked about sex trafficking victims, and your response is to call the person asking you a young girl and tell her that she needs to smile more. It's one of the most tone deaf and like grotesque things I've seen in a long time. Okay? It's crazy. Like, aside from the fact of how utterly repulsive it is to respond to someone asking about the victims of sex trafficking in this way, it is just shocking. Anyway, here is JD Vance being asked about this very moment between Caitlin Collins and Donald Trump. Because JD Vance went on the Megyn Kelly show, and, well, here's how he responded.
I mean, like, there was a moment in the Oval Office, I wasn't even in there, but, you know, I was in the West Wing, and somebody sent me where he was talking to Caitlin Collins, who's the CNN anchor. And I have, like, a decent relationship with Caitlin Collins, which is unusual given that she's from CNN. But the president, she's asking a question. The president says, "Why don't you ever smile?"
Yeah.
And it's actually, like, so perceptive. Even if you're asking a tough question, even if you take your job very seriously, like, why does it always have to be so antagonistic?
Well, I laughed because I saw online everybody was calling him sexist for saying that. And I literally said the same thing about Caitlin Collins a year ago on my show. She never smiles. Every once in a while, you have to smile. Roger Ailes used to tell us that. Every once in a while, you get remember to smile, show the viewers that you have a heart.
Have some fun.
There are so many things wrong with this less than a minute long clip. So, number one, JD Vance clearly got sent this clip so that he could go and do damage control, right? And he's just like, yeah, I mean, like, it's so perceptive. Like, just have some fun while doing your job. Haha, it definitely wasn't about her being a woman. And, you know, Megyn Kelly has the memo here, and she says, what does she say here?
Like, why does it always have to be so antagonistic?
Well, I laughed because I saw online everybody was calling him sexist for saying that.
Yeah, everyone's calling him sexist for saying that. What do you mean? Why would anyone call the man who said, what did he say about Megyn Kelly exactly? Trump quote, Megyn Kelly. Let's just, can we take a look back at Donald Trump's comments here? Let's just go down good old memory trail here. Let's see. Okay, during Thursday's presidential debate, Kelly pressed Trump about misogynistic, sexist comments he's made in the past, such as calling some women fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. And Trump said, "You could see there was blood coming out of her eyes. Blood coming out of her whatever." You know, the guy who is accusing the woman asking him questions of having of being on her period in like the grossest possible way ever. And yeah, but Megyn Kelly, how could someone like that possibly make a sexist comment? It's just, it really goes to show how full of shit all of these people are. But it gets even worse here, right? Because Megyn Kelly then goes on.
I literally said the same thing about Caitlin Collins a year ago on my show. She never smiles. Every once in a while, you have to smile. Roger Ailes used to tell us that.
Yeah, Roger Ailes used to tell us that. Roger Ailes? The man who has an entire section of his Wikipedia dedicated to allegations of sexual harassment? Oh, wow. In a book published in 2014, Gabriel Sherman alleged that in the 1980s, Ailes offered a television producer a raise if she would sleep with him. Okay, in 2016, former Fox News anchor Gretchen Carlson filed a sexual harassment lawsuit against Ailes. Carlson's allegations were the impetus for more than a dozen female employees at 21st Century Fox to step forward regarding their own experiences with Ailes' behavior. Carlson alleged she'd been fired for rebuffing Ailes' advances. But, I mean, clearly, Megyn Kelly, Roger Ailes would have been a paragon of non-misogynistic behavior, telling women to smile more. It's gross on so many levels, because also, let's just return back to JD Vance again for a moment. And I want to remind you all, Caitlin Collins was asking a question about the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. JD Vance's response is, hey, smile more because you need to let people know you're having fun. Why on earth, when asking about people who were sexually taken advantage of as children, would you... Why on earth would you be smiling to show that it's not that it's a fun situation you're in? Why would you do that? And like, this is what keeps getting me, right? Like, these people are like inhuman monsters. And like, the worldview they put out, even to defend themselves, where they're the good guys, they're inhuman monsters. And like, I just want to remind folks that all of this is true because guess what? There is a possibility that in the future a better world is possible where these people do not have the ability to ruin all of our lives, right? Specifically, a world where, you know, the Olympic Committee has to beg the folks coming to the Olympics not to boo J.D. Vance. And, you know, the better world exists where, you know, the people who go to the Olympics boo J.D. Vance. And guess what? We are starting to live in that better world right now. Here's a clip.
In an individual sport, what an honor for her.
There is the Vice President, J.D. Vance, and his wife, Usha. Ooh, those are not, those are a lot of boos for him. Whistling, jeering, some applause.
Yeah. So he got booed. He got booed at the Olympics. Yep. And you know, it's just a reminder that there's some justice in the world. But you know, justice is so foreign, or even like the semblance of judgment based on the horrific decisions these people make on a daily basis are so foreign to those in power that they genuinely cannot grasp how someone would even dislike them.
They're doing a great job.
Did you see that the Vice President got booed during the opening ceremony, though? What do you make of that sort of frosty... The Vice President got booed during the opening ceremony. What do you make of that frosty...
No, I didn't see that. Is that true? Is that right?
Yeah.
It's surprising because people like him. Well, I mean, he is in a foreign country, you know, in all fairness, but he doesn't get booed in this country.
Is there a particular sport?
They're doing it.
One, he absolutely does get booed in this country, and two, like, you know, and just in case you've forgotten that this man does in fact get booed and mocked in this country, just a little reminder for y'all. One of my all-time favorite clips of anything ever. Here's JD Vance on his way to Shake Shack.
Oh look, it's Couch Fucker. You gonna fuck a couch, buddy?
Right here. Do not go past the couch.
This is Vice President David Go fuck the couch! Go fuck the couch, JD Vance! Go fuck the couch!
Yeah, no one would ever boo JD Vance. No one would ever make fun of my cherub-faced child. No, sir. But Trump just doesn't get it. You know? Trump just doesn't even get it. And I also want to say that there is some semblance of justice in the world. It might not be on our timeline, and it might not be in the way we would like it or to the degree we'd like it, but you know, it is nice to be reminded sometimes that bad guys are in fact bad and will reap some, you know, consequences from being just the worst motherfuckers. You know? It's nice to know that, for example, folks in Las Vegas will see this pint-sized little would-be Himmler and say, no, we don't want you in our bar, get the fuck out, and throw him out of their bar. It is nice that Greg Bovino can't, like, just go have a drink in peace Days after being removed from his post in Minneapolis, Bovino headed to Sin City, where he was spotted drinking wine at the multi-level Bottled Blonde sports bar on the Las Vegas Strip. A representative from the establishment told the Daily Beast that the 55-year-old officer is no longer welcome there. Upon becoming aware of the individual's presence, the patron was asked to leave the premises and was escorted out by staff in accordance with venue policy to maintain a safe and orderly environment for all patrons. So, I just, it's nice to know that maybe bad guys get some degree of comeuppance, even if it is minor. Of course, we should be demanding more accountability from every single one of these folks, right? And I want to also just share this with you guys. Y'all remember a few weeks ago a white nationalist, just deranged white nationalist came to town, made a big deal about how there was going to be a white nationalist rally down the center of Minneapolis streets. And him and like 10 other losers showed up and just got absolutely mogged by the crowd of counter protesters. And here he is continuing to try to be a little shit in my city.
President Trump, we support you. We support ICE. Our country was made for Americans, not for Somalis. Pro-ICE, baby! America first, America only! We'll see you here, February 7th, Saturday, 12 noon, outside the Minnesota State Capitol.
So this guy, Jack Lang, right? He came to Minnesota, tried to stir some trouble up, and instead got his shit rocked. And he's still around trying to cause trouble. And so he went to the state capitol where there was an art installation made out of ice, carved into in the letters of prosecute ICE, and kicked it down, right? Now, something really important you should know is that sculpture was legally permitted to be displayed on state property, meaning that effectively he just vandalized state property, which and destroyed state property, which actually comes with a felony charge. And here filed in district court earlier today. Around 2:30 p.m. on February 5th, troopers at the Minnesota State Capitol in St. Paul, Ramsey County, were alerted to a criminal damage of property incident that occurred on Capitol property. An art installation made of large blocks of ice that read Prosecute ICE was on permitted display on the Capitol grounds between 6:30 a.m. and 11 p.m. on February 5th, 2026. The Common Defense Organization had paid $6,250 to a local artist to create the ice sculpture. The group had paid an additional $600 to have the ice sculpture removed after its permitted placement time lapsed. A man dressed in camouflage, later identified as Edward Jacob Lang, vandalized an ice sculpture. Lang kicked over and destroyed the letters S-E-C-U-T-E, so the sculpture read Pro-Ice. Lang got into a Ram pickup and left the area. Troopers stopped the Ram and identified Lang as the man who had damaged the sculpture. Lang identified himself with his Florida license. Lang said he was on the Capitol grounds exercising his First Amendment right to artistic expression. When asked if he had damaged an ice sculpture, Lang said the sculpture was made of ice and could not sustain its structure. Lang said he recorded the incident and posted it to his social media account. Troopers determined that Lang's criminal damage exceeded the felony threshold, and they arrested Lang. Lang was placed in a squad and asked a cohort to take a photo of him. The trooper advised Capitol Security Dispatch to save the video of the incident, and Lang replied that he had great video of the incident. Lang asked to be placed in protective custody at the jail. Oh God. So this guy, Jake is rumored to be a Mossad plant. Do you have dirt? My take on Jake Lang is that he's not a Mossad plant. He's a dipshit who's trying to grift. Like, that's my read on him. My read is he came here so that he could make provocative content that would attract the MAGA hogs. And then have like some kind of GoFundMe that would allow him to make, $100,000 like that lady who said the N-word, And so like that's why he's so desperate to like be like, yes, I have great video of the incident. Like he's trying to he's trying to grift, and he's not very successful at it, and it's very funny to see. Oh, in Minnesota, it's a first-degree criminal charge. First-degree criminal damage to property is a felony punishable by up to 5 years in prison and or a $10,000 fine. It applies when intentional non-consensual damage exceeds $1,000. So, yeah, he screwed up a little bit here, and remains to be seen exactly how favorably a Minnesota judge will look on him, a man who came here as a white nationalist agitator who then openly and brazenly destroyed public property in an effort to gain social media clout. We'll see how a judge here looks on that. But also, when he's arrested, he has to be asked to be placed in protective custody because he's a white nationalist, and he will get his ass beat in the jail if he's not in protective custody. Like, people here hate this guy. He's the worst. And like, I don't think any of his defenses of artistic expression are really going to hold up in court. Let's see. Lang declined a custodial statement, but he asked to convey a message to the prosecuting attorney. I was creating art. I was exercising my First Amendment right to artistic expression. Lang again said what he did would be posted on social media. Complainant notes that the First Amendment does indeed protect artistic expression, the creation and display of an ice sculpture, for example. The First Amendment does not, however, provide protection against damaging someone else's property. Oh God. I just this guy has really screwed up. So I hope it was worth it for him. Anyway, I just like knowing that a lot of bad people are slowly starting to realize the entire world hates them. When they exist in their little hateful bubbles, they are not, in fact, beloved by all the world. They are, in fact, hated by almost every single person. These wretched, bigoted pieces of filth and scum are reviled, And they can operate within their own little circles where, the bigotry is normalized. But by and large, people hate Jake Lang. People hate Greg Bovino. People hate JD Vance. These people, these avatars of the hatefulness of this administration are just absolutely reviled. And that is going to come with consequences that will last long after the present moment has passed. Like, I don't think necessarily these people stop and consider or get introspective about what they're doing, or if they do, it's all delusion, right? Like Jake Lang, I'm sure, sits back and thinks about like the possibility of like, oh yes, we'll create the white nationalist utopia, you see, and everything will be perfect. And like, I'm sure JD Vance is just like, and then I'll be president and everything will be right. I'll do it all my way, not Trump's way. But like, it's just not going to play out that way. There's no world in which they get what they want and live like a peaceful, happy life. There's no world in which Greg Bovino is just like a normal dude who exists in a community that doesn't hate him. And like these people all are all just pants shittingly awful. I mean, like, Jake Lang is just reviled. Here he is when he tried to do his white nationalist march and only like 3 dudes showed up. Literally, the amount of camera people and the amount of counter protests just dwarfs. It's the same dipshit. Yeah, it's the same guy. The same guy who got egged and then ran home and jumped into an Uber. He had to have, I'm sure was very embarrassing for him after he got egged and pissed himself. He was escorted out of the crowd by a Somali man who got him into his Uber and told him, get the fuck out of here. And like, it turned out his Uber was driven by these two ladies in the front seat who didn't know who he was, and a couple blocks later realized who he was and kicked him out of the car. Like, God, it's so fucking funny. Like, dude really thought, oh, I'll just show up as a Nazi and like it'll be fine. It'll be super cool. Everyone will love this. One of the ladies was trans. Bless. I appreciate the representation of my people. Anyway, I just think good things are possible, you know? I think good things are possible. So, folks, we gotta talk about ICE. I know. We've been talking about ICE so much. But real quick, we're gonna talk about ICE, but real quick, I just want to say to the New York Times, stop it. You know what you're doing. Stop it. Stop it. The rolled up newspaper upon all of you. The GOP senator who can't stop thinking about the boy ICE detained. Katie Britt is uniquely positioned to reason with the Trump administration when she chooses to speak up. Like, I'm sorry. Stop doing this. Like, the idea that these Republicans who have voted time and time and time again to fund this monstrosity that is being unleashed upon the entire country, to fund and arm and mask these men who terrorize every law-abiding citizen and every documented or undocumented immigrant in this country. The idea that you are like carrying water for this woman and trying to humanize her, she's a monster. She's a monster. Does she feel bad that the things she voted for have directly put a little boy into a detention camp, into a goddamn concentration camp? Good. She should feel bad about it. But you know what? And the thing that gets me about this every goddamn time, okay? She feels bad about it because there was a picture of Liam Ramos. She feels bad because there was a picture of this cute little boy in his blue bunny hat. And it haunts her. There are thousands of children like Liam Ramos held in ICE detention right now. Right now. And, you know, like, frankly, it is a colossal failure for the entire Democratic Party that this has been allowed to continue. This was begun under George W. Bush, but the crime here is also that Obama continued it, and Biden continued it, and every Democrat in office right now did nothing about it, while thousands of children were kept in detention camps. And now, the woman who voted to supercharge the entire operation with $100 billion to ICE is suddenly feeling a little bad because she saw a picture of a cute kid in a blue bunny hat. Well, guess what? There are thousands of cute kids who have parents who love them, who have parents who care about them just as much as Liam Ramos did. But they're not getting out of detention. They're still having their lives ripped apart. Her son had been at the orthodontist for 45 minutes when Katie Britt saw the picture of the boy in the bunny hat. Waiting in her car for her son's appointment to finish, the Republican senator from Alabama could not look away from the photo on her phone that had just gone viral. The agent's hands on the man's Spider-Man backpack, the icy black vehicle, the flash of terror in those 5-year-old eyes. Can you look into this? Miss Britt texted her team from a Montgomery parking lot on a Thursday morning in late January, afraid to believe that this could happen in America. She voted for this. She funded this with billions of dollars. She voted to empower a man who ran on mass deportations now. You didn't think any 5-year-olds would be seized by men with guns? And I'm sorry, you have two options here. You either believe that Katie Britt is the biggest moron to ever exist in the United States, or you have to believe that this is all a complete and total lie. She knew exactly what she was doing when she voted for this. Do not, under any circumstance, allow stuff like this to pass by as if these people are human beings with hearts like you and I. I'm sorry, Katie Britt is complicit with Liam Ramos and his family being detained. Katie Britt is complicit with all of this. And frankly, far too many Democrats are complicit with it as well. You cannot allow them to wash their hands of this when they are so covered in blood. And I do mean that literally, by the way, because, again, the horrific things that ICE is doing are literally covering their hands in blood. This is a piece that went up today. Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bavino praised agent after shooting Marimar Martinez in Chicago, evidence shows. Now, for those of you who maybe don't know who Marimar Martinez is, she's the woman who was shot 5 times by ICE. And it turns out a bunch of evidence from that trial is now being made public. I gotta be honest with you guys, it's infuriating. It's infuriating, but like the argument here is that, you know, that the government tries to make, that the feds try to make, is like, oh, well, this was obviously just a woeful misunderstanding. And, you know, in the confusion of the scene, you know, we had to shoot her 5 times in the back as she was fleeing. We had to. She scared us. I'm just going to read this here. It's time to get aggressive and get the fuck out of here, one agent says on a body cam video as horns blare on Kedzie Avenue in Brighton Park, where Martinez had been following the agents through the neighborhood. Seconds later, the driver, Border Patrol agent Charles Exum, appears to jerk the steering wheel to the left in the direction of Martinez's vehicle alongside them. Be advised, we have been struck, one of the agents in the vehicle yells to a dispatcher. Exum then gets out of the vehicle and moves off camera, and 5 rapid succession gunshots are heard. So in case you aren't picking up what's happening here, they deliberately rammed her vehicle and then lied on the dispatch about them being struck in order to justify this man getting out of his car and attempting to murder this woman. That's what happened here. A fucking attempted murder. Exum afterwards exchanged a series of texts with his wife as well as a group of fellow agents under the name Posse. In one of them, someone Exum identified as the guy from Vermont wrote, "Good job, brother. Glad you're unharmed and get to live to tell the story. You're a legend among agents. You better fucking know that. Beers on me when I see you at training." And, hey, wow, we actually have images of that text messages on the phone. She's alive. She is alive. These ICE agents rammed her car to create a pretense to shoot her several times in the back. And then they all clapped each other's back like goddamn seals. There's no reforming this. There's no reforming this. Don't let conservatives tell you, oh, they feel bad and that feel like that is at all sufficient. You're a legend among agents. You better fucking know that. Martinez's lawyer, Christopher Parente, said the evidence shows the Department of Homeland Security's attempts to smear his client were absurd. Quote, you can't call a U.S. citizen with no criminal history who's a Montessori school teacher a domestic terrorist, which is such a loaded word in this country. She literally taught preschoolers. She's a preschool teacher. They were all clapping and congratulating themselves for attempting to murder a preschool teacher. Oh, to be clear, that wasn't Greg Bavino who sent that text message calling the agent a goddamn legend, a fucking legend among agents. That wasn't Greg Bavino. It's so fucking gross. However, Greg Bavino did send out an email that read, "Good afternoon. I would like to extend an offer to you to extend your retirement beyond age 57. In light of your excellent service in Chicago, you have much left to do. There's no reforming this. The only path forward is abolishing ICE and abolishing DHS. But it gets worse, folks. It gets worse. Because these guys are just operating completely outside the bounds of any kind of law, any kind of order, any kind of reasonability. This is not law. This is not order. This is a paramilitary group trying to occupy the entirety of the United States. And they are going to be trying their damnedest to occupy every single city in America if they can get away with it. Which is why y'all need to get organized. Y'all need to get organized. Because they're pulling this shit everywhere. Here's in Minnesota from just earlier today. After arrest, teen refugee held overnight in hotel room by ICE agents. And I am just going to say right off the bat, this story does sound like it would involve some kind of sexual abuse. I will tell you that that did not happen in this case. Thank God. Thank God. But there's genuinely nothing that would have stopped that from happening in this case. There's no defense. There's nothing. These people are lawless. Okay? Completely and utterly lawless. A girl living in central Minnesota alleges that immigration authorities separated her from her family and detained her overnight in a hotel where she was forced to share a room with federal agents. She entered the United States legally as a refugee. And by the way, she is in the United States legally right now. The teen revealed in a filing she lives in St. Cloud and is a junior in high school. The girl writes that on January 13th, she was driving her father's car to school when at least 2 immigration and customs enforcement vehicles pulled her over and 4 to 5 ICE agents got out and approached her. The teen told them she's a minor and offered proof by handing them her driver's license. She said the agents handcuffed her in the street, forced her to abandon her father's vehicle, which he relies on as a rideshare driver. The teen writes that ICE agents had said they planned to take her to Texas or Illinois, but they soon learned that a judge had ordered she not be moved outside of Minnesota. At the Whipple building, and just as an FYI, because some of you might not be aware, St. Cloud is about an hour north of Minneapolis. So this occurred about an hour away. They drove her down to Minneapolis to the Whipple building. So they basically abducted her on her way to school and took her an hour away from like her community. She's a teenage girl all by herself. At the Whipple building near Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport, one agent told the teen to call her family and ask them to pick her up. But the agent said that if they came, ICE would send the entire family to Texas. The girl writes, "My family decided not to come pick me up as a result of this threat. ICE decided to take me to a hotel." It's really fucked up. I cannot emphasize enough how fucking terrifying it is. She was pulled over by 2 cars full of masked ICE agents who abducted her, drove her to the federal building while threatening to deport her and deport her family. And then her family was terrified by the threats into not coming to pick her up. And so she was then taken again by these masked fuckwads to the place that they stay. And then they put her in a room with several ICE agents. The family is not accused of any wrongdoing. Their attorney, Michelle Drake, said in a phone interview with NPR News on Monday, ICE weaponized the family's love for their daughter. The teen spent the night of January the 13th at the hotel with 2 agents. Both agents were female, which, again, not sufficient to protect from wrongdoing, just as a heads up. I know people might not realize it. The girl writes she had her own bed, but not her own room. She does not allege that the agents sexually or physically abused her. And they returned her to the Whipple Federal Building the next day, where her family's lawyer was able to pick her up. And now she's too afraid to leave the house because of ICE. It's why a lot of people in Minnesota aren't leaving their houses anymore. It's so fucking awful. I mean, guys, There's also the ACLU in Idaho. Okay, it's not just one place. It's coming for everyone. You got to get organized. All right. The ACLU in Idaho is filing a lawsuit related to an event that took place, well, not that long ago.
When I was in Iraq, if I had done this with an insurgent's kid in 2004, I would still be in Leavenworth to this day. This is a literal war crime.
Yes. Folks might not have heard about this, but last year, in October, in Idaho, there was a large detention effort, right? Where around 200 agents from ICE, but also including state and local law enforcement, raided a racetrack and detained around 400 spectators at the racetrack. And what happened after that is just horrific. This is what the ACLU is alleging in their suit. After this violent arrival, law enforcement rounded up the entire crowd, again, 400 people, zip-tied most of the adults and many teenagers, and ordered everyone onto the track. Law enforcement then detained the crowd of hundreds for 4 hours without food, refusing to let mothers feed their hungry, crying babies. They lined up the crowd, sorting them into groups partly based on perceived immigration status, while wrongly presuming light-skinned individuals to be citizens and dark-skinned individuals to be undocumented. Law enforcement used racial epithets for Latinos, and in denying some Latino detainees water, they said, "That's what you get for being here." Sounds like some concentration camp shit. We haven't even gotten to that yet. But what we're getting towards here is some really, really fucked up shit. There is an expanding effort to bring this everywhere. It is not going to be confined to any one area of the country. The Republican Party, Donald Trump, MAGA, they want to spend $100 billion to bring this everywhere and to massively expand this effort. This is the main thing that they are doing right now. They took over $1 trillion from Medicaid, closed hundreds of rural hospitals in order to fund both one of the largest tax breaks ever given to billionaires, one of the largest secret police forces in the world, in the form of ICE. And meanwhile, what are our Democrats doing? What are Democrats in Congress doing? A complete non-starter. Administration allies say judicial warrants are a red line for White House and DHS funding talks as shutdown looms. So just to be clear, this paramilitary secret police force that is being formed by Donald Trump had a secret memo leaked about a month ago that revealed that they have been given legal guidance by the Trump administration in secret in order to say that they do not need a judicial warrant in order to break into your home, which is a direct violation of your constitutional rights, by the way. A pretty core component of the Constitution revolves around protecting citizens from unreasonable search and seizure, which includes breaking into people's homes, actually. Yeah, essentially they're saying they have the right to give themselves the right to break into your house for any reason that they deem necessary. What is pissing me off is the fact that all this crap is illegal and unconstitutional. Exactly. And like there are lawyers and judges fighting the good fight. They do exist, I promise you. Okay? So fuck the Constitution. Basically, yes. There is a secret memo from the Trump administration basically saying you have the right to violate the Constitution. And that's why I'm so frustrated by this, right? Because one of the main things that Democrats are trying to advocate for, thanks to Chuck Schumer, is not abolishing ICE. It's not abolishing DHS. It is not, hey, we're going to claw back $75 billion that we gave you so that we can fund rural health care. It's not any of that. Instead, it's, hey, we're going to pass an additional law that says you have to have a judicial warrant. And I just, like, my soul is screaming because you are already required to have a judicial warrant by the highest law that exists in the United States, which is the United States Constitution. You cannot violate that. And if you are, you are in breach of the law. It is so infuriating. So infuriating. It is already the highest law in the country. That's treason, isn't it? I mean, I consider the entirety of Donald Trump's cabinet to be treasonous to the very concept of a democratic republic and the foundational documents of our country. But, you know, I guess we'll have to catch up to that idea after the midterms if we're able to get both the House and the Senate. The redundancy is BS. It really fucking is. And the weakness of Democrats right now is just astounding. Astounding. I've rarely been so angry in my life. Here, let's just take a look. Like, Chuck Schumer has been like, Democrats are still waiting on Republicans to come to the table and negotiate common sense reforms to rein in ICE and bring an end to the violence. We must end roving patrols. We must have a code of conduct. We must end secret police. Oh, well, a code of conduct. Well, surely a code of conduct will stop them from violating the Constitution. Surely a code of conduct would stop them from breaking the law. End the agency. End the agency. If you can only get some reforms passed right now, by all means get them, but you should be calling for the entire agency to be ended. Full stop. These people should not have jobs doing this. You know, like these are not actionable. Like, they already have a code of conduct. They don't follow it. They already have orders to not roving patrol. They're supposed to do targeted enforcement. They are not supposed to be operating as secret police, yet they do. Is he in denial? No! He's just a terrible politician. And frankly, it's gone beyond that. He's a collaborator, effectively. A lot of the same people who back Chuck Schumer back a lot of goddamn Republicans. And it's just increasingly obvious to me that the reason Chuck Schumer doesn't take stronger stances is because he wants to put himself up for sale to the highest bidder, to whatever lobbyist is going to put enough money in his pockets. He wants to sell that ideological real estate. That's it. I mean, like, this is the video he puts out about it on social media.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer of New York. Senator, thank you so much for being with us. Masked agents are gunning down Americans in the streets. What are your demands going to be?
House Democrats, Senate Democrats, we're united from one end of our party to the other, and we put together some simple, common sense proposals. They have three basic objectives. One is to end these roving patrols. And there shouldn't be racial profiling when they pick people up. And they can't take an American citizen and lock them up without a warrant, without due process. The second area we're talking about is accountability and enforcement. We need real training for these people. And finally, and maybe most important, no secret police. These people go around with masks. It makes them more brutal. They're never accountable. No one even knows who they are. There should be no masks. There should be cameras. Everyone should have cameras, and there should be rules on how they use them.
No secret police. No
Correct.
secret police. I can't even believe we're saying that in America. It's so un-American. Senate Minority.
Like, I don't know, like 8 agents held the guy down and shot him 10 times in the back. You know, several blocks away from where I live. A mom who dropped her kids off at school got shot in the face by these fucking, like, dickwads. The problem isn't cameras. People with cameras are everywhere right now. Masks are a problem, for sure. They are constitutionally bound to have judicial warrants. I will say that I do think that longer training would be a good thing to add. Not because I think that more training would actually solve any of their conduct problems, but because I think more training would slow down the rollout of more of these guys. And I think the name of the game right now is slowing them down by any means possible until we are able to abolish the agency. That's I guess that's where I am with, like, the more training type of thing. Like, Yeah. They should get I don't know, like 6 months of training. Yeah, 6 months. Like, slow them down by any means you can. Slow down this rollout of all these absolutely horrible, horrible people who have signed up. You look like if a man and a woman had a child. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm sure you do too. I know this is tangential, but I know there are so many shitlibs who think the problem with ICE is they're breaking the law rather than the immorality and inhumanity of what they're doing. Yeah, I mean, it is both, right? Like, the lawlessness is a huge problem because it indicates that they're willing to do anything and everything to you, you know, unconstrained by the law. But, like, I'm so fucking angry, like, every damn day. I need you guys to listen to this, all right? I need you guys to listen to this because this is a big story internationally right now. There is an Irish citizen currently being held in ICE detention who's been there since last September, who was here legally to work in the United States and has just been held indefinitely for no clear reason. He was able to call in and speak to the press. And here's what he said.
The best way I could describe it is probably like a modern day concentration camp. It's a bunch of temporary tents. There's probably room for 1,000 detainees in each tent. I believe there's like 5 tents. I've been locked in the same room now for 4.5 months. I've had barely any outside time, no fresh air, no sunshine. I could probably count on both hands the amount of times I've been outside. So just locked in this room all day, every day. We've got 2 TVs on the wall. We get 3 meals a day, very, very small meals, kid-sized meals. So everybody's hungry, everybody's tired. We've got no commissary. We've got no options to get extra food or anything like that. And the conditions here are filthy. The toilets, the showers, completely nasty, very rarely cleaned. I'm in fear for my life down here, honestly, because people have been killed by the staff here, by the security staff, and you just don't know what's going to happen on a day-to-day basis. You don't know if there's going to be riots. You don't know if there's going to be. You don't know what's going to happen. It's a nightmare down here.
I mean, is there competition for food given how little you're each getting?
Oh, absolutely, there is. Yeah. And there's a little bit of the discrimination, I guess, against English speakers here. The Spanish speakers definitely get a preference when it comes to the extra food, if there's any extra food left over, because all the staff are kind of Hispanic and, they kind of stick with their own when it comes to that kind of stuff, so we'd be extremely lucky to get anything extra, The best way I could describe it is probably...
I'm sure they're killing people. They are. Like, how many people have died in detention this year? 32 people died in ICE detainment last year. How many in 2026? 8 people have died in ICE detention just this year alone. Just this year alone. I'm gonna share this with you because this broke my heart, and it also gave me an idea of something actionable you could do if you have time, if you have the ability. I'm going to read you guys and show you guys letters from children in the Dilley concentration camp down in Texas. ProPublica was able to get their hands on a large number of letters handwritten by children. I'm probably gonna be destroyed by this, so. Hello, my name is Suzesh F, and I'm 9 years old. Or Suse. I'm from Venezuela. I've been 50 days in Dilley Immigration Processing Center, and I want to go to my country, but I miss my school and my friends. I feel bad since when I came here to this place, because I've been here too long. I have been 2 years and 6 months in United States, and I was happy with my friends in the school, but now I need to leave. I miss my family and my country, so now I want to go to Venezuela, but my mom do not want to leave because she wants a better future for me. Seeing people like me, immigrants, are been treated changes my perspective about the US. My mom and I came to the US looking for a good and safe place to live, and my mom was looking for a good job. Hello, my name is Ariana VV. I'm 14 years old, and I'm from Honduras. I've been detained for 45 days, and I've never felt so much fear to go to a place as I feel here every time I remind myself that once I go back to Honduras, a lot of dangerous things could happen to my mom and my younger siblings. Haven't been able to see their mom in more than a month. They are very young, and you need both your parents when you're growing up. Since I get to this center, all you will feel is sadness and mostly depression. When people have their courts, the longest they will last is 15 minutes. Our rights are not being provided. Most are happening when people don't even have any type of order. Arrests are happening illegally. It's sad to hear that people's cases are being denied and are getting sent back to their country, places where they're escaping from and being locked and are looking for protection and want to feel safe. She's describing asylum seekers who are trying to get to safety. Not a lot of people know what is happening in the centers where immigrants are placed at. I haven't been getting any school time. Every single person in here and their jobs they had, their lives, they aren't any danger for this country. I've been in this country for almost 7 years, and those 7 years my mom and I found a home and made a bigger family. I've never been separated from my siblings, and it's honestly sad because they are little and they need their mom and sister. Yeah, they are with their dad, but it's still different for them and my mom and I. Since the day my mom and I got detained in Manhattan, New York, my life was instantly paused. From my knowledge, you can't be under custody for more than 15 or 20 days. Well, here in Dilley Immigration Processing Center, people have been in this place for 7 months, 5 months, 4 to 2 months. It's not fair that the ICE officers are not following the laws. All kids are being made mentally or being damaged mentally. They witness how they've been treated. They don't have schools, doctors. All they use are nurses. If you need medical attention, the longest you have to wait is 3 hours. But to get any medicine, pill, anything, it takes a while. There are various viruses. People are always sick. Serious situations happen, and the officers can't take them serious enough. There are no consequences. They don't care. I want to point out a couple of things. One, some of these children are here legally. They were granted asylum, or in the process of being granted asylum. Both of those things mean that they are here legally. The second thing I want to point out before I continue reading these letters from children is that the type of civil infraction for entering the United States illegally or without documentation the wrong way is on par with a parking ticket. For the equivalent of a parking ticket, we are sending children to concentration camps. It's just not right. It's just not fucking right. And if you think you shouldn't be sent to a concentration camp for a parking ticket, you shouldn't think that you can send children to a concentration camp for a parking ticket. Really? This one is just titled Mi Familia, and it's by a 5-year-old named Luisani Tolosa from Venezuela. She's 5 years old, but she didn't get any kind of picture of her detention, her arrest. I'm gonna read the translation for this one. Hello, I'm Ender and I'm 12 years old. I've been at this center for 2 months. I arrived here for an immigration appointment and I don't think they should grab immigrants who are innocent Like, instead of grabbing criminals, because I mean, they prefer to lock up children than look for people who really shouldn't be in the US. They told me I could be here only 21 days, but I've already spent more than 60 days waking up and eating the same repetitive meals, going outside, and that the majority going to wait for bad answers from judges, hearing the bad news from people who no longer have hope, having to share a room with a minimum of 3 families, all that so that they can send us back to our countries. My mama, my sister, and me. I am Maria Antonia Guerra Montoya. I have been 113 days in detention. I miss my friends, and I feel like they are going to forget me. I am bored here. I already miss my country and my house. I came on vacation for 10 days, and they took me into an ICE office and interrogated me 2 hours without my mom. I was traveling with flight attendant because my mom lives in New York. They only wanted to arrest my mom because my mom didn't have documents to live in the United States. I always traveled with my tourist visa, but ICE used me to catch my mom, and now I'm in jail, and I'm sad, and I've fainted 2 times here inside. When I arrived, every night I cried, and now I don't sleep well. I felt that being here was my fault, and I only wanted to be on vacation like a normal family. They don't give me my diet. I'm vegetarian. I don't eat well. There's no good education, and I miss my best friend, Julieta, and my grandmother, and my school. I already want to get to my house, and this is me and Dilly. I'm not happy. Please get me out of here to Colombia. Hello, my name is Mia Valentina Paz Faria. I am from Venezuela. Been living in the United States for 3 years. I am 7 years old. I've been here for 70 days in this place. I don't want to be in this place. I want to go to my school. I miss my grandparents. I miss my friends. I don't like the food here. I miss my school. I don't like being here. I'm bored here. I don't feel so good in this place. I already want to leave this place. I miss my uncles. I hope to leave soon. I'm going to ask you guys to do something. And what I'm going to ask you guys to do is to, 1, share around this link, which is a link to ProPublica's reporting on this and their ability to gather these stories from children. Share that around as much as possible. And the other thing I'm going to ask you guys to do is to print off those letters, if you have the ability to, of course. Print off the letters from those children and mail them to your elected representatives and officials. Weekend bingo. If you're not here to stop the horrible abuses of children, if you're not here to get on board with that plan, you need to fucking leave. Like, if you want to be like Biden started it, I don't give a fuck. We need to end it. It's our job. Do we write something along with the notes? On some of the ones that are written in Spanish, the ProPublica piece has translations. And are all the letters in that link? As far as I know, yes. You know, send physical letters to your elected representatives and include a message from yourself telling them they got to do something about this. There is no reforming this. There is no world where this is salvageable. There's nothing that they are doing. Yeah, you could even fax the letters to your elected representatives. There's an idea. But these letters should haunt every single member of Congress. They should haunt every Republican. They should haunt every Democrat until this entire vile system is torn down. Translating the English ones to Spanish as well when we share them is also important. True. These concentration camps are vile. And I just gotta say, our biggest ally right now is each other. Tempted to hand out copies of these letters in the streets. Honestly, like, that's also a great idea. Go and like put them up around town. Put them up on the local telephone poles and such. Everyone should have to look at these letters and the reality of what our nation has wrought every damn day. And the thing is, We are winning. I know it doesn't feel like it right now, but we have to win. We have to do whatever we can, wherever we are, to end this. And you know, it means a lot when I see someone in the Olympics speak up about what's happening here in the United States. Here is a resident of St. Paul, one of the oldest Olympians competing this year, making a statement.
I'd like to say I'm proud to be here to represent Team USA and to represent our country. But we'd be remiss if we didn't at least mention what's going on in Minnesota and what a tough time it's been for everybody. This stuff is happening right around where we live. And I am a lawyer, as you know, and we do we have a constitution, and it allows us to freedom of the press and freedom of speech, protects us from unreasonable searches and seizures. And
I got shadow banned 3 times.
Well, number 1, you're not shadow banned. Number 2, make sure you're on live chat. And number 3, if YouTube is doing shit like that, I have no control over it. So make sure you're on live chat, not top chat.
Makes it that we have to, you know, have probable cause to be pulled over. And what's happening in Minnesota is wrong. There's no shades of gray. It's clear. And I really love what's been happening there now, with people coming out, showing the love, the compassion, integrity, and respect for others that they don't know, and helping them out. And we love Minnesota for that. I want to make it clear that we are out here. We love our country. We're playing for the U.S. We're playing for Team USA. And we're playing for each other. And we're playing for our family and our friends that sacrificed so much to get here today. And that doesn't change anything, because what the Olympics means is excellence, respect, friendship. And we all, I think, exemplify that. And we are playing for the people of Minnesota and the people around the country who share those same values. That compassion, that love, and that respect.
Our best defenses right now, our best way to build resistance is in our local communities. And folks are making progress in that regard. Jason Chavez, a Minneapolis City Council member, speaking of Minnesota, has been fundraising for families who can't afford to pay their rent. Just earlier tonight, he raised money to help keep 10 different families housed who are too afraid to leave their homes. Can't work. Can't pay their bills. Not only that, he's going out there every day and doing the good work. You know? Here he is talking about an endeavor that they're trying to put through here in Minneapolis, because ICE is costing businesses millions and millions of dollars, and costing the community millions and millions of dollars. The occupation is an ongoing drain on basically every financial resource here in the state, which isn't even counting the fact that, again, the federal government has cut off all funds paid to Minnesota. And so the economic situation here is getting worse.
Council member wants to move $5 million around to help small businesses, but others say the city doesn't have that kind of money to spend.
This is businesses say they fear financial collapse as immigration operations continue. Renee Cooper tells us about this plan.
Mixed feelings here at City Hall about moving that money, but it seems everyone agrees the proposed $5 million would be a drop in the bucket. The city estimates local businesses are collectively losing $10 to $20 million a week right now. Minneapolis businesses driven into quietness, some on Lake Street locked up with chains.
It is hard to imagine that this won't have
kind of long-term effects.
And it's up for the city to help support and find ways to make sure that these businesses stay afloat.
Jason Chavez, baby, he's doing the good work.
Councilmember Jason Chavez proposing to move $5 million from the city's Downtown Assets Fund for local business grants. But was that money previously set to go to something else, and what was that?
Not the $5 million. It's a fund that is sitting there with millions of dollars for downtown assets, and we're just allocating that for a specific use. So we wouldn't be losing any services.
That fund mainly used to maintain downtown assets, like the convention and Target centers. But it's supported by local tax revenue, which has also taken a hit. Councilmember Elena Palmisano agrees the need is big, but worries the city may not have the money anywhere.
For example, we have spent all of our overtime budgeted for police and fire this year in the first 3 weeks of January. This has very long-term expenditures, and we don't know what the cost of it will be yet. But we know that we're not getting a federal COVID type of package to recover.
At least 6 other council members support Chavez's resolution at last check. If approved, it's up to city staff to decide how to dole out the money. Do you support this resolution?
It's not my job to tell the council what to do. It's my job to implement the programs that they put forward. But what I will say is the city has finite resources. When we look at the impacts of Operation Metro Surge, I like to characterize it as we have about $100 problem that's coming. And municipalities typically are able to bring like nickels or dimes or quarters to that $100 problem.
I also asked the city's chief financial officer about this proposal. She didn't say she was for or against it, but expressed some concern about moving money mid-year without knowing the full scope of impact to all city resources. Now, the first vote on this resolution is expected a week from Tuesday. In Minneapolis, Renee Cooper, 5 Eyewitness News.
And like, ultimately, what's going to save us is us. We got to organize in order to like keep ourselves safe financially, physically. It is what we got to do. And I know that I am beating the same tired drum over and over and over again, but like, we got to show up. We've got to show up. We've got to show up. I know it's hard. I'm just gonna share one last thing before we wrap up this segment. For those of you who don't know, there is a researcher named Andrea Pitzer who wrote a book called One Long Night, which is effectively a history of concentration camps. She is someone who is who's written literally the book on concentration camps. She has a website called Degenerate Art, where she posts her thoughts, etc. And she posted one today. And I want to share with you this part right here. At least 2 parts from this, okay? When I got the contract to write a history of concentration camps in 2014, I really hoped to keep the US from ending up where it is today. That part didn't work out, but now it's critical to understand how much is already underway and the enormity of what's coming. The sooner we stop it, the more people we can save and the less infrastructure there will be to dismantle in the future. The Trump administration is not taking these actions for border enforcement purposes. The mission has crossed over into explicit ethnic cleansing to entrench political power. True. But this aspiring, yet already halfway there, dictatorship has to manage 2 key things to lock in authoritarian expansion and be able to get more control over the US as a whole. First, it has to expand personnel, to expand ICE and Border Patrol numbers enough to be able to suppress dissent more effectively in many parts of the country at once. Second, it has to furnish a lot more detention beds to establish a much larger camp system to serve as a weapon against those the administration wants to target. Trump and his allies are making progress at both. The Department of Homeland Security announced in January it has doubled officers and agents from 10,000 to 22,000 during the first year of the second Trump administration. Those gains were only possible due to the removal of age restrictions and cutting training time in half. Even so, that process and its results are under investigation right now. Meanwhile, ICE and Border Patrol are becoming the focus of shame, with agents now pariahs to decent people. Stories of agents being forced to eat in hotel rooms when restaurants refuse to serve them and other public humiliations have abounded. This work on the part of everyday folks is good and effective. It will affect hiring, will encourage people to quit, and should be continued. Even more pressing at this particular moment is that DHS is having more success in something that regular readers of this newsletter will have heard me shouting about for the last year now. The threat of the government acquiring large venues and structures around the country for conversion to camps. Several outlets have reported purchases planned or completed in places like Kansas City, Hagerstown, San Antonio, and smaller cities and towns. Last week, the Philadelphia Inquirer's Will Bunch went to Tremont, Pennsylvania to report on the plans for a warehouse to hold 7,500 people there. The town itself has a population of 1,672 in the last U.S. Census, meaning detainees would outnumber town residents at a ratio of 5 to 1. And I'm going to link this because I do encourage you all to read the entire thing. I'm not going to read it to you all here. I try never to do that with the articles we cover so that you can go and read them and support the journalism yourself. What we can do. A lot depends at what stage a given facility is at. We should continue to push our elected representatives to not just ask for modifications to ICE and Border Patrol behavior, but to demand funding clawback and to actively bar use of federal funds to the current ends. When possible, localities can preemptively bar all cooperation with ICE and immigrant detention from your community when it comes to law enforcement. Confer with public officials and companies that own local facilities to collaboratively bar any active cooperation and establish penalties, which is something, again, we can do if we get organized locally. It is vitally important, of paramount importance, that you guys start showing up to meetings. Start showing up to your local Democrat meetings. Start showing up to your local city council meetings. Start showing up to your local DSA meetings. It is necessary work. It is necessary work. Where negotiations for facilities are underway, fight the leases, fight the purchases of the facility by getting the word out on the ground and demanding responses from elected officials at every level. Use the example of accommodations made for Mississippi to demand similar treatment. As I noted, red state residents have particular leverage here because Republican officials are the ones likely to be heard by the administration. Address the infrastructure problems large camps create. Ask your representatives that they want the name of the town to become, if they want the name of the town to become infamous in history for being the next Dachau, the next Vorkuta, the site of a concentration camp joining a terrible league of cities worldwide. Where the acquisitions can't be blocked, the federal government does have staggering power in this arena. Communities are looking into ways to target the employees and contractors from security services, food services, and maintenance. Cities, counties, and even states can create local ordinances that make clear that company that has provided services to the detention facility cannot get other municipal contracts, that any state or county licenses may be revoked, and that employees will not be able to work in schools or government positions going forward. Okay? If a given facility comes online, documenting activity at these facilities is crucial, and keeping up a presence that shows local opposition as well. Whatever infrastructure serves that facility, work to deny the detention camp support from it. If you are in one of the towns or cities nearby, document as much as possible what is happening. Municipalities can create their own investigative commissions to track abuses and lawbreaking involved in the acquiring and running of these camps. Work to find out who is detained in the facility. Organize the town to stand against it publicly and often. There will likely be people in any given town who support the facility and the administration's goals. Try to keep everyone aware of what is actually happening inside, and you may just decrease that support. Share personal stories of the detainees as you are able to get them. Enter those into the public record, along with the public health accounts of the diseases like measles and tuberculosis that are already rising in the camps. Networking with other areas around the country that are similarly affected can share ideas and develop strategies to fight this kind of desecration of healthy communities as the government tries to force them into hosting concentration camps. So few people understand exactly what's happening. This is one of the reasons I encourage the use of the term concentration camp. People recognize that term as an escalation of the usual state of detention, and the current potential for harm is vast. We are in a race now. We need to act before the administration has the personnel and the detention facilities to broaden the scope of its actions. It's up to us to break the existing momentum on this front. For many, this has been a faraway issue debated conceptually in the mind, something a person can take a side on, as with the Super Bowl. But faced with whole communities being upended and strong-armed into hosting concentration camps, many will begin to see this mass deportation movement for what it is, something abhorrent, something truly vile, and something we have to stop. And to that end, folks, each and every one of us needs to get fucking organized. You need to go to your local meetings with like-minded folks. And yeah, that might mean you gotta make some allies with some local wine moms. You know, some libbies. You might make some unconventional allies in your efforts. But we gotta get organized. We gotta go to those meetings. We gotta go to the DSA. We gotta go to the Working Families Party. We gotta go to the Food Not Bombs. We gotta go to every single org in our area that we can get to, that we have an in with, that might be able to mobilize against this, and we gotta go. We gotta make sure that we inoculate ourselves against this fascist wave that is coming, and we have to make sure we are ready to beat it. This is coming everywhere, folks. Not just here in Minneapolis. It's gonna be everywhere soon. I feel like I'm going crazy. I feel like I'm going insane because every fucking day I come on here and I tell you guys it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. And I still don't know if enough of you realize it yet, you know? But they're coming and their goal is to kill us. And we got to make sure we're organized and we're ready and we give them not a single goddamn inch. If you need help joining your local Dems, joining your local DSA, you can join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And if enough of us come together, we got this. Not gonna lie, guys, it's fucking scary. But we can't let that stop us. So with all that being said, let me know what you think in the comments. Leave a like, subscribe if you haven't yet. And please share this around, or at the very least, share the stories of the children in ICE detention who are living in a concentration camp. And share the story of Andrea Pritzer, who's sharing her expertise on concentration camps. And the role we all have, and we all share now, to oppose them being built here. It's our job. It's our duty. We have to stand up, we have to stand tall, and we have to actually do the hard work. So let's get to work.
RiverBoat Jack is coming to town. All the viewers gather around. Twitch and YouTube and Swishy streams. All that content is bursting the scenes. Politics, being and plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. RiverBoat Jack.
Tuesday. Hey, what's up, guys? It's your girl Kristina. Welcome to Kristina's Corner. A lot's going on, but what else is new? The Oscars have to remind us that the Oscars are in a month because no one seems to really care because, well, it's sinners or bust at this point. Apparently, Stephen Colbert is not allowed to mention the name James Tarico because the FCC won't let he be him. So let me see. They're trying to shut him down on CBS because it feels so empty without. Anyway, I really tried. I did not rehearse that at all, but I did my best. And also some more news regarding the Paramount Warner Brothers Netflix drama. Apparently, Warner Brothers is heavily considering Paramount, which means we are going to be at a point where movies are going to be censored, movies won't be released, and a lot of actors that are pro-Palestinian are going to get blacklisted in Hollywood because the Ellison said so. So that's great. Also, I saw Wuthering Heights over the weekend. I liked it. It was fine. I never read the novel because my English teacher said that the reason why she never read the novel is because her mother, who was also an English teacher, forbid her from reading the novel because of Heathcliff's dirty fingernails. Not the fact that he's an abusive piece of shit male lead in a romantic novel, the greatest love story ever told. But yeah, his dirty fingernails. And so I do not understand why people are mad at Emerald Fennell for her take on the text, because it's like, yeah, he's a piece of shit. Why are we mad that she's writing him in an accurate way? Like, I don't understand like what the big deal is. But it's Emerald Fennell, and people don't like her because she's a female director who likes to make content that is kind of scandalous. A little raunchy, a little the third act, no one gets a happy ending type situation, which is like, come on, not every movie needs a happy ending, you know? So I got my golf juice. So with that being said, let's talk about Wuthering Heights, because I feel like we're getting to a point where we don't understand what is supposed to be hot and sexy in cinema anymore, because Emily Bronte fans who were like boycotting this movie were like, it's nothing but a pornographic, freaky deaky sex fest. Ah! And I watched the movie and I'm like, the only scenes between the two leads, it's like a 2-minute montage of their like affair, and that's it. And I'm just like, even some of the raunchier stuff was cut back, and it's like, are we losing sight of what is supposed to be hot and steamy? Like, don't be marketing your movie for Valentine's Day as something hot and steamy when honestly, Emerald Fennell, this Wuthering Heights movie could have been rated G. It literally could have been rated G because there's no nudity. It's not graphic. Nothing's graphic. Like, it's kind of crazy to me that, you know, this is probably Emerald Fennell's most tame movie that she's done. So, yeah, that's interesting. So, yeah. So I've seen a lot of think pieces from people who are like, this is the worst movie ever. And it's like, it's really not the worst movie ever. There have been worse movies. Okay, there have been worse movies. So that's been fun. Anyway, also, guys, apparently there is a picture of me somewheres out there, a painting perhaps, where I'm assuming I'm decaying in this photo, because me in 2011, me in 2026, I look like I've aged backwards. Okay, like, I mean, goddamn, like, ooh. Okay, I'm just saying, like, boop, ba-doop, boop. I took that just earlier. Stupid fucking calic. Anyway, but like, it's weird, right? Like, there has to be a photo of me that's decaying in my place, like a la picture of Dorian Gray. It has to be. I cannot explain this. This is so weird. How do I look younger? Like, I don't understand it. Anyway, crazy stuff, am I right? Crazy stuff. So, I don't know. Also tonight at 8 p.m., we are going to be joined by one of my favorite YouTubers, Kayla Says, to talk about the Ping Pong movie, the Marty Supreme, Timothée Chalamet movie. I let his mom know. Hopefully she promotes it. But I love Kayla because she's known for her YouTube series, How the Internet Fell Out of Love with Insert Celebrity Here. So good essays, good stuff. Looking forward to that. Yay. So last night, CBS was like, yo, Stephen Colbert, even though you're technically fired, you still have to play by our rules, because we are a pro-Trump network now, and we are terrified of the FCC, apparently. So that's great. Good to know. I'm amazed that they haven't gone after like Jon Stewart on Comedy Central, considering it is also a Skydance Paramount affiliate, right? Crazy. That's just crazy. Like, it's so weird what's going on now. Like, everything sucks. Like, the internet, AI, fucking Meta, and like, they have our information. The age verification nonsense. It's just, when is it going to end? When is it going to end? I would like to know. So, speaking of Stephen Colbert, who I saw taping of the Colbert Report many years ago, 12 years ago. I don't want to say that. Anyway, was it 12 years ago? Yeah, okay. Anyway, so Stephen Colbert says CBS blocked James Tarico interview over FCC equal time fears. My conspiracy theory is Jasmine Crockett's behind all this because she's big mad that he's actually getting more support than she is for her vanity project of a Senate campaign. Who said that? She's basically Trump if Trump were a black liberal woman, is what I'm getting at. She's doing the identity politics nonsense, and I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Because apparently they've been trying to go after James Tarico for weeks now over interviews that he's done, and it's like, yeah, I think Jasmine Crockett is probably like behind it. That's my conspiracy theory. Stephen Colbert went public Monday night with a striking accusation against his own network that CBS lawyers had barred him from airing an interview with Texas State Rep James Tarico. That's Italiano, I'm assuming. Italians in Texas? That's weird. Who was right for U.S. Senate in a preemptive bow to FCC pressure over the agency's push to apply its equal time rule to late night talk shows. Though AM radio doesn't count, apparently. Doesn't fall under this rule. Weird. Liberal bias my ass. Colbert revealed that the network's legal team had called the Late Show staff directly and told them in no uncertain terms the interview could not be broadcast. He had additionally been instructed not to raise the matter on air. He then proceeded to do precisely the opposite. I will say, I like that Steven does that, though. Because it's like, what the hell, Walking his audience through the FCC's equal time rule, which requires broadcast networks to provide opposing political candidates equivalent airtime, like the fairness doctrine. You do realize the fairness doctrine, like that you don't really have to follow this rule because the fairness doctrine doesn't exist anymore. The fairness doctrine getting removed, getting abolished, is why we have Fox News and conservative media running amok and taking over the news. Colbert noted that the talk shows had long benefited from an exception to that requirement. There's long been an exception for this rule, an exception for news interviews and talk show interviews with politicians. He said, that's crucial. How else were voters supposed to know back in '92 that Bill Clinton sucked that saxophone? Touche indeed. The host reserved particular scorn for FCC Chair Brendan Carr, whom he described as a smug bowling pin. Yeah. Over a January 21st letter in which Carr suggested the exemption should no longer apply to programs he characterized as being motivated by partisan purposes. Colbert addressed the Trump-appointed regulator directly, FCCU, because I think you're motivated by partisan purposes yourself, sir. Hey, you smelled it because you dealt it. You are Dutch ovening America's airwaves. You know what? This reminds me. There are some guys out there who love doing Dutch ovens during intercourse, and it's the most. It's not pleasant. No, I'm not. I'm done. I'm done. Bye. Anyway, Colbert also pointed out that he characterized as a glaring inconsistency in Carr's approach, noting that while the FCC chair was targeting late night talk shows, he had made clear that right-wing talk radio would not be subject to the equal time notice. I get this part, Colbert said. You can't get rid of talk radio. What else would your angriest uncle do in traffic? Talk to your saddest aunt? I watched the whole video too. Too bad we can't watch it. If we were on Twitch, we would be able to watch all this. Crucially, Colbert noted that Carr had not yet formally eliminated the exemption, making CBS decision to act as though he had a unilateral one. He hasn't done away with it yet, but my network is unilaterally enforcing it as if he had, he said, as his studio audience booed. Colbert offered a sardonic explanation for the network's posture, saying the decision was made for purely financial reasons. A more echo of the rational CBS cited when it canceled the Late Show. Burn. If you ask me, burn, baby, burn. Okay, anyway. It's like CBS's whole like ratings in general is going down the the toilet, going down the drain, like flushing, like I'm talking like pure diarrhea going down the toilet, because now Anderson Cooper's no longer at 60 Minutes after being there for like what, 20 years. Colbert replaced the FCC's moves within a broader pattern of political pressure. Let's just call this what it is. Donald Trump's administration wants to silence anyone who says anything bad about Trump on TV, because all Trump does is watch TV. True. That and listen to Andrew Lloyd Webber musicals. He's like a toddler with too much screen time. He gets cranky and then drops a load in his diapers. So it's no surprise that two of the people most affected by this threat are me and my friend Jimmy Kimmel. Kimmel has also publicly pushed back against the proposed rule change. McCarthy says that host unwilling to comply could migrate to a cable channel or podcast or streaming service. Colbert was withering. Great idea. Man whose job is to regularly broadcast TV says everyone just leave broadcast TV. It's like when Arby's changed their slogan to Arby's, would it kill you to eat a salad? He did announce he would conduct the Tarico interview anyway, just not on the CBS broadcast. The conversation would instead air on the Late Show YouTube channel after the show, though. Colbert noted that the network would not permit him to share a URL or QR code directing viewers there. This is what we call, my friends, the Streisand effect. This is the problem with Trump, right? When Trump is not in the fucking news cycle, they have to do something like this. You know, they have to do something. They have to, stir the pot, because Trump cannot not be in the media, especially when it comes to negative press. So then he could be like, the fake news media is going after me. Yeah. Like that whole thing. Like that's why this is the thing. The restrictions went further than just barring the interview itself. Colbert revealed he was also prohibited from showing any image of Tarico, including photographs or even drawings, under FCC rules forbidding any candidate appearance by voice or picture. This is a very anal retentive type of way of operating the FCC. He couldn't even say the name James Tarico. He proceeded to display a stock photo the show had found by Googling not James Tarico, and then held up a drawing he claimed for legal reasons he could not confirm was or was not likeness of the candidate, which turned out to resemble Snoopy. Yeah, CBS and the media over here, CBS spiked Colbert's Tarico interview and created the biggest campaign of 2026. You fucking dumbasses. Again, do they not know the whole Streisand effect? It's a thing. It is a thing. It's crazy to me. It's crazy that they fumbled this, because now everyone's like, oh my god, who's this James Tarico guy? He's running for Senate, and now Jasmine Crockett's over here hello, I'm a sassy, woman of color. I take down Republicans in my committee meetings. No, fuck, because she's not really doing any major interviews or something like that. I've been seeing James Tarico everywhere. Are we gonna get the? Just kidding. So yeah, it's not good, guys. It's not looking that great. And again, a lot of this is not the fault of liberals for not fighting back and Democrats for not fighting back. And speaking of Paramount, we're at it again, y'all. Paramount. Warner Brothers Discovery reopened talks with Paramount. Yay! We're CNN. RIP. You are about to become the biggest pro-Trump network next to Fox News once the Ellisons get their way. Warner Bros. On Tuesday, it had rejected the latest $30 a share offer from Paramount, but would give the company until February 23rd to rival Netflix and make its best and final offer. Warner Bros. Discovery said Tuesday that it was reopening talks with Paramount Skydance, giving the studio a week to rival Netflix in its bid to take over the streaming and cable giant. Yay! I love this for me. In a statement, Warner Bros. Discovery said it had rejected the latest $30 share offer from Paramount, but would give the company until February 23rd to make its best and final offer. It also said a senior representative of Paramount had indicated that the CBS owner would be willing to meet an even higher price, a whopping $31 a share. $1? One more dollar? Really? Okay. Ooh. Seemingly enticing the board back to the table. Yeah, by $1 fucking dollar. I'm sorry, I'd be like, you know what? Give me $100 more. I'm just saying. Final offer. Oh, you don't have it? Cool. All right, Netflix. Okay. Because with Netflix, we can still convince them to have movies in theaters. We can still convince Netflix to not have a blacklist of Hollywood actors because some of the most popular actors in Hollywood are pro-Palestine, believe it or not. So, like, what's there left to make, you know? At the same time, Warner Brothers is still recommending its shareholders vote at a special meeting March 20 to approve the $82.7 billion deal it reached in December to sell its streaming service, Studio and HBO cable channel to Netflix. That Harry Potter reboot is doomed. I have to wait 5 years for my favorite character's Bridgerton story, guys. Francesca Sterling, she's gonna have a nice lesbian love with her cousin-in-law once her husband dies. This coming second half of the show. Bitch, I'm gonna have to wait 5 years for Francesca to finally hit her pinnacle. That is sad. That is sad. Knowing a book series is adapted for a streaming service, they should just be continuously filming everything. No? Anyway, sorry. I'm on a tangent. Shit, I gotta stop. Anyway, back to this, because this is whatever. Paramount seeking to buy the entirety of Warner Bros. Discovery. Every step of the way, we have provided Paramount Skydance with clear direction on the deficiencies in their offers and opportunities to address them. David Zaslav, CEO of Warner Bros. Discovery, said in a statement in a letter to the Paramount board chaired by David Ellison. Also, the company CEO and controlling shareholder, Warner Bros. Said that while Paramount had indicated it would address unfavorable terms and conditions, these had not yet been removed from the proposed merger agreement. Come on, Netflix. I can't believe I'm cheering for a merger. Who am I? Warner Bros. Has repeatedly rejected previous bids from Paramount, suddenly oh my god, I can't speak right now. Insufficient value for it. In a separate statement, Netflix hit out at what it called Paramount's antics. Throughout the robust and highly competitive strategic review process, Netflix has consistently taken a constructive, responsive approach with Warner Bros. Discovery, a stark contrast to Paramount Skydance, it said. I mean, Larry Ellison and David Ellison are like, we can't have, a media conglomerate, taking over another media conglomerate. And it's like, what do you think you did with CBS? What do you think you did with the tiki-taki? Like, come on, man. We know. Like, it's so funny. They're like, oh, it's merger for me, but not for thee, which is so funny. Netflix said that it was confident that our transaction provides superior value and certainty, but also recognized the ongoing distraction for WBD stockholders and the broader entertainment industry caused by Paramount. The company said it granted Warner Bros. The 1 week window to reopen talks with Paramount to fully and finally resolve the matter. Netflix also took aim at the regulatory process required for either company to complete a takeover. It said that Paramount has repeatedly mischaracterized the regulatory review process by suggesting its proposal will sail through. Warner Bros. The Discovery stockholders should not be misled into thinking that Paramount Skydance has an easier, faster path to regulatory approval. It does not, Netflix said. In a statement, Paramount Skydance reiterated its existing offer to Warner Bros. Discovery of $30 per share. The company did not indicate if it would submit a higher bid. It's all about the money. It's all about the Benjamins. Anyway, Paramount called the 1 week negotiation window unusual, but said it is nonetheless prepared to engage in good faith and constructive discussions. The Ellison-backed media giant also said it would continue advocating against the Netflix deal and submit a slate of directors for Warner Brothers board at the upcoming shareholder meeting, as they previously planned to. President Donald Trump, whose administration approved Ellison's takeover of Paramount last year, said early in the bidding process he would be involved in approving a deal with Warner Brothers. Earlier this month, Trump changed his tune. I've been called by both sides. It's the two sides. Really? That's what he said? Oh my God. How did this guy win again? But I've decided I shouldn't be involved, he told NBC Nightly News anchor Tom Lamas. Oh, I'm sorry. It's the two sides. Who? What? Both sides, two sides. Of course, there's nothing more. There's nothing for both. It's just two. What do you mean? Oh my God, man. I can't believe he's our president again. Trump still hinted that one company looked problematic to him. I mean, there's a theory that one of the companies is too big and it should be allowed to do it, he said. Really? Really? Okay, you know what? Too big to fail? Like I'm sorry, but when some big corporatist is like, oh my God, this is too big, we can't be making it bigger. You're doing the exact same thing by trying to buy out Warner Brothers yourself, Paramount. Come on. They really are like, we are concerned that Netflix could be the #1 streaming giant of all streaming services. Yeah, no shit. You're doing the exact same thing they're doing. It's just different content. They're beating the hell. Oh my God. They're beating the hell out of each other and there'll be a winner, Trump said. Oh my God. Warner Brothers has an archive of stored movies as well as diverse portfolios of brands, including CNN and HBO. The bidding war for the media empire comes at a pivotal time for the entertainment industry, with traditional broadcasters and studios facing serious challenges from digital newcomers, Netflix, Apple, and Amazon. Wait, they're not digital newcomers. They've been here for years. If not, I mean, jeez, whatever. Since announcing a deal to buy parts on Warner Bros. Discovery, Netflix shares have tumbled nearly 25%. Yay. I love this for us. I love this for us. It's so good. Kill me now. It is the worst. Okay, so I want to talk about Hassan Piker because apparently there's not been a primary yet. There's not even been a midterm yet. We don't even know who the fuck is running in 2028. But Democrats are like, yo, if it's Gavin Newsom and we want it to be Gavin, you gotta vote for him. And it's like, no, we are not doing this. We are not fucking doing this. Where I do not want to have this discussion yet. It seems like after every like it just keeps getting closer and closer to general. The day after 2020, we're going to focus on 2034, like 32. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I do not want to do this, guys. And the fact that Hassan got criticized, but yeah, a lot of people were like, you guys are making up a hypothetical scenario in which we should not be having this discussion yet. We're not even at the midterms yet, and we're already talking about anointing a candidate and giving people hypotheticals for why we should support a guy who's basically not a good Democrat. Like, listen, I'm going to say it. We need to abandon coastal elites as Democratic candidates for president, okay? No one from New York, no one from California. We need to look to Democrats in the South and Midwest who are progressive, who could appeal to even like moderate voters. Surprisingly, I can't believe I'm fucking saying that. Like Andy Beshear, the governor of Kentucky, that man is a Democrat. But the rest of the political rule in that state is Republican. Yet that man keeps running on being pro-trans and helping the poor and being pro-woman and abort. And yet he still keeps winning. He still keeps getting reelected. So clearly there's something about him that he's doing right that even fucking Gavin Newsom can't do, because Democrats have abandoned transgender folks. Democrats have abandoned Medicare for all. Democrats are still very much attached to Israel. And when one of my friends who's a moderate, and he's like younger than me, I'm like, you're too young to be a moderate, dude. This is just not a personality that's exciting. he shared a poll saying, you know, people think that, you know, moderates think that the Democrats have moved too far to the left. And I'm over here thinking to myself, on what issue though? Where the Democrats have moved to the left? Because they've abandoned, again, they've gotten softer on LGBTQ rights. They are not fighting you know, abortion getting, you know, banned. They're not, you know, proper, you know, doing Medicare fraud. They're not even fighting Trump or anything. They're still funding ICE. So when people, I'm like, exactly, is it just wokeness? Like, what is it? It's just them, you know, being a little harsh? Or is it because they're dropping the F-bomb when they're talking about Trump? I don't know. All right, go. Look at that. You know, so it's like I don't know. It's like when I see, like, I'm like, do we have to appeal to moderates again? Because listen, every time we try to get the moderate vote, they still vote for the Republican. The moderate Democrats in our own party hinder a Democratic president's agenda. They enable a Republican's president's agenda, i.e. Biden, i.e. Trump, okay? Like that bitch, Kristina Marie Guzzi-Campers. That's right. Her name is my name too. And I fucking hate it. I'm glad she doesn't go by the name Kristina because it's spelled the same way as mine. When I found that out, I'm like, oh, no. No. She's like the new cinema, you know? Like, I'm just like, fuck, I hate this for me. I mean, not only am I named after Christopher Columbus because I was stupidly decided to come out 2 months early and then be named after Columbus, but also I shared the name with one of the worst Democrats in DC. God, guys, I just can't catch a break. I can't catch a break. Sorry. I know. Well, and then she posts these weird videos, and it's like, you're not good at this. You're not good at. She's basically doing the Chuck Schumer thing. Is like, we need to post on social media to appeal to the youngsters, and it's like, yeah, but like you gotta do it in a way that's good. Like, oh, hello. Anyway. Oh my god. What the heck? What is this? What is this? What the Okay, guys. I just saw something and you all have to see it now too because I had to see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? Okay, so you know how RFK Jr. is doing this whole eat real food campaign, and it's like you eat fucking like roadkill carcass, really? So he's doing whatever the fuck this is. With Kid Rock, and it's like Kid Rock ain't even fucking he ain't even in shape either. Like I've seen him on that golf cart, like looks like white trash. Oh my god. Like, dude, what is this? You're not even healthy. None of these people are healthy. Like, look at that. He's got a stomach, and not in the good way. Okay, you know who looks good. Again, you're not. He's probably working out just for the ad. Like he ain't even doing shit. But like fucking like RFK Jr.'s stomach looks like Tara Reid after her botched tummy tuck. Like that. That is not a fit body. I'm sorry. Again, you can't even like again, that is not what women want. That is not what women want. You know what women want? Okay, you know what? I will show you people what women okay. Let's see. What women want, okay, is whatever the hell this is. Yeah, Jonathan Bailey. Oh yeah, that man can do things to me, but he won't because he's not attracted to me or any woman. Sucks. Why are all the good men gay or too old for me? But like this is the shit I'm talking about, like with like Marie, with Marie Guzenkamp Perez, because like what is happening here? I don't understand. See, look at this shit. Look, like what's happening?
Paid during a shutdown, and it sucks, and it's not fair. And to my friends at TSA, I'm sorry. I cannot imagine doing this again. And I just wanted to let you know, people are really grateful for you, and we can't imagine, but we're working hard to restore funding and to hang tough. You guys, TSA is not.
She's like, oh my god, I can't believe I'm about to post this. Like, what? I'm sorry, y'all, but like, I can't deal with some of these fucking Democrats. Like, people really be grown and still using an umbrella? You're supposed to become waterproof after you turn 18 or something? Well, that's funny. Also, remember, guys, we found out the news this morning that the Reverend Jesse Jackson had passed away from long illness. He was 84, and all these Democrats who've been in politics for a long time are like, oh, we gotta honor the Reverend. I'm over here like, you blocked his Rainbow Coalition. What are you talking about? Like, okay, like. Imagine what the timeline would have been like if Jesse Jackson had won the presidency in like what 1988 or whatever. Like imagine. Also, I think the weirdest interaction I ever saw with Jesse Jackson when he was in a wheelchair, Marjorie Taylor Greene was like fangirling over him, and I'm like, what is happening? I'm like, is this the beginning of her like, I don't know, leaving MAGA? And turns out it kind of was. I was like, what's happening? You know. Anyway, so here's Chucky Schumer bragging about blocking a fuck this guy. Anyway, here we go.
Begin my speeches by saying I'm glad to be here. Not quite sure that's appropriate tonight. That when I walked up the stairs, I was pushed. That when I came
He's
here,
wearing a yarmulke.
Now, if you don't want to hear the other side, then don't stay in this room. Go wait for your candidate and listen to him and make yourself feel good. Okay? If you don't want to listen to the other side, please leave. I may not convert you to my point of view, but I will tell you something. If you believe in your argument, you can withstand very easily the argument from the other side. And so if you can't, then I ask you to leave. Let me remind you the last time I was booed publicly, and this was the last time, was something you all abhorred, because I was the leader in the fight against the pro-Palestinian Jackson plank at the Democratic Convention. And I got up on that platform and I said just what I thought. And certain other states got up and booed my speech. So
I gotta say, where is this Chuck Schumer at? This Chuck Schumer is aggressive with balls. What happened to this guy?
So that just as tonight, the MC had to get up and say, give the man a chance to be heard. Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen?
I said, fuck that.
It surprised me that it happened there. It surprises me that it happened here. Folks, hey, Bob, I deserve a little courtesy, don't you think? Don't you think, Bob? In conclusion,
fuck Palestine, apparently.
There's one man there who's clapping his hands and booing. It reminds me of the old Sid Caesar routine like this.
Oh my god. Oh my god. So yeah, that's Chuck Schumer basically bragging about, stopping Jesse Jackson from acknowledging Palestine. You know who acknowledged Palestine? Ronald Reagan. Imagine being to the right of Ronald Reagan on Israel and Palestine. Like, that's embarrassing. Also being to the right of immigration when it comes to Reagan, because Reagan was all about that pro-amnesty nonsense, and I'm like, crazy. I mean, I'm saying nonsense, but like, I can't believe that he was like for it. It's like, damn. How has it gotten to the point where the Democratic Party is more to the right on like key issues than Ronald Wilson Reagan? It just that's not what I was looking for. Anyway, also apparently the ICE arrests of people with no criminal convictions or charges have increased significantly under Trump. According to a report from the Times, he briefly said that he would deport the worst of the worst criminals, and I'm like over here like, you're deporting like pregnant women and like 5-year-olds. Yeah, exactly. So like, here's a chart. So yeah, who is ICE arresting? ICE arrested people with no criminal convictions or criminal charges have spiked under Trump. Total days arrested by ICE. It's like 6%, and then 44%. And it's like no proportion with no criminal convictions or charges. It really went up by like July of last year. That is crazy. But hopefully, am I gonna get like a freaking thingy? Hopefully I don't get a block or something like that. So Trump's vows to target worst of the worst collide with a mass deportation reality. When borders are, I hate saying czar. What is this? Russia blessing for the czar? When the borders are, Tom Homan arrived in Minnesota in late January. He came to fix a host of problems for President Donald Trump. Indiscriminate and often violent immigration enforcement operations under Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino had sparked widespread public protests, and Trump's approval ratings on his signature issue were tanking. Immigration agents had shot 2 people dead. Families were avoiding grocery stores, and parents were keeping their children home from school for fear of widespread document sweeps that were ensnaring legal immigrants and U.S. citizens. You can't even go to actually put your hand on the Bible and raise your right hand and salute to the American flag and become a citizen without ICE being there to take you before you become a citizen. Like, you passed the test, you've done everything. They're still taking people when they're about to get their citizenship. I don't want to hear this. They're not doing it right nonsense. Like, shut up. On the ground, Human met with state and local officials to try to repair the shredded trust. 2 weeks later, at a press conference to announce an end to the broad immigration crackdown in the state, he declared his visit a success and suggested there was a plan to ensure immigration operations were going forward would be targeted and focused on national security threats and public safety threats. Like what exactly? Like what? 5-year-old Liam, is that it? But what Human said immediately after that exposed the contradiction at the heart of Trump's immigration policy at this charged moment. For those who are not a national security threat or public safety risk, you are not exempt from immigration enforcement actions, Human said. If you're in the country illegally, you're not off the table. Again, crossing a border illegally is just glorified jaywalking. I never understood the big deal about it. Trump campaign in 2024 on overseeing the largest deportation in the history of our country. You still haven't reached Obama level numbers, dude. Like, the problem is that you're just more upfront about it. Like, you're posting on social media about it. This if Kamala had won, she would be doing all this shit just discreetly. That's the only difference between Democrat and Republicans, is that Trump's boasting and making cutesy TikTok edits of people getting arrested, and it's like, yeah, Kamala would be doing the same thing, but not boasting about it. He has frequently said that his administration is deporting the worst of the worst criminals, yet those two goals have proven to be incompatible. In reality, tens of thousands of people with no criminal record or pending criminal charges have been being pulled off the streets by immigration agents and put into detention centers. If that pattern were to stop, the Trump administration's deportation stats would likely plummet. That is the point. There are not enough criminals who are undocumented citizens in this country. So they have to go after people who, are here illegally, been here for decades, settled, whatever, no criminal record whatsoever, or even children or whatever, dreamers or whatever, because they need those numbers. They need to prove to people, look at all the people we're deported. It's like, dude, you're deporting kids. I doubt they have a criminal record. The apprehension of criminals moves more slowly than everyone else, says John Sandwick, former acting director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement during the Obama administration. I don't want this. Get it. So, of course, there's the chart. It looks like, it's clear that they weren't getting the numbers that they wanted to by the summer of 2025. So they decided to, get people with no criminal record, because they need to pump those and they need to flex those numbers. The data illustrates Trump's commitment to mass deportation. The number of people arrested and detained by ICE who have no criminal convictions or pending charges has skyrocketed from 945, or 6% of all arrests last January, to 26,044, or 44% last month. Gotta be honest, you're just deporting most of the undocumented immigrants in this country. It doesn't matter. They're not criminals. Why? Because there's not enough criminals who are undocumented in this country to inflate numbers. So they have to do this, unfortunately, and I hate it. Last month, according to the data published by the Transactional Records Access Cleaning House at Syracuse University, that spike reflects a dramatic transformation in how the country's immigration system treats people who are in the country unlawfully but have no criminal convictions pending or pending criminal charges. Under the Biden administration, immigration officers prioritized detaining people who had criminal convictions, posed a public safety threat, or had recently crossed the border into the U.S. But Trump wiped away those priorities in his first few weeks back in office. Immigration agents were free to be more indiscriminate in the undocumented people they arrested. Doing broad sweeps was the only way that Trump was going to achieve his goals of boosting deportation figures. Canvas-style operations, worksite operations, produce a much lower percentage of criminals than target operations, Sandwich says. Inside the White House, officials insist that Trump's orders are intended to target and arrest those who have committed crimes, while also deporting thousands of additional people who don't have authorization to be in the U.S. The president's entire team, including Borders Our Top Human and Secretary Noem, are on the same page when it comes to implementing his agenda, which has always focused on prioritizing the worst of the worst criminals, illegal aliens, Jesus Christ, and make successful deportations a historically secure border. Proves that, says White House Deputy Press Secretary Abigail Jackson. Fuck you. As always, anyone in this country illegally is eligible to be deported, as Jackson. President Trump is keeping his promise to carry out the largest mass deportation operation in history. Yeah, but you said you were going to only do the criminals, though. The worst of the worst. So, yeah, it sucks. Everything sucks. It's just, there's really no coming back from this. Like, I love how Okay. Mm. Anyway, I don't know, guys. It's just so pessimistic about the world and everything, and it doesn't get better. So, oh man. So, oh, that is thin. Anyway, so just a reminder, guys, at 8 p.m. Eastern, we're still doing our Oscar movies. We did Wicked for Good last week as the snub, which I had a lot of fun. But man, that makeup was melting off of my face. That is not makeup. There's a difference between paint and foundation. Paint will melt off. Foundation, I was setting my face. I'm like, no, powder is fixing this. Anyway, we're going over Marty Supreme, the ping pong movie. I forgot how big of a role Kevin O'Leary was in that movie. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Ah. So, but yeah, I can't believe that got an Oscar nomination for best hair makeup over fucking Wicked for Good, and it's like all it was is just giving Timothée Chalamet acne scars, and that's about it. Like other than that, so I'm excited to talk about because I get to hang out with one of my favorite YouTubers. So, uh-oh, cough, cough. Allergy meds. They don't work sometimes. Am I right? Anyway, I am excited because oh yeah, again, I told you guys I saw Wuthering Heights. Man, I still need more sleep apparently. I don't know. But 20 years later, Bone Temple's gonna be on like video on demand soon. I'm excited about that. I wish everyone saw it in the theater. I feel like if you saw 20 years later the Bone Temple in theater, you should be able to see the third movie for free. There better be a third movie. If not, I'm gonna be pissed. Because Bone Temple's whole thing was not, box office wasn't like, but if they didn't get an early January releases, never do well for some reason. But that's just me. So, anyway, I'm very excited for Bridgerton to come back. I don't like how Netflix does that. If Netflix buys Warner Brothers at the point, can they be like, "Yo, can we convince you to do weekly releases?" Because doing 4 episodes all at once and then waiting a month to drop another 4 episodes, people end up losing interest. Why do you think people are still talking about fucking heated rivalry after what? It's been like, what, 2 months since that show dropped? I never understood the appeal to that. I love my lesbians. Okay. What the? Okay, that's not what I was looking for. So yeah, that's my whole gripe about like when if Netflix does buy Warner Bros. I mean, at this point, I'm like, fuck it. I do not want CNN to be bought out by the man who is ruining CBS. So it's like, I don't. We got to hope for Netflix to win this case because we all know CBS is losing a lot of credibility because of fucking Barry Weiss and Larry Ellison or whatever the fuck his name is, and it's see if he gets his hands on CNN, y'all, it's over. It's fucking over. It has never been more over, I'm not looking forward to that. So. Oh, Jesus. Ow. I don't like my hair right now. I gotta get my hair trimmed again. Like, the ends are just so bad. I feel like the woman who does my hair now has like dull scissors. So. Oh boy. Oh wait, sorry. I'm so distracted. Because I'm getting, I smell food. My mom is making oven stuffer chicken with mac and cheese and mashed potatoes and corn. I'm excited. I'm so excited. And I just can't hide it. So. So. Yeah, I'm excited. We haven't had oven stuffer chicken in a long time. So I'm very much looking forward to it. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. I'm very hungry right now. So my brain's on food. I haven't eaten anything since this morning. So because as you all know, I stream at like 2:00 in the morning into like the early morning, and so my schedule is like all over the place. So all right, yeah. So that's what I'm looking for. So there's that. So I'm just hungry. Oh my god, before I go. So that one rapper, Sexy Red, she's like the one rapper with red hair. She did her own like Michael Jackson's estate's gonna sue her because she used Beat It without the estate's approval to do a parody that's basically Eat It but worse. I'm over here like Weird Al already did this song and it's better, because she talked about like eating coochie apparently in the song, and I'm just like, no. I'm like, Weird Al already did it. He did it really good. No, we are not doing this. Also, she's MAGA, so it's like, ugh. You know who's pro Palestine and anti-genocide? Weird Al Yankovic. That is right. I'm so happy about when I found that out. I was like, yeah. So I'm excited for that. Also, that Berlin Film Festival thing, I'm kind of mad that all these celebrities are like, I'm apolitical. And I'm over here like, and then like fucking, my friend Adam McKay and Javier Bardem are like, fuck you people for being apolitical. But then again, Michelle Yeoh's husband is in the Epstein files, so it's like, and also Neil Patrick Harris. I'm like, I will look up, hey guys, for funsies, look up Neil Patrick Harris, Amy Winehouse, and then get back to me next week because if you're talking about Screech, he's dead. If we're talking about Saved by the Bell, Chuck Screech has been dead for like 5 years. Yeah. Dead Detsky. He died from cancer. Yep. So. Oh no. Oh man, I gotta get my meds tomorrow. So that's great. And they cost money. Mario Lopez is MAGA, from what I understand. I don't know about Zach. Ooh, FCC Commissioner Anna M. Gomez slams CBS for cowering to the Trump regime by spiking Steve Colbert. Ooh. Oh, y'all. What? Okay, you know what? Before I go, speaking of the FCC, won't let me be me. So let me see. Let's see. Oh, wait. What is it? A Gomez FCC. Okay. Woo! I did not see this. Anna M. Gomez. CBS is fully protected on the First Amendment to determine what interview it airs. That makes its decision to yield to political pressure all the more disappointing. Corporate interests cannot justify retreating from airing newsworthy content. Wow. Okay. I forgot the FCC also has like a few commissioners that are probably like Democrats or liberals or whatever. But anyway, cool. Love this. That's great. Do I play instruments or sing? I do. I sing. I ever since I got diagnosed with asthma, right? I've had to figure out a way to talk and sing again because asthma sucks and I cough and I have nasal and phlegm and all that. But I've been rediscovering my love for the Carpenters. So I've been singing a lot of Carpenters. If y'all want to hear me sing, maybe I'll do that next week. I don't know. Because there is karaoke covers that I can sing along to for y'all. Put a one in chat if you want to hear me sing some Carpenters next week. So, because when I was younger, I always felt insecure of not being like a nice, lithe soprano. And all my course teachers were like, look up Karen Carpenter, look up Cass Elliott, look up Mary Travers, and then get back to us. And so that's what happened. So thank God for Karen Carpenter because she's not a belter. She has a very smooth, easy voice. And she gets some low notes. When her cover of The End of the World, she hits one of the lowest notes that a female singer could ever. What?
Are you still?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cream corn.
Oh.
You should try it.
Okay. It is definitely live because my mom just walked in and interrupted me. But yeah, she hits one of the lowest notes a woman can ever hit, and I can hit that low, and I'm like, yes. Anyway, I'm gonna head out now, eat my dinner, and I'll be back in 2 hours. Alex is gonna take over now for Devil's Advocate Productions. Yeah, I will see you guys tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern, to go over the Ping Pong movie. The Ping Pong movie that's going to be given Timothée Chalamet his career Oscar at the age of 30. Bye.
Hello, folks, and welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions. On this space, I am Alex. I am the Devil's Advocate. I talk about music, movies, TV, video games, whatever it is I want to talk about, and politics over here on this space. The only place to see a working class leftist collective all work together to try and make a 24-hour news network. Can we do it, folks? Can it be done? Is it possible? we are certainly giving it a try. And we will be giving it a try every day, Monday through Thursdays, every week over here on this space. What's going on, chat? How you doing? I wanted to just let you know, here what's new on my channel. And as I do in the beginning of every show, apparently. And I made a couple new things. I did a reaction to Ab-Soul. He's one of my favorite rappers that I've discovered in this last year and a half of getting back super into music. This is his second album. The first album I listened to before I started making reactions in 2024. So I finally got to his second album. Then Jill Scott came out with that album, and I am not a big R&B guy. I like it. I didn't know where to start in a journey through R&B artists. So I figured, you know what? This one's coming out. I might as well do this one, and I loved it. I can't stop listening to it. I then did a reaction to the trailer for The Mandalorian and Grogu. I did that today because it dropped today. We got a Mandalorian and Grogu movie coming. I talk a little bit about Dave Filoni and how I feel about his contributions to the Star Wars mythos. And I also did a reaction to Baby Keem, because Baby Keem, Kendrick Lamar's younger cousin, is a rapper and is coming out with a new album on Friday. And he's been dropping like little trailers that are kind of like mini documentaries. And so I was like, all right, well, let me get familiar with him and listen to his first album that came out a couple years ago. And boy, oh boy, I had a time with that album, and I will just leave it there. So, folks, last Thursday, I was had the honor and the privilege to go on Leftist Mafia. I've been watching the show since day one. I was very excited. That was a lot of fun. And something that was talked about on the show was just that I kind of always talk about here on this space as well, is my feeling that this era of politics is coming to an end. And while it might not be as fast as needed or that we would want, it is happening. And I think this is no better exemplified than this little number that I saw on Saturday, because it was Valentine's Day. I am a recent observer, having met, the love of my life. So that's nice to be able to do that every year. But every year before that, I was furious. Much like I'm sure a lot of people watching can relate. But I saw this video and I thought it was pretty great. And this is just a good example of how the politics are bleeding out into the mainstream. And that's not supposed to happen with politics. It's supposed to be boring. People are supposed to half pay attention. But now it's everywhere because they're putting it everywhere, by having jackbooted thugs knock down people's doors and whatnot. So now people are making videos like this.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I would just like to say I am so sorry. I am so ashamed. I would like to apologize. I brought my wife here to Trump Hotel, but she does not support ICE. I am so sorry.
Okay, I do support ICE. It's my husband who doesn't, okay? He doesn't. He said ICE reminds him of World War II.
That's not true. I do not know anything about World War II. I just like World War II. We all like Nazis at Trump Hotel, right?
Okay, well,
all of us.
Okay, well, the other day, he said that he would hate to be in an ICE camp because they make you pee out in the open, and then everyone would see his micro penis.
I am proud of my micro penis, and all of us at Trump Hotel are proud of our micro penises, and we are all proud of ICE. She said that ICE was unqualified. She called ICE agents unqualified.
Hey, no, I didn't. I support all of our armed forces, especially the Green Betas, okay? You're just mad?
So this goes on. This is Climate Defiance, great organization. I don't know if these are members of Climate Defiance or they just shared this video. I don't know if they are, theater performers on the side or aspiring comedians, because this is fucking hilarious and awesome. And they are committed to the bit and they do not break character. Very, impressive work, especially to do as a protest in public, where you might are actively getting thrown out, expected to get thrown out. And they keep it going. The improv is on point. I'm telling you, I've watched a lot of UCB. And this, I will keep going with this because it's fun. And we got some fucked up shit to get into. But I just love this. I thought it was so funny.
That you're not dumb enough or racist enough to be a part of Meal Team 6.
Are you insane? I am dumb and racist enough to be part of our Dollar General
Because also
Gestapo.
the Dollar General Gestapo is great. I think, it's obviously we're making a statement. We're getting this to go viral. We're also embarrassing the other people who are here on their Valentine's date to Trump Hotel, because it's been 10 years. There is no more. We just had our wedding there because, the rates were better than other places or this or that. Fuck you. It's Trump. He's like new Hitler, dude. Like, we're here. Let's just go.
Good.
I will point out the security is being a lot more aggressive with the guy, because we all know the world is misandrist and oppressive towards men, and women are the real privileged ones. Could you imagine? I just think, dude, it's so fucking funny. The fact that they both threw water in each other's face is so perfect.
Good. He doesn't support ICE.
You guys are stopping patriots. I'm a true patriot who supports ICE.
I'm gonna take care of my husband. Go home.
I will press charges.
I'll beat him later for not supporting ICE.
I'll beat him later for not supporting ICE. That's hilarious. Happy Valentine's Day from Climate Defiance. All right, so fuck ICE every day. Word. Both kinds of ICE. Because we don't want, crazy blizzards like we had here in New York the other week. And, I think that's just a good old-fashioned way. Again, if you're in the position to be working for an organization who can bail you out of prison, if you do get scooped up, the whiteness, I'm sure, helps with, not getting immediately sent to a ICE camp, as they were talking about. And, this is something that you can do, folks. This is something you can do, as Jake would say. So what do I have next? What do I have next to talk to y'all about? Oh, well, I'll roll this in. So today, unfortunately, Jesse Jackson passed away. Reverend Jesse Jackson. And I don't really know what he did. Okay, I'm not a history buff. I did not start watching the news till 2012. I kind of always saw him in the same vein as Al Sharpton, but he's like older, so he was actually around with Martin Luther King and like organized with that. So I know he's better than Al Sharpton, but I didn't know how much better. And seeing all the clips coming out today, I'm like, oh, never mind. I've been like propagandized into not liking this dude because he seemed fucking dope. And I just wanted to point out someone that I do know a little bit something about and who had something to say about Jesse Jackson all the way back in 1988. And that's Chuck Schumer. Here's a clip of Chuck Schumer bragging about blocking the Jackson Plank, which was a proposed 1988 DNC platform item by Jesse Jackson's presidential campaign supporting Palestinian self-determination. R.I.P. Jesse Jackson. And this is Chuck Schumer, and I was kind of just shocked to see him slightly younger because I've never seen him, like old footage of him, and also as energetic today as he was all the way back then, 30 years ago, more than 30 years ago, getting excited to promote Israel in the United States and thinking that's his job.
I usually begin my speeches by saying I'm glad to be here. I'm not quite sure that's appropriate tonight. That when I walked up the stairs, I was pushed. That when I came here. Now, if you don't want to hear the other side, then don't stay in this room. Go wait for your candidate and listen to him and make yourself feel good, okay? If you don't want to listen to the other side, please leave. I may not convert you to my point of view, but I will tell you something. If you believe in your argument, you can withstand very easily the argument from the other side. And so if you can't, then I ask you to leave.
Man, he's really just been victimizing himself for 40 years.
The last time I was booed publicly, and this was the last time, was something you all abhorred, because I was the leader in the fight against the pro-Palestinian Jackson plank at the Democratic Convention. And I got up on that platform and I said just what I thought. And certain other states got up and booed my speech. So that just as tonight, the MC had to get up and say, give the man a chance to be heard. Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Perhaps it didn't surprise me that it happened there.
Isn't that crazy? Like, I've never seen younger footage of Chuck Schumer. That's crazy. He used to look like a human being before just going full ghoul mode, ghouling out. Now, you know, Chuck Schumer sucks because he's promoting the values of Israel in the United States, and he's also promoting ICE because that is also the values of Israel, at least the current government, and, you know, seemingly the government for the last 70 years since the creation of the state. But there's other people who know more about that than I do. Okay. But what's going on here with ICE is very much IDF model, Gestapo model, Russian model, like KGB. This is Putin's bag. Young Schumer looks more like evil Andy Kaufman. That's fair. That's fair. I like that comparison. But here in the United States, ICE is facing, you know, pushback. And here's some of that pushback. Where is this from? I don't know. I don't know the location. But this is in the U.S. Is ICE being pushed back? Just remember always, there's more of us and there are of them, and there are strength in numbers. If you are brave and organized, the police will run away. ACAB, always. All right. And this one is really getting some spins this weekend. This is a kid in a high school somewheres. I don't know where, and I don't really care where, because we don't want to dox the kid. All right. But there was an anti-ICE protest happening in the hallways. I remember when I was in high school, there were like anti-war, you know, Iraq, Afghanistan protests in the school. I would kind of be one of the kids you'd see right in the beginning of this video. I'll play it right now.
I support ICE.
That's crazy, bro.
This guy, right? So there's a guy filming and he's just saying, I support ICE, to be an asshole. I would most likely be one of the guys who's just like, that's crazy, bro, and just walks past, you know, and kind of fuck them and fuck past me for not caring about political issues. But homeboy back here, he's got something to say to this dude who's filming.
I don't know what's crazy about this.
Yeah, I'm going to punch you in the face.
You're gonna punch me?
Yes.
And you're gonna get in trouble for that.
Okay.
Whoa.
Now, that clip has been making the rounds, and it's a great clip, and it's exemplary. It's exemplary. It's a microcosm, because the dudes who are like unaffected, right, who kind of walk by in the beginning, they're like, look, I don't care one way or another, really. It's fucked up, probably, but like, I got to get to my class. They're not protesting, right? They're not one of the people making, stopping with the sign and making a statement there. They're also not this dude who probably faces some form of isolation, some bullying, and decided to, take out that rage on someone clearly being an asshole. Because there's just one dude who's trying to be Nick Shirley. He's trying to be any one of these, right-wing, clavicular, like just shock content. And I'm going to then parlay this into a spot on Fox News. And then I'll parlay this into an interview with Tim Pool. And then I'll have my own podcast and I'll be Riley Gaines. And that's what this person's trying to do. And I'm sure they're gonna. I'm sure this is exactly one of the kind of reactions they were trying to provoke. Because he even says, if you punch me, you're going to get in trouble. And the kid was like, I don't give a fuck. Now, he said, okay, right? Okay. But I'm sure having to go to what are you going to do? You're going to go to the fucking principal and be like, yeah, I punched this kid because he was saying, I support ICE in front of a whole protest saying, they're anti-ICE, and also ICE is doing what it's doing. You're the principal. You've seen the news. I'm sure you're having conversations with administration and staff and how to deal with if ICE shows up to snatch some fucking kids, because that's what they've been doing. I'm sure the principal will be like, I will have to like mandatorily give you detention, but like, we don't give a shit. You know what I mean? That's how I feel the conversation went. And I'm sure, again, right-wingers are probably trying to dox this kid and whatever and get him expelled. And I'm sure. But he's been memed, right? He's been immortalized, much like, it's Black History Month. It's the infamous chair fight on the waterfront of these, good old boy, frat dude kind of looking white dudes who were bullying this one black security officer because they were probably breaking the rules, and he was telling them they were breaking the rules. And they were like, fuck you, we can do whatever we want. And they started like beating on him and shit. And then just black people everywhere. We're just like, we're not letting this dude stand up by himself. We're joining in. We're not letting him get his ass kicked. So they all just started joining in. There was the dude with the chair on the back, like fucking WWE. It was legendary. It goes around every February. I see it again, and it's fantastic because that's part of the fight. It's part of the fight. It is not the fight. It's not the only thing that matters, but it's moods changing. It's attitudes changing. It's community being built and pins on a wall being strung together. That's what I feel is happening more and more. That's why I have a positive outlook on where things are going after they get way worse. You know what I mean? It's why I keep saying, hold out, try to ride that tide, and do what you can do. And some of these things that I'm showing y'all are things you can do. And here's also something that you can't do. So what do the Democratic leaders, and by the way, I support taking over the Democratic Party. That's what we're doing. I saw, we talked about on Leftist Mafia, the Hassan thing that was going around where everyone was mad that he said he wasn't going to say he would vote for Newsom now, because of course you shouldn't, especially not him, especially not someone who is becoming a like tastemaker at least in the progressive space, to the point where like legacy media kind of has to engage with him a little bit, and it's frustrating them, and that's good every time. It's good for us. I saw John Fetterman went on Laura. I don't have a clip of this, but went on Laura Ingraham and said he was going after AOC. We'll talk about this. Actually, I think I do have a clip about that. But anyways, Hakeem Jeffries sucks, much like Schumer. And here's him on Joy Reid's show. Now, again, I bring up the Gavin Newsom thing to say that, like, I've said on this show before that I'm campaigning against him. I don't want him to be the nominee, but if he was, I would vote for him. I'm rescinding that because am I as big as Hassan Piker? No, but I was watching a Culture United with FD Signifier, and he was saying nobody should be talking about that right now. And I agree. And AOC even said it, and we will get to that part soon enough. But I want to just show what the Democratic leaders are doing about ICE. And here's Hakeem Jeffries on the Joy Reid show getting very upset when Wajid Ali brings up abolishing ICE.
They violate the law.
Let's see here.
That can be done amongst the whole list of things.
Being an agency, just abolish ICE.
But and of course, polling sites.
All right, so he's talking about like voting and whatnot, and then here's Joy Reid.
Now, and how can we stop ICE agents from behaving with violent impunity?
But
now,
wouldn't it stop them if they just stopped being an agency? Just abolish ICE.
But I don't know what you're suggesting in terms of the funding fight that's in front of us. Now, what we're with the one big ugly, but what we're trying to achieve, for instance, I think the most significant thing that can be done amongst the whole list of things that we've talked about, right, substantively, is to ensure that when ICE agents violate the law, when they violate the law, they can be criminally investigated and prosecuted and are not shielded by this principle of absolute immunity, which is one of the things that we've put on the table. And the reason why, clear.
All right, so he's going to filibuster here for another couple seconds. And we'll get to, oh my God, for a while. First of all, shout out Wajid's background. I was unfamiliar with your game, bro. Got some fucking dope ass Star Wars shit up there. I want a fucking Lego Death Star. Is that all Lego? The Millennium Falcon, the fucking troop ship? I'm getting distracted. Is that a Batmobile? But yeah, let's get to where Widget interrupts here. Oh, wait, he doesn't. This might be the wrong. Oh, wait, let's see here.
The law repeatedly.
So right, and so, sir, if I could just say, if they're willing to break the law, they
I thought it was him who said it, but I guess it's Joy Reid.
Act with so much impunity. Is this an agency that can even be reformed? It seems to me that ICE structurally is so flawed that it would perhaps make more sense to end this agency rather than tinker with it. You see what I mean?
What I'm suggesting is that
he just slipped out a fucking banana peel there. He's trying to end the Looney Tunes show. I'm saying he's Porky Pig. But anyways, that's his response. And you know what, Sisyphus? I feel you. I feel you, Sisyphean task. Dems work for the same people as Republicans, for sure. That's why I suggest we take over the party. And we do it bit by bit. And we've been doing it since 2018, honestly. But here's how you actually respond. Here's how you actually are supposed to respond when someone brings up ICE. Here's Ayanna Pressley.
Talk about ICE. We had Congressman Hakeem Jeffries on, Leader Hakeem Jeffries, and he was very, very reluctant.
Also, shout out Tiffany. She was great on MSNBC. Fuck, what was her last name? She also got fired for being too, mouthy and black. Like, so did Joy Reid, so did Mehdi Hassan. Like, anybody who was like speaking up for Gaza or against Israel or like, policing got fucking shit canned in the last couple of years.
To even sort of consider the idea of proposing abolishing ICE. That seems to be something that the Democratic leadership is not comfortable with, even as a forward-leaning plan, that if you get back power, this agency will go away. Is that kind of the way that you see it inside the caucus as well?
Well, let me just say this. Let me say how I see the issue, period. I've been in Congress now since 2018. I ran on a platform to abolish ICE. We were, as pace-setting Black women often are, accused of being hysterical and hyperbolic extremist, radicals, and we were really just the canaries in the coal mine. I didn't need one more person to lose their life or have their human rights violated or their constitutional rights denied.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the age-old story of people on the left being right too early, especially Black women. Oh, that was my phone. Sorry, folks. She's absolutely right. And I think part of the way that, we take over the Democratic Party is more people like her, of course, but she should be the moderate. She should be the person that we're pushing further and going, hey, why aren't you doing this? And why aren't you going far enough? We need more people like that. We need more people like that. Because the other side is, again, drying up. They're not on the ball. They don't have a candidate going forward. JD Vance is it's the Ron DeSantis of JD Vance's, man. And let me cross my fingers and knock wood, because I remember vividly John Oliver begging Donald Trump to run because it would be so funny for him, and him apologizing after he did and being like, whoops, sorry guys. But I think a lot of people have been talking about AOC running, and I have too, and she'd be my preferred candidate. But again, she'd have to be pushed. But wouldn't it be great if she was the middle? Wouldn't it be great? I think she's right about this appearance in Germany. We're going to go through some of these clips. She was in Munich. There was a big conference there. Congress people don't usually go to these big kind of conferences unless they have bigger ambitions. I think AOC is thinking about running for sure, but I think she was right to say after this, all the stories are about me running for president. You're not listening to what I said. They're building a global fascist network. They've been building it. We need to fight against it. And I think these are good clips from that general theme. Here she's talking about Pam Bondi. This is a short one.
Surprising to me that they say, oh, you can't speak out against this or that. You can't hold that person accountable because it's cancel culture. Now, I'm sure they don't want us to hold pedophilia accountable, and they think having an anti-pedophilia stance would be cancel culture. That's the erosion in culture, morality that is being hinted at here when Pam Bondi says there's no more work here to be done. Really? You are the Attorney General of the United States of America, and you don't want to hold any one of these pedophiles accountable? Resign or be impeached.
That's fucking important. That's important and shouldn't be discounted and should be hammered on by every opposition voice in the country. Don't even say Democrat, right? Doesn't matter. Opposition to fascism voice. All the actors being asked at the Berlin Film Festival what they think of ICE or the situation in America have all been tepid. I saw Adam McKay, who was on Movie Night Extravaganza, which is on this space. Adam McKay and 80 other actors, directors, Hollywood people signed a letter to Berlin saying, or to the festival saying, hey, stop stifling the voices who are talking about these things And I'm like, is the festival purposefully not putting these actors and whatnot on panels, maybe only releasing clips that are actors saying like, I don't like to get political, I want to keep it, you know, about the art and blah, blah, blah. That's part of the erosion she's talking about, the stifling of speech. You can't say that about that person. You're trying to cancel them. You're trying to oppress them while they oppress you. The tolerant left, right? As the Nazi puts the fucking gun to your head and you call them a Nazi and they're like, the tolerant left. Oh my God, you losers. So here's AOC talking about market consolidation, which is another big thing that you don't hear people talk about that much because politicians typically are bought and paid for and don't want to. But here's a grassroots person on the world stage talking about the problems with late stage capitalism.
The United States antitrust is such a foundational bedrock value, not just because the ascent of monopolies create the abuse of power and corporations and market power, but there is a level of market concentration and corporate consolidation where a massive company can get so big that its consolidated power can rival that of nation states. In democracies, we have elected leaders. And in massive corporations that then begin to consume the public sector, gobble up these spending, they start to call the shots. And we're starting to see this with some of the billionaire class throwing their weight around in domestic politics and in global politics as well.
All right. So this is just, again, all shit that we've been saying. We all know this, but a lot of people don't or haven't heard this. And these people in this room definitely know this and definitely don't want her saying this shit. You know what I mean? So it's good it's being said out loud. The right hasn't made much hay of this outside of, you know, help from the establishment who are just talking about horse race politics. Oh, this is a move, a chess move. Don't really think about what she's saying in here. It's just a chess move. She's gone to Munich and Gavin Newsom's doing this and that and all the other shit. They're also kind of just taking clips where she says and like a lot and stitching that together and being like, she spills over her words. She doesn't know how to talk in public. Bah, 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 bah. She's not media trained like us, like everyone else who's been bought and paid for already, like the Clintons, who were ready in the 90s to take on the media class and to go on Arsenio and play the saxophone and do all that shit. Yeah, and here's AOC talking about the pain and vitriol she's endured from her own party. And she wasn't sure if she was going to run for a second term because of how much it hurt. And she says we need to master the art of how to be angry at each other, but also to unite against the real enemy. Now, I know this might freak out some people. You know what I mean? Like, oh, she's saying capitulate to the establishment and blah, blah, blah. I don't think so. I think she's talking to them and going, hey, don't fucking attack Zoran like Andrew Cuomo did. This is not going to help y'all. It's not going to help all of us. You want to help? Help. Or get the fuck out of the way. Here she is.
I was treated horribly by my own party. I just was. I was told that I was an enemy of my party, that I was going to be the reason why the right won, that...
fucking Chris Cuomo said that not a week ago. She's not a real Democrat. Get her out of the party. She's going to ruin everything. What everything? Your brother fucking touching up people in his office? I don't know. Did you ever go to those parties with Jeffrey Epstein? I don't know. The Cuomos, long term, the father, Mario, he got no problem with Jeffrey Epstein. He got no knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein. None of them. I'm waiting for those names to pop up in those files, dude. I know it's going to happen.
I was going to cause that the entire future of the country was in balance, and that
Why are we talking about this? The Dow is over $50,000. The Dow is over $50,000. Why are we talking about any of this? Why should we listen to her say that we need party unity, but you actually do? Like, again, Hassan said this in the thing. You didn't see when Zoran won the primary, you didn't see everyone go, okay, well, it's blue no matter who. We got to stop Silwa. No, it was, let's create an independent candidate out of Cuomo. They were happy to vote against the Democratic Party themselves. But when it's one of theirs, oh, you can't. You're ruining things. It's Kamala. Come on. Fuck that.
Was the reason why we would lose. And what was hurtful about it was that they were telling me this because of what I believed. I was being told this because of my commitment to trans rights, because of my commitment for Medicare for All, which is seen as radical communist propaganda in the United States, that I believe in workers' rights. And in the Democratic Party, we have a broad coalition. And so some of the most conservative members of the Democratic Party, it can be hard. And I had moments, my first reelection, in my first term, I didn't think I was going to run for reelection. I thought I was going to be one term and done because of how painful and challenging it was. I think there's something that we just have to do, especially as an international left, is that all of us, too often there's a lot of minimization of left movements, but all of us, I think, need to swallow some medicine about the moment. I would say, speak in the US context, I think mainstream Democrats have had to swallow some medicine about the fact that their youth and that generationally, particularly on the issue of Palestine, is quite clear about how they feel about this.
Word. John Lithium, I want to address your comment. Still think there will be an economic crash sometimes before 2027. Bad news about AI and RAM shortage keep piling up. I don't doubt it. I think that market will crash. I know that most of the stock market is being floated by that industry. But I will say, historically, as long as the stock market has existed, it always comes back. It always comes back. And it'll come back. And it'll cause pain. I'm not trying to minimize that. I'm saying it will be blamed on the Republicans. And it will not work out for them. It won't work out for them this year in the midterms. I know people are worried about if there will be a midterms, and he's going to do everything he can to stop. I know. And we will cross those bridges when we come to them. If we come to them. But there are also judges in this country that he appointed that are like, I still want, a law career. A lot of self-interest in keeping keeping the world from falling apart. You know what I mean? Here's AOC a tweet after the conference or during the conference saying, from Orban to Trump, the rise of this far-right movements is tightly coordinated and transcends borders. They are globalists. Be clear. Steve Bannon, Jeffrey Epstein, all of these billionaires have no loyalty to any country. They don't care. They don't care about lines on a map, right? Jeffrey Epstein's island is a testament to that. He owns a fucking island where he could do whatever he wants, and he could do whatever he wants in any country that he's in because he's friends with the leaders of those countries. He doesn't see them as like, oh, this is the president. He's like, oh, that's fucking Bill in the United States, and this person over there in England, and these are These are my people. They're all my bitches, honestly. And she goes on to say, so too should our international defense of democracy in the fight for working people. From policy to tactics, it's time to take the gloves off and fight for our fucking future. I added fucking in there because it is time to take the gloves off. And this is, again, I think stuff that the left has been saying since the times of Bill Clinton and Bush and, been seen as, I'm thinking of like Sam Cedar and Janine Garofalo being invited to go on like Fox News to be debated and cast off as crazy and ridiculous and whatever. And we have to take the war on Christmas seriously over here at CNN. So we have to, while Sam's on there making fun of it, I think Sam would appreciate that clip that I showed in the beginning of the Valentine's Day date where they're making a mockery of this place where everyone's pretending times are normal and we're on a normal date here while fascism is happening, and you're sitting in the building with the name of the guy who's implementing these policies. Again, as someone who got into news in 2012 and read Breitbart and Daily Caller and all this, they've been talking about this forever. This is not new for them, dude. They've been talking about, it started with Brexit. And we know now that Epstein was involved in that too. Like, Jesus Christ, what hasn't this guy fucking been a part of? But yeah, it really is this global coalition of fascists. Fascists is just an easy term, a catch-all, but I'm talking about billionaires, CEOs, people who don't believe that rules apply to them and that they can just turn the world into their own kingdom and divvy up the planet. And it's time someone was out there saying this ain't gonna work. This ain't gonna work. This is also everyone listening. This is what's happening. It's been happening. You need to wake up and we need to fight. Get out of bed. Get out of the chair that you're sitting in while you're at brunch. The stormtroopers are walking down the street behind you. Let's go. This is the clip I was talking about with Fetterman on Laura Ingraham talking about AOC. So here's how the right is trying to attack her and using, he's a Democratic member of Congress and he's going to attack her. So it's the same thing whenever they want to criticize a black person, they have a black person say it, or a woman, they have a woman say it, always. But here we go.
I think that personally that the idea of completely unconditional aid, no matter what one does not make sense. I think it enabled a genocide in Gaza.
She talks about a genocide, but I have a Jerusalem Post headline this
I
week
thought
that
it was
Iran
England.
is shooting protesters in the...
It's Kayleigh McElhinney. All right, my bad. You get them confused sometimes. They all do look alike, the Fox Blondes. But she immediately just doesn't address what AOC said, pivots to Iran because they're shooting protesters in Iran. Now, forget that they're doing that here in the United States, and you have no problem with that. So already your deflection doesn't work as a deflection. But anyway, let's let her continue.
protesters in their hospital beds, but she makes no mention of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Why is she so eager to criticize and find a way to criticize Israel? But I don't really recall them saying anything as Iran was executing thousands of their protesters for that. Now, there was never any genocide in Gaza, absolutely. And there shouldn't ever be any conditions for aid for Israel because they were in an existential war. That's part of the problem with the very anti-Israel part of my party. So call that what it is. Why wouldn't you can't just stand? And why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semitites and very pro-Hamas people like Hassan Piker? And now, why can't you just call it what it is? You know, there's a rot in my party standing with pro-Hamas people like that, whether it's even in the New York Times. They're fascinated with him. So, I mean, where we are and call this is and stand with his.
So okay, I've seen this written out before, where someone says like this group is fascinated with Hassan Piker as if to say he's a fascist. Did he do that on purpose, or is that just the way he talks? Because it's hard to tell. I do it too. This is not like a diss on the brain injury and whatnot. I'm saying, like, I literally legit can't tell if that's why he brought up the New York Times, because he saw that tweet and he was like, that's a funny tweet. I'll say that on my Fox hit. But again, the more they talk about him, he's like fucking Candyman. The more you talk about him, the more he's going to keep appearing. He's clearly gotten into John Fetterman's algorithm somehow, where he just cannot stop seeing clips of this dude. He's living in his brain rent free. That's fucking hilarious. I love it. I love it. To cap off that section of AOC. And well, actually, to cap off the section about AOC, I want to say this. Here's who the Democrats are putting up themselves. Here's who they're putting up themselves. Nancy Pelosi's new campaign to boost Gavin Newsom for 2028. This is who you are electing. If you are committing to Gavin Newsom now, you are committing to President Nancy Pelosi. And I don't think anybody wants President Nancy Pelosi. I don't think I could survive President Nancy Pelosi. And we know that Nancy Pelosi and AOC had a lot of friction. And she's going to put all her weight, all her political capital behind stopping AOC from being president. And that should be enough for, I think, most people to want AOC to be president. Okay. Now I want to talk about RFK, because this just popped up. It's a small clip. It's just funny. We're kind of having fun now in the last 15 minutes of the show. If you elect people like Gavin Newsom, if you elect people like Barack Obama, like Bill Clinton, like Nancy Pelosi, like Chuck Schumer, like Hakeem Jeffries, then you get a CDC director. Is he CDC? I guess, right? EPA? Lee Zeldin is EPA. You get this is what you get.
And I said, I'm not scared of a germ. I used to snort cocaine off of toilet seats. And I know this disease will kill me. Right. Like if I don't.
Okay, so that's RFK. Talking to Theo Vaughn. Theo Vaughn, like, man, you really could have been fun, man. I liked some of his earlier stuff, but his quality of comedy has gone down too. His last special, he like walked off. Well, during a taping for a special, he walked off because he forgot his material because he's doing too much podcasting. They're not actually doing the thing of going out and being a stand-up comedian. Anybody can podcast. I'm podcasting. But actually going out and being a stand-up, you have to actually work at that. And it seems like you forgot. I want this as a sound drop. Please.
And I said, I'm not scared of a germ. I used to snort cocaine off of toilet seats.
That's just a perfect sound drop to drop at any point to break tension. I love it. I love it. And I wanted to bring it up because I wanted to say, dude, that happens so much in like movies and TV. Like doing drugs in the bathroom of like a club or a bar off the toilet seat. Why would you do that? You don't need to. You have fingers. What are you talking about? That's the thing that bothers me the most. But also, his close association with Jeffrey Epstein is no good. We got more news coming out about billionaire Hyatt Hotels chairman Thomas Pritzker, who I guess is, I think, the cousin of J.B. Pritzker, which makes me go, you better fucking disavow this cousin fucking yesterday, JB, if you want to be in contention. I know Silly and Billy over at the Vanguard been talking about the big boy from Illinois. And I was on that train for a bit until I'm like, you know what? I think AOC might actually be running. And I'm, of course, her first. But I had JB in my back pocket. And now I'm like, I don't think I want him in my back pocket no more. Thomas Pritzker announced he is retiring following emails showing his relationship with sex predator Jeffrey Epstein. You know, and it's just it won't stop. You know, the files are still redacted. I heard other countries are starting to unredact what they can. I think it's going to be held up until Trump's out of office and we do have like a president AOC or something. I don't know if even then you get everything, because I get the idea of like, we don't want to crumble society, but society's now been built on the foundation of pedophile sex ring. It should crumble to an extent, a fashion. There should be some crumbling happening. And I think there are. And I think really the message of today's show is that this is the again, AOC going out there and making it known to people who maybe haven't heard those words before, haven't had it put that way before, that there is a international fascist agenda. And it's got to be protected against. It's got to be fought against. And there needs to be an international reaction to that. And that there's more candidates popping up like her. More of us are running. More of us are just like, fuck it. I'm going to run for office. I'm going to join a campaign. I'm going to join a mutual aid organization. I'm going to join a union. I'm going to start a union. I'm going to join a leftist collective on YouTube and start talking to a camera about this stuff and hope it reaches a fraction more people than are already being reached. I'm going to make a YouTube channel where I talk about movies and TV and video games. And in those videos, I let it be known what the art is talking about, what I think of it, how effective I think it is, and not shy away from that. And I think that more people need to make fun of Candace Owens for not being able to pronounce certain words. And today's word of the day, my favorite part of the show, maybe a recurring part of the show. I also want to make clear that I don't know if this account is like left-leaning or right-leaning, but it's fucking hilarious regardless. So this is grandiose. The word is grandiose.
Writes, I am so very disappointed in Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, and Pam Bondi, who all made these grandiose promises to get the Epstein files.
Can we hear that one more time?
Black Scorpio writes, I am so very disappointed in Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, and Pam Bondi, who all made these grandiose promises to get the Epstein files until they got confirmed into the administration and now toe the line. Black Scorpio writes,
Grandiose, she said. I think you nailed it. A tortoise. See, I can't pronounce words either. I'm not sure. I'm just saying it's very funny when it happens. You know, everybody could choke on a pretzel like George W. But it's funny when it happens to people that we already don't like. Folks, that's kind of all I got to talk about today. I'm going to do my usual last minute thing here, where I pop on the chat for a second. I say what up to the chat. What's going on? John Lithium, Chuck L, Jet. We got Boring TH. We had Sisyphean Task, Earthbag Homies. Johnny, of course, holding it down. Nick in the background, of course. And yeah, I just want to like check out what's going on. Because I think checking Twitter is one, this is how news organizations get their fucking stories for the day. Is to check Twitter in the morning, go, this is what people are talking about. This is what we're going to talk about. Fetterman faces backlash over Fox News appearances and pro-Israel stance. Well, we just watched that. I mean, can we watch some more? Yeah, let's watch a little more of the oaf. I think it's kind of funny.
Like for Texas, for example, Corn is a reasonable Republican, and now that would be money in the bank. But now I don't know why politically, I'm not sure why the Republicans and the president wouldn't sit on that and just lock down Texas. But for me, there's other states that are in flux. So that's why I'm saying, focus on things, focus on securing our border and deporting all the criminals and stop all the kinds of tragedies in Minneapolis and focus on other things that traditionally the Republicans are stronger on, like the economy.
He's literally giving advice. Damn, I didn't know it was like that. Like, dude, this is literally like, I mean, we've seen this and talked about this. This is like abuse of someone who's not in their full mental capacity. It did say the president was going to sit on Corn. I think he kind of did. I think he did. I'm going to go ahead and say that's canon. But we've also seen talked about like the elder abuse of Biden and them kind of puppeting him around. I think Trump is going through the same kind of thing right now. With like Steve Miller and them pulling him in different directions that he necessarily wouldn't go on his own for, fully at least. But yeah, let's see what else we got. Oh, yeah, this was cool. The Olympics are happening, right? They're still happening. The Israeli bobsled team was doing their thing, and the commentator, who is Swiss, so check out the subtitles here, kind of just takes apart the ideology of one of the contestants, the athletes. Fuck it, contestants, you're bobsledding. Talks about one of the contestants' posts about Israel and Gaza. From this commentator, I wish we had a sports show on this space. I want Dieter on there. I want Lumen on there. I think Jeff from Good Morning Comrade is into sports a little bit as well. I know Lumen is more so, but I want a sports show with at least them, if not also like Emma Vigeland and whoever else. I think maybe Jackson White, maybe Ben Dixon know a little bit more about sports than I do for sure. But yeah, that's some good shit. That's some good shit right at the end there. What else is going on? Oh my God. Okay, well, more of RFK. Oh my God, dude. Yo, I'm sorry to do this right at the end of the show. I apologize. But this is RFK and Kid Rock promoting a healthy lifestyle. These are two men in their fucking 60s and 70s. I think RFK is older. Promoting a healthy lifestyle. Uh-oh. No. We're not going to let Ball with the Ball play. Rock Out, Workout. This is called. So it's a montage to Ball with the Ball. I see Carlos laughing in the background. No, this is fucking funny, man. He's still he's got a pot belly, dude. And they're just like, yeah, look how strong we are. We're in the gym for fucking 10 minutes while we shoot this footage. And then we pant outside for an hour. And then we go have lunch. Oh my God. I apologize to the women for making you slide off your chairs. I apologize to the men for the women who are going to leave you, because how can you possibly compete with these specimens? Where's Kid? Don't say that. Don't say that. Clip that. Clip that. Clip that shit. This motherfucker was hanging out with Epstein too much. to be able to say that comfortably like he does. Oh my God. Folks, that's going to be the show. I'm going to leave you there. I'm going to transition you into a difficult truth where you will get some real news and some real good analysis. Folks, take care. It's This Space. Like and subscribe. Share. Bye-bye.
So caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and fighting to survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another. Complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult to prove truth.
Welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday. How am I supposed to top that, folks? How am I supposed to top that? Round of applause for Alex and that wonderful content, leaving us with beautiful imagery that I can no longer unsee at the end there. Welcome, everybody. Jet, Alex, John Lithium, welcome. Chuck, Johnny Too Late, Veteran Knight. Welcome, everybody. I hope everyone's doing all right. Folks, it's the top of the hour. If you haven't done so, please check out, please hit the subscribe button, comment, like, share, and spread the word far and wide. This is one of, if not the only place where you can get content like this. I mean, where else on YouTube can you get content? Can you find a channel like this where you have live content, video game content, political content? It just is so versatile. There is something here for everyone on this space. So please spread the word, folks. We're here Mondays through Thursdays. I appreciate all the support. Thank you. My show is every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Thank you, guys. Let's get started, folks. We have a couple of things to run through. Number one, folks, if you haven't already heard, just kind of before we jump into it, the SAFE Act is something that we should probably pay attention to. I personally, in my personal opinion, I don't believe that it is going to make it out of the Senate. In fact, Donald Trump knows that the SAFE Act is in danger of being stalled out in the Senate. So much so that he has threatened numerous times to invoke a executive order to try to will that into existence. Now, how feasible is that going to end up being? I don't think that is going to be a thing at all. However, nonetheless, the SAVE Act is something that we need to pay attention to. Should it manage to pass the Senate? I don't believe that that's going to happen. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't pay attention to that, and of course we'll keep an eye out on that. So that's basically the update on that. The SAVE Act isn't even new. They've tried to do this multiple times and have failed. So I don't believe that it will succeed this time either. The SAVE Act, on the other hand, needs to be fought against 100%. 100%. Global solidarity, welcome. Welcome. Vedran Knight, why does your username sound so familiar? That's not usually a good thing. Alright, folks, let's get started. The rats are leaving the ship, folks. The rats are leaving the ship. Breaking news. Tricia McLaughlin, top Homeland Security spokeswoman, is leaving her post. The Department of Homeland Security's top spokeswoman is leaving her post next week as chief spokesperson of the federal agency spearheading President Trump's ethnic cleansing. McLaughlin has been prolific on social media and in the press defending Trump against defending the Trump administration's immigration policy. Cognizant. Oh, I knew that. Of course I did. All right, listen. Nobody saw that. Nobody heard that, okay? That's gonna be my L on my part. I'm like, why does your username sound so familiar? And why have I seen you before? Of course, you're Cognizant. The one and only. McLaughlin confirmed her exit in a statement and said the current DHS spokesperson Lauren Biss will take over her role as the agency's assistant secretary for public affairs. McLaughlin added that Katie Zachariah, a commenter who has appeared on Fox News, will be brought onto DHS's communications team as deputy assistant secretary. Yeah, of course. Another Fox News person. Man, I mean, like, why don't they just, like, bring in Fox News why don't they just, like, bring in the entire network as, like, state media? Because that's basically what it is, right? Fox News is basically state media, and everyone from Pete Hegseth, wasn't Dan Bongino also part of Fox News, or was he just a podcaster? Nadia, welcome. I'm hoping you had a good birthday. Welcome. Yeah, that one's on me, Vedran. I was like, why does that username sound so familiar? I've seen it a dozen times in my own chat. I don't know. And usually when I recognize usernames, it's not a good thing. A source familiar, in this case it is a good thing, and it's well met. VP of US was live on Fox 2 hours ago. What did JD Vance say? A source familiar with McLaughlin's plan said her departure was planned in December, and she said and that she delayed it following the fatal shooting of the 2 US citizens. You mean murder. The correct term is murder. Of 2 US citizens in Minneapolis by ICE, or federal officers. Her departure was first reported by Politico. Homeland Security Kristina Holmes said in a post on Twitter that McLaughlin has played an instrumental role in advancing our mission to, quote, secure the homeland and keep Americans safe. Yeah. That is just fascist rhetoric, but okay. I rarely go on YouTube chat. Yeah, but I know I've seen your username. That's why it kind of like clicked in my head. While we are sad to see her leave, we're grateful for her service, and we wish Tricia nothing but success. I wish her well. McLaughlin said in her statement, I'm immensely proud of the team that we built and historic accomplishments achieved by the administration and the Department of Homeland Security. Yada, yada, yada. So, in other words, In other words, if you ask me, okay, the rats are leaving the ship. Okay, that's what it sounds like to me. The whole homeland rubbish itself was fascist rhetoric, 1,000%. 1,000%. $1,000%. Anyways, I just found that amusing. I predict that there'll probably be more officials that are going to start jumping ship. The more apparent it's going to be, if the midterms aren't going to go their way, I suspect that if the midterms aren't going to go their way, I suspect that more of these officials are going to start jumping ship. But we'll see. Small lowercase w. I still don't know how I feel about this, but I think that DHS being defunded is a good thing so far. But we'll see. Democrats send Trump DHS funding counteroffer as agency shutdown grinds on. Congressional Democrats sent counteroffer to the White House and Republicans in negotiations to reopen the DHS, a spokesperson for Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said on Monday night. Yeah, I don't even know if we're going to just refer to him as a leader, but okay. Schumer and other Democrats are locked in negotiations with President Trump and congressional Republicans about imposing new restrictions on federal immigration agents in exchange for funding DHS. The agency shut down early Saturday morning after weeks of stopgap funding ran out. The negotiations over DHS funding are heightened after federal immigration agents murdered 2 citizens during an immigration surge in Minneapolis. Democrats demanded that DHS funding be stripped from a package appropriating money for a handful of other agencies in the wake of the murders and forced negotiations on immigration enforcement. Just to be clear, the demands are just like basic stuff. Are just basic stuff that should be happening anyways. Making sure the midterms rigged is what the military occupations of them stronghold cities are for. We'll see. We'll see what happens with these people. I don't disagree that this is a possibility, especially if things don't look their way. They might just be forced to do exactly that. I mean, like, Donald Trump is already talking about issuing an executive order to will voter ID into existence. Steve Bannon is talking about how Trump should put ICE agents in polling places to make sure, quote, undocumented people don't vote or whatever. So yeah, I don't disagree that the threat is there. Message to Europe: pay more money, keep Europe Anglo, and defend yourself. Yeah, so fascist stuff. Fascist stuff. No, they were answering a question I asked earlier. Because they said that JD Vance was on Fox News earlier. The Trump administration has since said it would wind down the Minneapolis operation, Democrats didn't say what it was in their counteroffer. Schumer's office didn't respond to an email seeking comment on the details of the proposal. Democrats have pushed for a ban on agents masking their faces, mandatory body cameras, a requirement for judicial warrants for immigration arrests, and an end to roving patrols, among other priorities. Just to be clear, just to be clear, this should be happening anyways. Okay? This should be happening anyways. Like this isn't a concession. This is just what should be. He said it with big words and a soft voice. Pretty soon we'll have ICE agents at nightclub bouncers. The White House and Republicans have pushed back on the mask ban and judicial warrant requirements, which is insane. It's insane. Of course you would need a judicial warrant to do anything. Right? That's how it's always been done, or should be done. Not impossible given how they're co-opting local law enforcement. Yep. The White House sent an initial counteroffer to the Democratic proposal last week. Democrats threw cold water on that, arguing it did not adequately address their concerns. Democrats have less incentive to capitulate during this latest spending standoff, especially given the limited scope of the shutdown and recent polling showing that most Americans feel Trump's immigration policy has, quote, gone too far. Built into this is a substantially changing politics of immigration. I think Republicans are still acting like they hold a straight flush on immigration, but clearly they are holding on a pair of threes. Jared Leopold, a Democratic strategy, who has worked on the Hill and for Democratic Senate campaign committee, said in an interview. Many DHS employees are still working despite the shutdown, as much of the agency is deemed essential during a closure, and parts of it are funded through last year's massive tax and spending bill. But essential employees may be forced to work without pay if the shutdown drags on for a long time. That includes employees at DHS sub-agencies, including the TSA, Coast Guard, and FEMA. Immigration enforcement operations at ICE and Border Patrol can largely proceed unaffected by the shutdown. Congressional Republicans injected hundreds of billions of dollars into the agency's law enforcement apparatus as part of the party line One Big Beautiful Bill law. The rest of the government is funded till September 30th. We'll see what happens with that. I mean, like, fundamentally, I don't know how much this is going to affect the DHS, the DHS, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye out on this one. Following up on the story of Kilmore Abrego Garcia, we haven't really talked about or had any major updates on this story in a while. And in some slightly good news, a federal judge has ruled that he cannot be redetained by immigration authorities. Immigration and Custom Enforcement cannot redetain Kilmore Abrego Garcia because a 90-day detention period has expired and the government has no viable plan for deporting him. The Salvadorian's national case has become a focal point in the immigration debate after he was very much intentionally deported to his home country last year. Since his return, he has been fighting a second deportation to a series of African countries proposed by the DHS. The government made one empty threat after another to remove him to countries in Africa with no real chance of success, said District Judge Paula Zinnes in Maryland wrote in her Tuesday order. From this, the court easily concludes that there's no good reason to believe removal is likely in the reasonably foreseeable future. Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin criticized the ruling in an email. Incidentally, this is the same rat that's jumping the ship next week. If matters were actually about law or due process, Kilmer Abrego Garcia would have been already deported and never set foot in this country again. Judge Zinnes will not be satisfied until he's authorized to live in the United States forever. And you know what? Who cares? Okay? The guy did absolutely nothing wrong. He has not been convicted of any of the wild crimes that these people have said that he's done. Okay? And he was intentionally deported and removed to back to El Salvador as part of this immigration crackdown. And the reason why this is so important to them is because what it symbolizes. Okay, he is just an example. Okay, he is just an example. That's all. Abrego Garcia has an American wife and child and has lived in Maryland for years, but he had immigrated to the U.S. illegally as a teenager. In 2019, an immigration judge ruled that he could not be deported to El Salvador because he faced danger there from a gang that threatened his family. Intentionally, he was deported there anyways. Facing public pressure and a court order, President Trump's administration brought him back in June, but only after securing an indictment charging him with human smuggling. Again, there's no, he has never been, this is just obviously nonsense. There's been some encouraging rulings coming out of the court these past few days. Finally, contempt, Jesus effing Christ, that only took an entire year. Yep. He has pleaded not guilty. Meanwhile, Trump officials say he cannot stay in the U.S. In the U.S. In court filings, officials have said they intended to deport him to Uganda, Eswatini, Ghana, and Liberia. In her Tuesday order, Zinnes noted that the government has purposely and for no reason ignored the one country that has consistently offered to accept Abrego Garcia as a refugee, to which he agrees to go, and that country is Costa Rica. Incidentally, that is my country as well. Abrego Garcia's attorney, Simon Sandoval-Maschenberg, argued in court that the immigration detention is not supposed to be a punishment. Immigrants can only be detained as a way to facilitate their deportation and cannot be held indefinitely with no viable deportation plan. Ladybug, welcome. Since Judge Zinnes ordered Mr. Abrego Garcia released in mid-December, the government has tried one trick after another to try to get him redetained, Sandoval-Maschenberg wrote in an email on Tuesday. In her decision today, she recognized that if the government were truly trying to remove Abrego Garcia from the United States, they would have sent him to Costa Rica long before today. Yep. The government should now engage in good faith effort to work out the details of removal to Costa Rica. Honestly, not a bad plan given, like, honestly, I would see about getting if I was Kilmer Abrego Garcia, honestly, I would take I would take the Costa Rica offer. I would not want to stay in the United States. I would try my best to get my family to go to Costa Rica, and that is it. I wouldn't want to stay here. I wouldn't want to stay here at all, especially after the way that this administration has treated and targeted Abrego Garcia. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be here at all. I think he has trouble, he's having trouble getting there. I mean, he's saying he's okay to go there. Like, he's saying he's down to go there. It's It's mostly the Trump administration that's being cruel. If he did that, though, he would be handing them a win. That's true. That's very true. But it's his choice. It feels like he doesn't. It feels like he might. It feels like he might be down to just go if they let him. Because like I said, I mean honestly, I wouldn't want to stay here either. I wouldn't blame him. I wouldn't blame him. But again, you know, it could be difficult with family and all. Yeah, not at all. Wouldn't blame him. I agree. And just until Trump is gone, then come back if you want. I mean, go live life. Yeah, I mean, yeah, especially, I mean, like I said, I wouldn't. I definitely wouldn't want to stay in this country after, you know, if they were to treat me the way that they've treated Abrego Garcia. Like, I would have just been done, you know. Just ship me to Costa Rica, man. I'm out of here. Sandy, welcome. What's at stake is how much harm they can succeed in doing to him. Yeah, that's true. 100%. That's exactly it. That is exactly the point. Yes. And the administration is quite determined to be as cruel as possible. I mean, they've tried to. They literally sent him to that massive concentration camp in El Salvador, and then now they're saying that he committed all these horrible things and threatened to deport him to countries he's never ever had any relation to, has never stepped in, across the ocean. Yeah, I mean it's 1,000% correct. Yeah, then come back and get a book deal. Can you imagine? If anyone deserves a book deal, it's that man. Because Trump won't be here forever, this will end. That's true. From a technical standpoint, if he can get out by way of court order to let him go, that would be a win and a loss for them. Yeah. Yeah. I think we can all, I think it's safe to say that we can all count down to the day the Filet-O-Fish finally does its thing. I'm pretty positive they all share the same strain of STDs. Trump being gone is not how it will end. No, but it's a start. No, but it's a start. Fascism, you know, fascism isn't just defeated because Trump is gone, but I think that the MAGA movement, the MAGA movement will not be the same. It'll exist. it'll exist, and there'll be successors, or there'll be people trying to be successors, to try to keep the gravy train going, but it will not be the same. It will not be the same. And we must be ready when that happens. The Nazis didn't go away when they were defeated in 45. But they were never the same after that, even though they still exist today. Even though the Nazis still exist today. Yes, the question is what will be left when he does. When he does go. Yeah, it'll definitely be a power vacuum, as Jet says. There'll definitely be people trying to fight over the power, over that vacuum, that spot. And really, what the thing is, like, because it's such, like, because this MAGA movement is so heavily a cult-like, because the MAGA movement is so heavily cult-like, it's gonna be difficult to replace Trump and be like and create that cohesion, right? Like, there'll be people that'll just tune out just because Trump isn't there anymore, right? It just won't be the same. Like, of course they'll still exist, right? Of course the MAGA people will exist, and of course these fascists will still be there. It's just a matter of, like, how much power and how much grip and influence are they going to have after he's gone, right? Doesn't mean that our job is done either. Brazil didn't become a democracy after the first dictator, the junta, retired, for example. Yep. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, it doesn't mean that, like, the problem is solved. It just means that, like, the opportunity presents itself. The opportunity presents itself. Is what I'm saying. Theo's absolutely bankrolling Vance. And Theo is the reason why Vance is there. In fact, all of these people, these techno-fascist tech bros, Carl Yarvin types, are counting on they're counting on Vance to be that successor. They're counting on Vance to represent their interest. I just don't think it'll be the same. Like, it just doesn't, like, he just doesn't have the sauce, right, so to speak. He just doesn't have the cohesion of the MAGA movement like Trump does, right? It just won't be the same. Of course Vance is gonna try. Of course Vance is being propped up to be that successor. Of course Vance is being brought up to be that successor because Trump isn't going to be here forever. I just don't think he'll have that same grip on the base like Trump does. You know what I mean? Like, that's because it's a cult, right? And the cult revolves around Trump. Latino Mafoon, welcome. Hello. Did you see CBS stop Colbert from interviewing Tarico? He had to post it on YouTube. Yeah, I saw that. I did see that. I did see that. There was a shooter on Capitol Hill today and he was stopped. Yeah, it was a young person too. It was a young person. He was trying to, like, walk to the Capitol with a shotgun, I believe. Nothing really happened, I think, past that. They arrested him pretty quickly. JD is a loser. He has no charisma, and he's a bore. Yeah, he's not going to be able to hold that cult together, right? Because the cult formed around Trump. I mean, like, how many people have you talked? How many Trump supporters have you talked to that say that if Trump isn't on the ballot, that they're just not gonna show up? You know what I mean? Like, it's very clear that this whole thing is running on a cult around Trump, and all the entire Republican Party has kind of put all the eggs in this basket here. They even told him not to talk about it. He did it in the funniest ways. I don't understand why all this cold talk about Trump advances. Relevant media images are bought and created more by producers and editors, makeup artists, than the person on camera. Yeah, no, I agree, but I mean, like, nobody likes JD Vance. I'm not even convinced JD Vance likes JD Vance. My point is that, like, the base that surrounds MAGA and surrounds this new, or this current Republican Party is just, like, all about Trump. And that's kind of that's kind of where I'm going with this, right? Like, it's essentially a cult around Trump, and that doesn't have the same the same power once the cult leader is gone. Doesn't mean that they'll be gone forever. It just means that they don't have the same. It just won't be the same. MAGA would try to put Trump's remains on the ballot. Nick Fuentes is telling them not to vote. I saw him on Twitter. Then Right Wing Watch picked it up. Seriously, he's telling people to not vote? I mean, sure. Go for it. I agree with Nick Fuentes. Republicans and conservatives should not go out to vote. I agree with Nick Fuentes on that. They should stay home. Even their own polling shows Vance below 30% approval. Nobody likes him. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think JD Vance likes JD Vance. Okay. We know JD Vance. JD's wife hates his guts. They think a part of Texas will turn blue. Oof, that is bold. That's bold. I mean, it's possible, but that's bold. That is bold. All right, folks, we got one more story before we get on out of here. Can you imagine? I mean, it's there. Like, the numbers are there. It's just like the way Texas is set up. It's just like, man, the suppression is very rough. Yeah, exactly, Nadia. Exactly. The suppression and the way Texas is set up, that's just rough. I tend to agree. Is this Jim Crow and other methods being rigged? The Texas Republican Party may have botched a gerrymandering attempt, which may backfire. I certainly hope so. I mean, just to be clear, like, if that happens, that is bold. I will be very happily surprised. I'm gonna do a little self-promotion. I got you, Sandy. I made an 8-minute video on all these robots that they're building in China is off the charts once these robots hit the streets. OMG. And on my show on Thursday at 5, I'm gonna cover the whole AI robot thing. It is chilling. What? You don't like iRobot coming to life? It was a great Will Smith movie. Trump wants to prosecute anti-fascists as terrorists. That's right. If you are anti-fascist, you are a terrorist. So a question of the rhetorical variety. What would you call a administration that refers to people who are anti-fascist as terrorists? I don't expect the U.S. to turn around within my lifetime. I mean, it's going to be a lot of work. It's going to be a lot of work. It may not even be. It may not even be within. It may not even be within my lifetime. But we still got to set the ground, you know. Vance would win because that party needs a strong leader to campaign with. No, I think Vance would lose. Like a normal like general election, I think Vance would lose. He's got like he's got like the charisma of like an onion. Okay, no offense to onions, but yeesh. Put it this way: these things are going to replace police forces everywhere in the United States. They'll use them against human beings. Yeah, like iRobot. Like iRobot. It's suppression in Texas if you're enough to throw off the LIGO sensors. It'll be as long as Franco and Salazar, if not longer. Oof. Yeah, more like RoboCop. What are Dem Party issues? The position of the Democratic Party is that they are not Republicans. At least that's what I'm being told. Left Connect, welcome. Skynet was a warning, now we're all effed. Onions can actually make people happy, that's true. Maybe I'm being too harsh on the onions, okay? This Texas trial will test his power. Pay attention, folks. This is the kind of stuff that we need to be paying attention to. On July 4th last year, a few hours after sundown, about a dozen left-wing activists gathered outside the Prairie Land Immigration and Custom Detention Center facility, a concentration camp facility in North Texas. Some protesters set off fireworks while others spray-painted cars and a guard booth. Ooh, scary stuff. As federal officers stepped outside to confront them, local police arrived, and shortly after, shots were fired. Investigators say an Alvarado police officer was hit in the neck by a bullet and released from the hospital the following morning. Most of the activists were arrested. 9 of them faced serious federal charges, ranging from attempt to murder to providing material support to terrorists, and a trial that begins on Tuesday. Prosecutors characterize the event as an Antifa attack on the federal government. The defense calls it a protest gone wrong. The implications of this trial extend beyond the fate of one group of activists. For the first time, federal prosecutors are seeking to convict protesters, most of them American citizens, on charges related to domestic terrorism. The outcome will test whether President Trump's years-long campaign to brand leftist activists as terrorists can succeed in the courts. This is the first indictment in the country against a group of violent Antifa cell members, said the acting U.S. Attorney Nancy Larson in a November press release. Since the charges were filed, senior members of the Trump administration have held up the Prairie Land case as proof point in their wider campaign against anti-government organizing, arguing that local activism and demonstrations are coordinated attacks, i.e. protesting, by domestic terrorists. Trump's Department of Justice portrays Antifa, a contraction of anti-fascist, long understood as a loose left-wing ideology, not an organization. Literally. Like, you can be a liberal and be Antifa. You can literally be like a liberal and be anti-fascist, okay? Yeah, yeah, I know. Democrats tend to play good cop. They are not on your side either. That's true. I don't know if you covered this, but a MAGA freak that shot his daughter to death because of a disagreement is not being charged. I can't get over that. Yeah, it's pretty bad. So just to kind of do a summary of that. What essentially happened is there was an argument about politics, and there was an argument about politics, and he killed his daughter over that disagreement. And apparently it was ruled as essentially, okay, I don't know the exact terminology, but essentially what it was ruled as was like an accident, essentially. An argument that got heated, and then an accident. It's Texas, he's a liar. 1,000%. One of the mayoral candidates of Long Beach called for all the leaders of the gangs to put aside their differences and meet him to push ICE out of the city. Oh boy. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, she was visiting her with her boyfriend from the UK. Yep. Yeah, the complexion for the exception. Yep. Yep. So no charges, no criminal charges will be filed against that guy. Wild stuff. So basically, like what they're saying is, if you have a disagreement with somebody, if you have a disagreement with somebody over politics, and that person happens to be not on the right, and it so happens that you shoot them, you could possibly get away with it. That's essentially what the state of Texas is saying. And it's going to invoke more people. It's going to encourage, and I think lay down precedent for people like that to say, hey, we had a political disagreement, right? And as long as you're on the right side, exactly, on the right side, then you can just kill them and say that the disagreement was a heated argument about politics, and well, it was an accident. And yeah, just it happened. It happened. Yeah, the gun went off by accident. Yeah, he didn't mean to. Okay, he didn't mean to. Trump's Department of Justice portrays Antifa, a contraction of anti-fascist, long understood as a loose left-wing ideology, not an organization, a structured militant enterprise, as opposed to like the Proud Boys, right? Comparable to foreign terrorist organizations, as opposed to the Proud Boys, one that calls for the government, the U.S. overthrow government, and poses a national security threat. No, they're just anti-fascist. Like, if you think that Antifa poses a threat to national security because they want to overthrow the U.S. government, what does that say about the U.S. government? Because why would someone who claims to be Antifa be wanting to overthrow a government, any government, right? Why would someone who portrays himself as an anti-fascist be interested in overthrowing a government? Because the government is fascist. The UK is investigating her death since she's a British citizen. Oof. Here's a novel idea. Don't hold a gun while arguing with people unless they're also holding a gun. You shouldn't be near firearms if you're drinking. They should be locked up and your ammo should be separate from your pistol. This guy's the #1 creep. Yep. Legal experts tell MS Now that the Prairieland case, which defendants face decades in prison on state and federal charges, is more complicated than the government's framing suggests, and the prosecution appears to be motivated by politics. Yeah, no duh. They warn that the DOJ's targeting of progressive activists risks criminalizing protest activity. That's the point, and reflects an expansion of executive power under the Trump administration that casts protesters and perceived political opponents as enemy of the state. This is what is at stake here, folks. The indictment stretches far beyond the specific violent criminal action that may have taken place, said Rachel Levinson, Director of the Liberty and National Security Program at the Brennan Center for Justice. It characterizes these people who put together a protest as being an Antifa cell and tars all of them with this label as domestic terrorists. Levinson Waldman said the overreach threatens the civil liberties of all Americans. This is not about, just about Antifa, she said. Anything that somehow feels at odds with this administration's policies could be considered domestic terrorism and will be pursued with the full force of the federal government. Trump's first term coincided with the rise of the far right and energized a counter-movement on the left. The president has always been quick to frame leftist resistance as terrorism. As a fascist does, yes. His first few years in office were marked by sometimes violent street clashes between alt-right organizers, fascists, and the far-left groups opposing them, anti-fascists. After the white nationalists Unite the White, Freudian slip there, but sure, Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, where one counter-protester was murdered by a neo-Nazi and dozens were injured, Trump publicly elevated the anti-fascist movement, placing it on equal footing with the white nationalism. You know, you had some very bad people in each group, Trump told Mark Levin in 2019. Don't forget that was the beginning of Antifa. That's when you first started hearing the word Antifa. I'm not sure I heard the name Antifa before Charlottesville. You see, this kind of tells you everything that you need to know, right? If there wasn't like out and about anti-fascist movements, except when you came along, except when your goon squad decided to show up on the field. Hello? 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 Okay? If you're saying that you've never seen the name or heard of Antifa before Charlottesville, okay, which is not correct. Antifa, there's always going to be Antifa as long as there's fascism. But if Antifa started to show up when you started to show up, I mean, just put, come on, let's do some critical thinking here, okay? Let's do some critical thinking here. That police department must be investigated. Yep. Hudson accurate peaceful lives holding up signs got attacked by fascist militias with full police backing and full impunity. Yes, that also happened. But I think they're like talking about like the actual like clashes where anti-fascist people were out there, like the Black Bloc, actually confronting people like the Proud Boys and Patriot Front. Like there was actual street battles, especially in like Portland and stuff. With these people, because they decided to show up. That's really what happened. And Antifa, or people who are anti-fascists, are only appearing because fascists are appearing. Trump called Antifa sick, bad people, and he said he wanted to find a way to prosecute them. We're looking at a lot of different ways, different things relative to Antifa. He told a gaggle of reporters in 2019, Antifa, in my opinion, is a terrorist organization, says the fascist. Ernest Dahlman founded Antifascista Action in May of 1933. He and his companions, the last man, were executed by the Nazis. Rosa Dahlman, his widow, passed away from old age in 1962. Wow. I didn't know that about his widow. Rest in power, Heather Heyer. Yep. Welcome, Sisfian. I thought these idiots said they caught the head of Antifa. Where did that go in the news? Yep. Just lost, I guess. In 2020, Trump announced plans to designate Antifa as a terrorist organization. Experts wondered not only whether he would follow through, but also what the point would be, since the U.S. had no federal domestic terrorism charge to prosecute. But the rhetoric in Trump's first term policy became policy in his second term. Weeks after his second inauguration, Vanity Fair reported that the FBI and DOJ would shift their domestic terrorism investigation away from the far-right extremist groups, which, by the way, are responsible for the overwhelming majority of political violence there. This is by Trump's own DOJ. The white nationalists and the far-right people are the most lethal and persistent threat with regards to domestic terrorism. Which were responsible for a surge of violence in America over the last decade and inspired multiple deadly mass shootings and towards leftist groups. Federal investigators had previously focused on Antifa for good reason, because they're not really violent, and also they're not a terrorist organization. They're an ideology. So anyways, it's about to be 8 o'clock. So the point being is we have to keep this case that's happening here. We have to keep track of what's happening with this case, because that could have some really important ramifications in the future. So we'll keep an eye out on that, because that is an important case to follow, as it may have ramifications for us in the future. Yeah, Antifa is a form of anti-terrorism. Yes, that is a good way of framing it, Latino Mafune. All right, folks, it's time for me to get out of here, folks. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate your support. You guys are what makes this channel go. Thank you guys so much. Make sure you do all the things, like, share, subscribe, do all the things. Follow me on pretty much any social media, Blue Sky, Twitch, YouTube on the same username. Again, thank you all for being here. Make sure you do all the subscribe, follow, and join us here on this space for Movie Night Extravaganza coming up next. And my show is every Tuesday at 7 p.m. As always, folks, thank you all for being here. I appreciate all of you guys here. Thank you all. Big shout out to all of you guys here. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. See ya.
Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. For me, I shall gather.
going to cost a lot of money. Of course it's custom. It's original ball for an original guy. It's a Marty Supreme, not the Marty normal ball. Yeah, but what does it cost?
On our third Oscar month episode, we're talking about Josh Safdie and Ronald Bronstein's Marty Supreme. But first, a word from our newest sponsor. Hey guys, do you like to play table tennis, but you only have white shirts? Well, when you're wearing the white shirt and the crowd is watching your serves, it's impossible to follow the white ball. The Table Tennis Association forces you to wear black, but who wants to only wear black?
I don't even see your eyes moving. If I'm wearing a white shirt, I'm wearing this, you can't see the ball. Now imagine it with an orange ball, which no one's ever thought of. See, you're already following it way better. Look at his eyes.
Well, we have a new product that nobody has ever thought of. Ping pong balls, but orange. Our new dynamic orange ping pong balls are much easier to follow with your eyes. Pick one up today at any Kristina supermarket. Okay, back to our regular programming. Marty Supreme stars Timothy Chalamet as Marty Mauser, a narcissistic, ego-driven American ping pong player from the Lower East Side. The film takes place in 1952, with the world steadily recovering from the events of World War II, which ended 7 years earlier. Marty Mauser goes to the British Open, no, not the golf one, the table tennis British Open, after his uncle and mom try to sabotage his trip by disappearing when Uncle Murray was supposed to give him money for working as a shoe salesman for him, and after he has sex with his childhood friend Rachel, played by Odessa Zion, the middle daughter of Pamela Adlon from Better Things.
Lloyd, I'm actually pointing a gun at you right now. I'm actually threatening to use it. This is a legit robbery like any other. My fingerprints are all over this thing. These are facts.
And Marty holds up his uncle's shoe store with a gun to get the money from the safe. Marty goes to London ready to destroy the defending champion and his friend, and the closest thing I think Marty Mauser is capable to having a mentor, the Hungarian Holocaust survivor, Bela Klitsky.
I'm going to do to Klitsky what Auschwitz couldn't. Okay, I'm going to finish the job.
Jesus Christ.
Marty also decides to stay at the Ritz and charge it to the Table Tennis Association. However, in a surprise to everyone, the Japanese travel ban has been lifted, and Marty beats Kletsky in the semifinal, but loses to the deaf Japanese table tennis player Koto Endo, who has arrived with a unique paddle that has spongier rubber that allows more topspin. Koto Endo was played by and partially based on Koto Kiwagachi, who is an actual deaf table tennis champion from Japan and his acting debut in this movie. While in London, Marty meets the beautiful former actress Kay Stone, played by Gwyneth Paltrow, and her extremely wealthy husband, Milton Rockwell, the guy who owns the Rockwell Pen Company, played by Mr. Wonderful Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank, starting a sexual relationship that's hot and cold for the rest of the movie, and an antagonistic relationship with Mr. Pen Guy, who becomes enraged when Marty makes a quip about his dead son while getting offended at Rockwell's offer for a staged match in Tokyo.
Oh, you're going to like this. You know what they call their grip? The way they hold their rackets? No. They call it pen holder. So what? You can use that.
After that, Marty goes with Bela Klitsky and the Harlem Globetrotters on a world tour where they play table tennis tricks and stunts between basketball games.
Everybody's gotta learn sometime.
Marty returns home to face his uncle and his melodramatic mother, played by Fran Drescher, who want him to give up his dream of table tennis and get serious about selling shoes.
It's from an original Egyptian pyramid. Who built that?
Marty also finds out that Rachel be pregnant. Marty instead begins hustling, and the rest of the movie is mostly just Marty doing different kinds of hustles, including pocketing money from a sinister gangster played by Abel Ferrara, who gave him money to take his dog to a vet after Marty's hotel tub falls to the ceiling and crushes his arm, which Marty and his friend Wally, played by Tyler the Creator, used to hustle a bunch of hicks at a bowling alley out of all their money in a ping pong game before being chased down and losing the dog after a gas station explodes. The various scams from there that Marty and a rotating cast, including Rachel, try to do include trying to sell a different dog to the criminal guy, trying to get the dog back from an enraged farmer played by Penn Jillette. Marty tries to sell Kay's jewels just to find out their costume jewelry.
The guy chokes me out, punches me in the back of the head, takes my money and run the fuck off. Caught up to the motherfucker, boy. I beat the brakes off that motherfucker, man.
Marty Supreme is based on the book The Money Player, The Confessions of America's Greatest Table Tennis Champion and Hustler, by the famed table tennis champion and hustler, Marty Reisman. Reisman indeed was a traveling comedy act, with Douglas Cartland and the Harlem Globetrotters doing stunts like hitting ping pong balls with frying pans.
But youth tells in the end.
The vigor of the teenaged New Yorker is the winning factor, and Marty Reisman is Britain's new table tennis champ.
In 1952, Reisman lost the world championship to the Japanese player Hiroshi Saito, who was an early adopter of the foam sponge paddle.
So in Bombay, the 19th World Table Tennis Championships reached the final stage.
Nobody in the stadium watching the event, from the moment he unsheathed the racket from his case, realized Hiroshi Saito was about to revolutionize the game and for all time transform table tennis into a totally different sport. Sato walked out to the table to play against Richard Bergman, and I'll never forget he had a little case under his arm. Took out the case, unzipped it, and took out a racket that has about an inch of foam or a half inch of foam on either side. And he started at a few shots across the net, and we couldn't hear the ball. Nobody really understood what was happening, the amount of spin, because the ball reversed itself. It's a very complicated kind of thing. The response off the racket with the sponge is entirely different from the pimpled rubber.
It's a kind of catapult. Whatever effect you put on the ball, it comes back at you with twice the effect.
But Reisman did win 22 major titles, a British Open, 2 U.S. Opens, and became the oldest player at 67 to win an open national competition. The film was the first one that Josh Safdie has directed without co-directing with his brother Benny in a long time. Allegations have been flowing that the brothers' split happened because during the production for the Safdie brothers movie Good Time, an actor, Buddy Duress, tried to sexually assault a minor who was playing a prostitute, and Josh Safdie allegedly kept the camera rolling. Multiple versions about who knew what about this incident. Josh Safdie has continued the tradition of finding non-actors to make appearances. Of course, Koto Kawaguchi, Tyler the Creator, Penn Jillette, and Kevin O'Leary, but also Ted Williams, the man with the golden voice, Barstool fan favorite Luke Manley as Marty's business partner Dion, and John Katsimatidis as Dion's dad, as well as Mitchell Wenig, but not his crazier brother this time after his brother acted up on the set of Uncut Gems.
I was Josh Safdie's muse when he wrote Uncut Gems.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like things like that.
With a budget of $60 to $70 million, depending on the source, Marty Supreme opened on Christmas Day to a $148 million box office. It's up for Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor for Timothée, Best Casting, Costume Design, Production Design, Editing, and Best Original Screenplay, which is weird because it's technically based on a book.
You think it's that simple? Yeah, I do. Let me explain to you. I was born in 1601. I'm a vampire. I've been around forever.
Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I'm obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are 2 more places to follow along with us. Our show gets simulcast, or if we're not on at regular time, played later on This Space. This Space is a working class independent media collective, youtube.com/ThisSpaceTV. Subscribing really helps out, or even more, sharing content from This Space and encouraging others to do the same. By working together, we can break through the algorithm. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. Conan Neutron is the co-host and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza, host of PROTONIC Reversal, an independent Film Critics of America film critic, and the frontman for the band Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. Check out his music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Kristina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, a host at This Space, hosting Kristina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Kristina. Or as they Kristina have a second show, The Absurdity Space, live on This Space on Wednesdays at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific. Kayla is a YouTuber and makes video essays about pop culture on her channel, Kayla Says, including the popular How the Internet Fell Out of Love With series. She has 2 channels, youtube.com/Kayla Says and youtube.com/Kayla Says More. I, of course, am your host, the true inventor of ping pong balls with orange, Forrest Miller. This is the Marty Supreme ball. It's not the Marty normal ball.
Exactly. How dare you? First of all, how dare you? Secondly,
Kayla, welcome.
Hi guys, I'm so excited to be here.
Yeah. I got the idea after watching your Timothy Chalamet video. I'm like, you know who would be perfect for this episode? Because you and I both agree that Timothée, he can be a bit of a try-hard when it comes to wanting to win the prestigious award. Like, my main complaint with this is that it's like this is just gonna be a career Oscar win for him at the age of 30. When I know he's done great performances before this movie, and even probably better performances after this movie. Like he's still young, he's still green,
He's still young, but he's embracing the dream big energy, and I'm excited to see if he pulls off this win. I also do want to say to your chat, I am a little sick, and I'm like consuming cough drops as this goes along here, so I'm able to like breathe and talk to you at all. So if you're like, why does she sound a little like a zombie with cotton balls in her mouth? That's why. But I'm trying my best.
You could just be
it's all right.
tertiary character in the movie, and it would be fine.
Yeah, exactly.
A couple weeks ago, like the night before we did an episode, I was outside shoveling because it was like that big snowstorm that like really piled up. And the next day I was like, oh no, I feel the cold entering my system right now.
Yeah, 'tis the season for sure.
It's interesting. This movie is so we're famously big Uncut Gems fans on this show. I liked Good Time. I did not like it nearly as much as Uncut Gems, but I didn't expect it to have like similar stressor energy. Stressor Supreme is my subtitle tonight. And it works. And especially with the main character being one of the most insufferable, manipulative jerks you'll ever meet in your entire life. Like, it's like, okay, like you got to have charisma to sell it. And it's just one of those things where it's like when people are like, yeah, I can't. I'm like, I get it. I totally get it. It is a lot, though. It is a lot of dudes rock,
scheming, hustling.
It is a lot of, and he he does not let the gas off. He's just a little goblin the entire time, right? And respect, because he's very good at being said goblin. But it is what is also like, I understand it's a good year for the acting categories, and you have to kind of like go for that thing. I would have been. I'm not a fan of the musical biopic in general, like as a form. I think it's pretty hacky. Complete Unknown is like one of the less odious ones of the bunch, but if he had one for Bob Dylan, I would have been pissed that year. Quite frankly.
Instead, we got Adrian Brody and poor Cillian Murphy. He's still standing on that stage because
he's still talking. He's still doing the speech. Timothée would have at least kept it succinct, one would hope. But yeah, I do agree that I think it's kind of they want to give him an Oscar, right? But it's also a great performance of a complete a-hole, like the worst dude you've ever met, who just is like absolutely gonna ruin your life in every way possible.
It makes you wonder the real Marty was actually like that. My thing is they didn't show off like the flamboyant as much as I thought, like all the flamboyant, him putting on like an act, like all the crazy techniques and fun things he would do to make table tennis entertaining. Currently, I find that shit entertaining.
One of the most
exciting. The way it's shot, which I'm sure we'll get into, is exciting. Where it's like, I did not expect ping pong to be this thrilling, but here we are.
I mean, it works for curling because they scream very sexy stuff. So
yeah, well, I don't exactly know how this works, but the Harlem Globetrotter one that he did, which he did like basically a comedy act in between.
Right.
The
like the real guy did a Harlem Globetrotter style
with like the circus animals and the frying pans and all that. Yeah.
So the frying pans are a real thing, and they would use their feet somehow. They would use their feet to kick the thing up and then hit it with a frying pan. And I don't exactly know like the rhythm to it or whatever, because I think it was very choreographed, but like that was an actual thing. This guy started hustling this way at 15. He was 15 years old. He was at one of those, they show you like kind of I think it's Lawrence's is the place like that in New York City, where it's like that's the real place where they had all the people doing like underground ping pong championships basically. And they were like kind of underground doing that whole thing. That guy started there at 15 and was hustling people out of so much money. Like he would do that same kind of hustle where he's like, oh, I'm kind of bad at this, so don't worry. And then he would and then show his like power level and be like, just kidding, I'm great at this.
Which we're used to seeing, but not with ping pong. Like we've seen like Color of Money and so on, where it's like pool usually, you know.
Yeah. So I always think about the one Drake and Josh episode where they hustle at pool.
Yeah,
They
I was
hustle
like,
everybody
wait.
at pool.
I've seen that. I was like,
Yeah.
I'm like, man.
Well, but the thing is, you have to be like the thing that you don't think about with that, you have to be really good at it.
And also really good at making that you're bad at it.
Good enough to look like you're bad. Just like how we talked about with May December. Trust me, I'm going somewhere with this. Where Natalie Portman is a good actress playing a bad actress, trying to be a good actress, which is actually harder. And in that same way, when musicians are trying to play, it's hard to be a bad musician when you're a good musician, so on and so on. Also, this is the only time period where being a ping pong hustler would work.
Yeah,
because it's now a rec room thing, you know. It's like table tennis,
also,
right? You know, for
also
America.
It was taken a lot less seriously before this year in 1952. That's the year that this really changed, because this guy Hiroshi Saito, who actually was the worst. I mean, I don't know, like at least this is the way that it's portrayed now in like popular narratives. Worst table tennis player on the Japanese, like, you know, the Japanese star team or whatever. And he had that paddle. Because they put the sponge in the middle of the paddle, and he was able to go like this. No one had ever seen anything like that, because the topspin, you can actually control where the ball goes. Yeah.
Wouldn't that be considered like cheating too? Like, I'm like, that's one thing that bugged me. I'm like, wait.
Everyone's monocle popped out when he did it. Like, oh, you know.
Like, wait a minute. Doesn't
They
this
were
not give him
reacting,
an advantage?
too fast to like it fried their brains so much that they couldn't think like this is cheating. Like,
right.
Also, too, like with the music choices, like it feels like it's also very like reminiscent of like, you know, like the Cold War, like the 70s and 80s too. I was like, wait a minute, this is the 1950s. This is not like 1984.
Well, from the beginning, right? The first song you hear as like a needle drop or whatever throughout it says "Forever Young," which is a song that fits with the time period of the 1950s, because it's literally a song about, you know, the atom bomb getting dropped and everybody's forever young because they're frozen in time because they've all been killed pretty much. So it's like,
but no one listens to the lyrics that hard. So Kayla, you want to jump in there and on any of that weird?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if we guys
17 topics, yeah.
Yeah, it's like ping pong. It's like ping pong in real life.
It is like this show is like ping pong. You're right.
Yeah. No, I mean, this was one of my favorites of the year. And I also, Uncut Gems is one of my favorite films as well. I like Good Time a lot too. I don't love it as much as Uncut Gems. And so I just really
I knew we'd like you.
Yeah, I have always really gravitated toward, and I know it's unfortunate because the Safdie name has been a bit tarnished in recent weeks, but I've always gravitated toward their style of filmmaking, and so I was really excited to see this, and it ended up being one of my favorites of the year. I love that all of Josh Safdie's films, I guess, are just about like the worst guy going through a series of hijinks. And
thus far it seems to be the case, right? I mean,
like
3 for 3.
Yeah, you'd think that would get tiring after a while. Like you'd think that just kind of watching 2 hours of like the worst person you've ever seen in your life try to win and then in many ways fail at winning, like you'd think that would get tiring after a while, but I just eat it up. I love it. I love this movie. I was on the edge of my seat.
It's always like a Jewish guy that feels like it could be a relative, like despite me not being Jewish, but like being from New York, like it feels like someone of like somebody I know, like a cousin or something, as a friend. That like every one of his movies centers around someone that like feels that the world feels so lived in that you're like, oh, I could see like someone
like,
I'm
this is my cousin, sister's daughter's friend's son. By the way,
what does that make us? Absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
but
I thought that as soon as she said it.
But it's also, I think, the Safdies, and I guess we have to speak of them separately now. They do a really good job of bringing in incredible people to be characters, even if they're not traditionally known as character actors. You mentioned
and Kevin O'Leary.
you mentioned for some of the people returning from Uncut Gems were just like, no, that's just a guy. He's just like a guy that's in like, you know, the jewelry district that like just is around, and they brought and like he's in as like one of the sidekicks of Abel Ferrara. Amazing, because if you're a big of a film nerd as Josh Safdie is, and he definitely is. I listened to his episode of The Movies That Made Me with our friend Josh Olson, who was just on a few episodes ago, and like these guys love movies. And he was like speaking very eloquently about a lot of them, and it's like, well, you can tell. But to get Abel Ferrara, which for the younger folks who don't know, a like pretty quintessentially New York director, like especially in like that late 70s.
I
like,
love that
mid-80s era.
lieutenant.
Yeah, I mean, like, and he's like legit scary, like frightening in this role. And he's like not even traditionally an actor.
Well, in his later
but to have
years,
that
he's grown-
eye, to have that eye for like knowing who would fit well in the vision, right?
He's kind of done like the Cronenberg, where it's someone that was known as this director, like this larger than life director, and then him in his later years, he's like been cast in like a few things. Like it hasn't been anything to this level, but it's like, you know, a lot of people have been like, you know, Abel Ferrara is like a perfect like that kind of face, which he was also like, he was one of those filmmakers that came out of like the Michael Mann school, and we just talked about Thief,
which we just talked about Thief. He has presence too, like Michael Mann too, and that helps for character. And like it's the same way. Cronenberg's a great example, because I think of like a movie like Nightbreed, which is, you know, quintessentially a 3.5 star movie, but like Cronenberg's like he's the bad guy in that, and he's so over the top, like, and it's like could be more campy, but it's like, no, this guy's pretty terrifying actually, like, and Abel Ferrara's got that same energy, but the thing is, it's not just like there's one of those kinds of things. There's like 20 of those kinds of things in this movie.
Yeah,
right?
one of my favorite castings in this film is we said in the trailer Dion. I forget. So he is kind of
Luke,
like
I think it's Luke Whelan or something.
Yeah, Luke Whelan. So it's funny because Josh Safdie always has these weird, like, as a New Yorker, like love letters to like New York culture, and especially like sports and basketball culture. And so that guy is is from this video from Side Talk, which they do like street reports outside of Madison Square Garden during Knicks games. And that guy who plays Dion went viral for looking into the camera and going after the Knicks beat Atlanta, going, Trae Young looks like my dad's dick. And Josh Safdie cast him based on that moment, and I think that's amazing. I love that.
He's obviously like he's like a very big guy, and because of that, watching Knicks games, because this guy would be at all the like he loves the Knicks, so he would be at all their games, and it's just impossible to miss him when they take like shots of like, you know, the crowd or something.
Right. He's gonna stand out.
Like even before he was anybody famous, he was just there. So there's all these people that have gone back and like they're like, oh no, there he is at the Knicks game. There he is at the Knicks game. He's like Spike Lee, but not sitting courtside.
And that goes back to, we were having the larger discussion about the casting category and what that means, being like the first time this year that it's being put. Is it like, do you reward someone that has folks like blend in, that are just like more naturalistic, like in The Secret Agent, which we're going to cover in a couple episodes? Or is it like, Leo meme, you know, over and over again? Oh, it's that guy. Oh, it's her.
It's like, like the Oppenheimer. Oh my God! Imagine if they had the best casting during the Barbenheimer Oscar season. Oh my God!
That would have been a Stone Cold game. But like also, even like with Penn Jillette, which by the way, when I saw in the theater, I was like, oh,
yeah, I was like, I know Penn Jillette. I know that guy. I was like, I know where in my head just wasn't.
Because if he doesn't look like how he does as Penn and Teller, obviously.
Yeah.
But like he sounds the same. But I was so kind of like, well, what's this farmer up to? You know, I wasn't even thinking about. And I was like, oh,
no,
snap,
I was like, where the fuck do I was like, where do I know this guy from? And he opens his mouth, and I was like, oh, it's Penn Jillette. Like.
But it could be interesting. So the casting award for this, like this is interesting that it's a balance beam, right? Because they call it stunt casting sometimes, where you're just like getting like recognizable faces that they put in there. But that's kind of like they're sub-recognizable. Like there's something familiar about them, but it's in a way that like works for the movie, because unless you're like a super fan of like the person's thing, you're not going to be looking for them. They just have this energy about them that is going to like work for like a fast-paced narrative like this. And also Gwyneth Paltrow.
And also Gwyneth Paltrow.
and like the
who's good. She's good in this. She's good in this.
Credit where credit's due. She's had so much cheek filler by this point. It's crazy.
Yeah.
In some of the scenes, she'll do like a silhouette shot. But there's also the guy.
She can act. She's good in Sliding Doors. That's like an indie movie.
I still don't think she should have won for Shakespeare in Love, but that's for another episode.
But like it's crazy though. Also, we obviously talked about One Battle After Another, and we talked about, the casting of Danvers actually being that guy, James Ratterman, who's an actual Homeland Security investigator. This movie kind of does the same thing where it's somebody not just with Kevin O'Leary, obviously, who's already like a dick, but like there's some intrinsic evil to the guy. He's Dion's dad in this.
John Catsimatidis,
who runs the Christina's grocery chain, and also the incredibly far right radio station WABC 77, which is the one that Cuomo just got hired by. He hired Cuomo like a week ago. So they actually, the most awkward thing in the world, they had Kathy Hochul and Zoran go to the premiere of Marty Supreme, invited by that guy to mend fences with them after like the most contentious election that they've had in New York City in a long time.
Yeah, Catsimatidis has just been terrorizing the city of New York, especially since Johnny got elected, and has been yelling about how he's going to take Christines out of New York. And it's like, no, you're not, dude. No, you're not. Yeah. But, he was good in this movie. He was fine.
Yeah.
Good job.
Well, they got him for something that he's used to saying no to people who want to give him money, and he's used to business ventures that are like unorthodox. So it works in both those capacities. The same way I think it really, really works that they have an actual Homeland Security investigator in One Battle After Another. Even though I'm like, oh no, this is intrinsically evil that you have this in this movie.
Evil.
But that's kind of what I'm saying about the casting for this. Like, this is a good case study for it, because it's like, I don't know who that guy is. How would I know who that guy is? Like, I'm not a New York person, but like, he seems like the correct person to be doing that. And there's one of two ways to do that. You could be like a trained, thespian that is deeply able to like go into the place to like become the person, or just get someone that's that person. Right.
Who is that person? Yeah. And that's how do you feel about the Mr. Wonderful of it all? How do you feel?
So I feel fine about it because I've never seen that show.
Really? You've never seen Park Tang?
Yeah, that's and I'm a wild outlier in that, and I realized that. But yeah, I was not familiar. I was like, who's this guy? And everyone's like, Mr. Wonderful, and they're all and I'm like, okay.
Which is it's honestly it's very funny that a person that like just horrid as a human being has permanently tagged themselves with the name Mr. Wonderful, and somehow that's what we call like that's still.
It's like Reed Richards calling himself Mr. Fantastic instead of like a rubber band man, like Mr. Fantastic. You clearly named yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
But I don't know. There's something charming about, and like I think that this might get. There's a few things in this that might get old fast with people's things like Timothée Chalamet's method acting techniques, right? Like the whole thing about like, oh well, he fucked up. He purposely had things that fucked up his eyes, and then added a layer of glasses on top of that. And it's like that's something that I feel like at some point it's gonna be like, oh man, we've had enough of that. But like I don't know. There's something like there's something charming.
Like Jared Leto.
I was just gonna say Jared Leto.
Timothy. I am friends with your mother on Facebook. I will tell Nicole personally. Stop it.
Is that the kind of stuff you mean by try hard? Because like I see that is to me that is it. It's like, oh my god, why don't you just try acting? Come on. Like,
And also you don't hear it enough from like women. Like and Kristen Stewart mentioned, about the men talk about method acting, and then it's like with women, it's like, well, what do women do to get? I'm like, there's a lot of shit that women do.
That's what the Gwyneth Paltrow was supposed to be making fun of that.
Yeah,
with her entire character was supposed to be making fun of the concept of method acting, while Josh Safdie was forcing. I mean, because he did a lot of the stuff where he was pushing Timothée Chalamet further and further. Like when you actually listen to them talk about it, it's like a lot of the stuff was his idea. And Timothée Chalamet, like the eye thing, got like put at Timothée Chalamet's feet, but it's like no, it's Josh Safdie sent him to an optometrist to fuck up his eyes with contacts and then put glasses on top of it. And it's like no, that's like a Safdie thing. That's not.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate it's almost kind of charming that like he refused to get a butt double. So the Kevin O'Leary scene where he's spanking him with a paddle, it's like that's that's his actual ass getting hit.
Yeah, there's not a stunt ass involved.
Real ass, real cheeks.
Which you don't think about like until something like this happens. You don't think about the fact that like when an actor gets spanked, it's a stunt ass, right? Like that's not something that like pops the first thing into your head until they're like, oh no, I didn't use a stunt double for my ass, and then you're like, oh, I've never thought about you having to use that before, but like now it's kind of crazy.
That's American.
I can't stop thinking about it. Yeah. Well, anyway, I think we're gonna start getting with the plot summary. Kaylee, anything you want to chime in on this ping pong game of an episode before we start doing that?
No, let's get started.
All right, let's hit it.
All right. So in 1952 New York City, Marty Mauser works as a shoe salesman at his Uncle Murray's shop while also competing professionally as a table tennis player. Marty dreams of winning the British Open I keep thinking of golf. Like the British Open.
That's what I think of it,
Defeating
yeah.
the defending champion Bela Klitsky to bring the American attention to the sport. He also pitches selling orange novelty table tennis balls bearing his name to his friend Dion and Dion's businessman father, and is having an affair with his married childhood friend Rachel Melzer. Actually, I didn't know that was her last name. Marty demands $700 for his London trip, but Murray refuses. Slave labor, by the way. Murray's trying to get his nephew doing slave labor. Citing concern for Marty's mother and wanting him to keep his job. After hours, Marty robs the shop's vault by threatening his coworker Lloyd at gunpoint. I want to say
Rory and baby.
Well, the guy that plays Lloyd, that is such a great find for like a character actor. That guy's face is just like unique, but also in this like incredibly pathetic way. And like you really like when he has the gun pointed at him, like you really feel this like I don't know, energy out of the scene where it's like there's this disdain, but also like I don't know what the fuck this kid's gonna do.
Right.
Yeah.
Very, very, very unpredictable. By the way, the usage of the word demands in there, very accurate. It is very much a demand. There's a lot of demanding going on by this kid.
Yeah. It's like, what? Come on, you haven't earned it yet.
Just like yeah.
Yeah. You know what's funny too though is that there he I mean I do appreciate that he's trying to trying to bring like a very niche sport to like something that's very popular in different parts of the world that's popular to the US. That's how I feel about when I watch Americans in the Winter Olympics playing curling. I'm like, what school do you go to where they have curling as an option for a gym class? Because I would have attended.
Yeah, they just all saw Cool Runnings and decided to put that as an elective.
Yeah,
Cool Runnings.
You're the
everybody. Thank you.
Jamaican bobsled team.
I just watched Cool Runnings. Me and my fiance just watched
Really?
it. Love that movie.
Did it hold up?
I heard that.
I haven't
I heard
seen it in
they're
years.
either remaking it or doing a sequel. I
Yeah.
heard.
Really?
I think they said that.
I think it's a product of its time, but it's fun. It's a fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
It's
product.
also
of
without
its time,
John
I'll leave it at
Candy.
that.
Like John
Yeah, how
Candy
do you
was
get
such a good
Yeah.
In London, Marty, unhappy with the players' barracks, instead stays at the Ritz Hotel, where he seduces former actress Kay Stone and meets her wealthy husband, pen magnate Milton Rockwell. Great pen magnate name, by the way. Marty defeats Kletsky in the semifinals, but loses to Kodo Endo, a deaf Japanese player using a sponge racket. I did not know that this was like such a big, because I obviously think of those rackets as like the ping pong racket.
I did not.
Yeah.
I did not catch that at all first time. By the way, like I was like, oh, okay. I didn't like understand.
Like, what's the
distinction,
controversy
the
here?
difference. I didn't. Yeah, there's nothing about.
I
it.
thought it was the shape of the they made it so it was like the shape of the racket looked a little bit different.
Yeah.
So I was like, is it the shape? Is it a shape thing? Is it a size thing? I don't know. Is it girth to the racket? Rockwell offers Marty an exhibition match against Endo in Tokyo before the World Championships, but Marty declines upon learning he would be expected to throw the match to appease Japanese audiences who killed Rockwell's son, but they got money, so they got yen.
Well, and it's important to
Yeah,
note
no.
too, and something you were saying earlier, and I forgot to mention it with the music, is that the time period from when the music it's 80s pop predominantly in this, and the time of the movie is about the same time between those dates as it is from now to when that music was set. So it's if you were to look at it, it would be like that would be in the midpoint of there.
They
And I
were
wonder if
thinking
that was
intentional?
thought about and intentional or just kind of happened to work
Yeah.
out that way.
No, I think it was because I watched Tom Baker, and you guys should watch it just to watch it before, because I sent it to the Instagram chat that we had. But there's this video where it's an hour of Sean Baker in conversation with Josh Safdie, and they're just bouncing off each other. Like it literally is like a ping pong game.
Ironically, I couldn't listen to it because I was listening to Josh Safdie talk to Josh Olson. Kayla, do you want to jump in on the music thing there?
Yeah, I mean, this has some great needle drops. I love that it ends on "Everybody Wants to Rule the World." Love that. Great moment. And I also think, yeah, it's kind of interesting because like people pointed out that this is supposed to like obviously 50s, but not all of it like is so closely aligned. Like there's some slang that they use that's not synonymous with the 50s. There's music that they use that's not entirely synonymous with it. But it still kind of like adds to the overall vibe, I think. And I really like the music choices here. And I think it's kind of like a weird, like almost uncanny kind of vibe that they go for, but I think it works.
Yeah. kind of reminds me of like Legion. Like, you don't know it's like a 60s futuristic thing. There's music from all these different eras, and they have where the new Fantastic Four, like what universe it is. I'm like, yeah, but I like to think that Legion is also in that same universe.
Okay, sure.
Because of the aesthetics and technology.
Well,
So
and it's kind of out of time as well. Like it's of a time and like out of time. And I think and some people got mad about it too. But, oh, that's not 1950s.
Yeah, but that seems like something that's designed to piss people on Reddit off.
Have you seen a movie before? First of all, but then secondly, shut up.
I could just see the Neil deGrasse Tyson. Actually, the music from this was actually from.
Why don't you blog about it, right? I mean, come on, what are you doing there?
I do want to say it isn't all like I noticed this yesterday when we rewatched it in Discord. Which plug you the Discord. We do watch the movies ahead of time,
we do.
In there. At least the Oscar ones. But there's a Fats Domino track. The one time the music really is era appropriate. Right. It drops when he's in the car with Tyler the Creator, and they're celebrating the fact they just won all this money. There's Fats Domino starts playing, and they both inherently know the words to it. Like it's in movie.
It's what they call diegetic.
Diegetic, yeah.
Yes. At least they're not walking to New Orleans.
No, at least they're not in my orange heaven. The remix with the orange pink.
Sure. Yeah, and it's interesting because the song choices are clearly very well thought out, and I think they are very effective. And there is a school of thought that says like, oh, you shouldn't use music if it is after when the time period is. But I mean, I don't know. I think that's very restrictive.
Yeah.
And I also think that when Josh Safdie and filmmakers like him are making movies, it's informed from things like Scorsese. It's informed from all of these filmmakers that are quintessentially music forward. Think about the Stones and Scorsese. Right, it's like, those two are like
think about the Stones and Scorsese.
Do you know how many times they parody the scenes in Goodfellas in like TV shows, and they use "Give Me Shelter" to represent like, oh, this is definitely like a rip of Goodfellas,
But the important thing to remember, it kicks ass. It's really good, and it works for the movie. So if it works for the movie, like, who cares? But I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm the first one. I always point out when it's like, oh my God, why use that overused thing? Why not use something else? But I mean, I think that it's an aesthetic choice. And I think it works really well. I mean,
the other thing that I would point out after hearing Josh Safdie's reasoning behind some of the stuff, he had this deep connection to Lawrence's. I'm pretty sure it's the name of the place, like the underground ping pong place. His uncle was actually a ping pong player that would go there all the time and actually compete with, so he would have been one of the people that are just kind of hanging around when, the Marty Mauser / Marty Reisman character is there. So he's kind of looking into his own
because they've been kicking us around for this script have been kicking around for a long time. And I was like,
6 years.
Why ping pong? Like, it's definitely like something that I was like, why was that the one?
Why not curling, right? I know, Conan. Hurry hard.
Exactly.
Harder, faster, stronger, better.
So he said the reason that it's ping pong is also that he never considers, disrespectfully, I guess, he never considers ping pong a sport, right? Like he loves
right. So it's the idea but this is the moment. If it was going to break hard and big in the US, it would have been at this time where someone that is their craft, that is their art, that is the thing that they have dedicated their life to. It's still going to be endlessly mocked and still going to be, people aren't going to take it seriously, but you can kind of believe it, especially if the person's actually good at it, because it's this like moment in time where like, well, it could be. I mean, look, pickleball, right? I mean, who thought that was going to be big? Not me. I was like, there's no way that pickleball.
This is so embarrassing. When I was
can still get out of here.
Disco frisbee or whatever the hell they call it.
When I was in high school, we had pickleball in gym class like constantly, and I just assumed it was like something someone at like the high school came up
just made up. It sounds like something. It's like Calvin ball, right? Like pickleball. Haha, that's funny.
Well,
you have to eat a pickle at the end of it.
I mean, look at the freaking like this is why I prefer the winter over the Summer Olympics. But the Summer Olympics is like anything could be a sport, like twitching your fingers and stuff. I'm like, really? Like there's a whole.
Well, it gets into the.
I'm the gold medalist at that when it's cold outside.
Yeah, and there's
track and field ones especially.
Yeah, I thought I think the Daily Show or someone did like a segment about like all these like they tried it like they do all these things where they try to get, awareness of these sports, try to get them in the Olympics. I'm like, at least with the Winter Olympics, there's no stupid shit because it has to be winter. It has to be cold. It has to involve snow and ice.
Well, how many different how many different height jumps are there in like track and field events? It's like, oh, I could jump this amount, I could jump this amount, I could jump this amount. It's like I could do the pole vault, I could do the discus, and it was like,
and that's why Marty has to make it. That's why in real life he made it interesting. He made it interesting.
Back to ancient Greece. Yeah, I know.
What else did they have? They didn't have ice skates. They were like, all right, can you jump that high?
But I'm saying but I'm saying
right.
it's funny that even those things, right? I think that's the original thing where it's like like the jumps or something. It's like, well, anything can be a sport if a jump could be a sport, but jumping back, speaking of jumping
well, hold on, Kayla, did you have something for that?
No, I'm good. You keep going. Yeah.
Ancient Greece, jumping, ping pong. All right, here we go.
Just jumping back into the summer.
It's like Mr. Toad's Wild Ride on this show.
Yeah, love it.
Rockwell offers Marty an exhibition match against Endo in Tokyo before the World Championships, but Marty declines upon learning he would be expected to throw the match to appease Japanese audiences. Which you could have just said, right? Like you could have just said, like, "Oh no, thank you," but instead he burns the bridge, which is like, I feel like that's the Marty thing
because that's the kind of guy. Yeah, that's the kind of guy he is.
That's the kind of guy I am. I'm Marty. What do you want from me?
It's in his nature, right? It's like he has that nature of just he's an absolutist, and that's going to count on both sides.
And just basically like self-sabotage. It's like because later on he's like, I'm not the type of person to ask for help or blah 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 blah. I'm like, bitch, you've been doing that the whole time.
Yeah, but that's like, but you that's the moment I think that Kay sees herself in him, right? Where it's like, oh, she would have never admitted that she asked for help either, and then that's why she's like, all right, I'll give you whatever you want. What do you want? Or maybe I don't know. Maybe Dick was just so good. Who knows? But
Sidebar. Odessa Zion, really good in this. I like the Rachel Sennott show quite a bit as well, and so I knew her from that, which is a very different character. But and also absolutely nuts to see her and Mikey Madison like in pictures together. It's like, oh yeah, they do look quite alike.
I mean, my thing is she looked very like she's doing that whole thing where she's like, I have a kind of I could change my name a little bit, kind of be like racially ambiguous and get like a fake tan and some lip filler and wear a black wig, and then that's like the thing she's doing.
There's also but there's also
that's an exact quote or anything, but yeah, sure.
Yo, I got this wig and I got this tanner.
You got a
little thing where it's like
she got cast as a Latina.
Yeah, and she was like, I didn't know.
And she's like, I didn't know that the character is Latina, and she like dropped out. But yeah,
that's hilarious.
I think that there's also like it's like a win, it's like a lose-lose situation for somebody like her, because if she leans too much into the fact that her mom obviously is like a famous actress, and like a famous comedian and writer.
I loved her.
Who didn't cast her, by the way, who didn't cast her daughters in the show about her daughters. So it's like,
exactly.
How big of a leg up did your mom really give you? But I think that there's like, we look down on those kinds of people. We call them nepo babies or whatever. Like I'm kind of over nepo baby discourse because I'm like, this is boring at this point. But like but then they try to do something radically different to like make it so that like, oh, I don't look anything like my mom. I have a whole different like skin tone and hair shape and everything. And it's like, then they get shit on for that. And it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, I just want
the acting to be good.
Her look is almost like Greek now. Of like, okay, I didn't expect that, but okay, I'm not mad at it. And when it works, I was gonna say it works for the Rachel Sennott show because he just is meant to be. It's like Entourage, but for influencers. It's nothing like Girls, frankly.
Well, I mean,
but like, I mean that as a compliment. The fact that it's so low stakes of just like, what am I watching? Like, what are they? But it's like it works. It's fun. She's good. You buy the fact that like this is someone that like people want to give products to. It works. It works.
Yeah, it's like watching like people like get all excited. Ariana Grande dyed her hair dark brown again, is putting on the fake tanner again because they thought Glinda ruined her, and I'm like, guys, chill out. It's fine. Black Kiana's coming back. She
spent too much time in that gay ass bubble and it destroyed her tan. Rockwell tells Marty.
Kayla has no frame of reference for that, but I think it still works. But
it's all good. If she's done videos on Wicked, it's fine.
It's all good.
Here comes Glenda in her gay ass bubble. It was a letterbox one-liner. So.
Love.
Yeah. It's the greatest letterbox.
It's one of my favorite ones. Yeah.
Rockwell tells Marty that he's already a vaudeville performer since he's touring internationally with Kletsky as a novelty act for the Harlem Globetrotters. several of those Globetrotters are like, well-known NBA players. They were auditioning them for a while.
Yeah.
So it's like those guys are more.
They tour.
Yeah.
They still tour today because I mean, like it's been like a obviously they it's kind of like the banana that the Atlanta Bananas like the
Savannah
Bananas.
Bananas.
They do like all the entertaining, singing, dancing while playing baseball. Like I like those things because it's just it makes the sport fun. As someone who doesn't do sports, I'm like, cool. I want to be entertained. What is baseball again?
Who's the what's the team that always is up against them? Is it the Washington Nationals? Is that's right? Or Washington Generals? Sorry, where it's like they just their job every night is to lose to the Harlem Globetrotters and have them like just do antics.
Yeah,
on them.
I've seen the Harlem Globetrotters because they do, that their thing. They also were featured like on a lot of shows because they really got big in like the 70s for some reason because they were on like a lot of like cartoon shows and stuff like that. So
that is true. They had a cartoon. Harlem Globetrotters had a cartoon, and it's funny because what wasn't mentioned in the plot summary, like Marty Mauser has like extreme contempt for that, and for someone that would. Like go do that, even as like, look, his buddy is like, we're just making a buck, it's okay, we're making a living at doing what we love, and he's like pissed at it. He's pissed at the idea of it, like, because that's how much of a a grindset sort of guy he is. That it has to be not just his chosen methodology of craft; it has to be in only a specific way. Like he only looks at it as like a means to an end for the time being. So. I think that's interesting in terms of the character's motivation. So,
yeah.
Thank you. Anyway, moving on.
Back in New York, Marty is arrested for stealing from Mary but escapes. He reconnects with Rachel, who's pregnant, and claims the baby is his. I would have gotten a paternity test for that shit. While staying in a rundown hotel with his friend Wally, a taxi driver.
Wally. Entirely different.
Marty discovers. Come on, Wally, we're going out to hustle. Wall.
Stupid.
Out there is a world outside of Yonkers.
I will say it's probably real easy for Wally if Wally had gotten his taxi robbed, like the Wally, because those guys they can't even walk. They're like on there.
Yeah, exactly. Hovercraft Barco loungers. Barco loungers, thank you. Yeah.
So while staying in a rundown hotel with his friend Wally, a taxi driver, Marty discovers he has been banned from the World Championship unless he pays a $1,500 fine to the internet. I wonder how much that is today. For the International Table Tennis Association for fraudulently expensing his Ritz stay. Marty's bathtub collapses through the floor, injuring mobster Ezra Mishkin. I thought Rachel's name was Mishkin too. I think who pays Marty to take his dog Moses to a veterinarian. Marty instead hustles patrons in New Jersey bowling alley with Wally to raise the money. The bowlers later attack them at a gas station. But, yeah,
this is too much plot. But that's too much plot to summarize. First of all,
what is this, a Fellini movie?
The bathtub like falling through.
I was like, oh my god, the dog! Please,
so
don't kill the
good.
dog.
That's like one of my favorite scenes of the movie is the bathtub scene because it's just like so fucking like batshit. Loved it.
Because you don't expect it because there's having a conversation and then he's just like naturally like being like the chaos goblin. He is like I don't care what he says, I'm gonna take it anyway, and then just crack and you're like oh, and then like the first thing I thought of was like oh no, that dog, and like oh yeah, and the guy
me too.
I guess.
I was really worried about the guy.
It for the adjusted to inflation from like 1952, it would be like between like 18,000 to 20,000.
So this is a fine that he invoked. Okay.
Yeah, that is not a $1,500 fine. That is like a mortgage on a.
So there was a David Cross TV show from Mr. Show called "The Increasingly Poor Decisions of Todd Margaret." So I started my Letterboxd review with the increasingly poor decisions of Marty Mauser because this is one of many examples of like he could have. Just taking it easy, address the problem at hand, and he every moment in time he's hustling, he's making things worse, he's taking advantage of people, like he's always on the grind, always, constantly, and it's I get it when people are like, I'm out, I can't stand like 2.5 hours of that. Like, well, tough because that's what this film is.
I can't stand to see a good man down.
There's some bad decisions here that pay dividends of pain later on.
I don't know. Sure. I don't know if you guys have the same thing in moments like this, and in Uncut Gems too, where there's these moments that lull you into feeling like, oh well, I'm back in the action right now, like, but it's not going to be something crazy, right? So it's just like Marty and Tyler the Creator going back and forth, and it's kind of funny, and you're like lulled into feeling like, all right, maybe things are like slowly going to get back on track. He's taking a shower or whatever, and you almost like after that happens, you almost like have a feeling of self-loathing for letting yourself get lulled into that feeling for that second. Yeah. So like, come on, I should know not to expect it.
The rug's gonna get pulled out from under you at any given moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so then that's what happens, and then the dog gets involved, and like anytime you're like, all right, now the pet's with him, so it's like, okay, this is not gonna go well. Like, what do we? And then he's like, he doesn't even take him to the hospital. He's like, no, we'll take him with to go hustle these guys. Okay, that's
he feeds the dog. The first thing you see, he feeds the dog bourbon and ice cream to get the dog to calm down.
I forgot about that.
I don't think that's what they do at the vet.
Yeah. Look,
although maybe
it was different times. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe in 1952 New York City. That is what they used to do for like teething babies or whatever.
It kind of reminds me of the scene in Meet the Fockers where Greg is watching over little Jack, and he finds and he's got the rum bottle glue because he's messing with the glue, and because Barbara Streisand says like, he's probably. It's so good. It's like, it's probably teased. They'll put a little rum in his milk or whatever in his bottle, because that's what I think people still do that. And I'm like, they say it's good to drink, a little bit of wine when you're
grandmas
pregnant.
and grandpas definitely do. I don't know about
They probably put a lot more though.
It's funny that actual health experts keep being like, it's hilarious that actual health experts keep being like, no, there isn't a health benefit to a little bit of wine. Like, you should not drink any alcohol. Like,
and then some listicle come out and be like, actually, there's 10 reasons why it is good for you. And it's like,
drink 1 glass of wine a day to prevent heart attacks. Like, okay,
and it's like, and then underneath, it's like, actually, scientists have discovered that you're actually more likely to have heart attacks if you drink every day.
It's like a 6-point type disclaimer at the very bottom. Like, but there's like 3 ads that are running over it, so you can't see it.
But don't give your dogs rum or ice cream, is what we're saying, guys.
Definitely don't.
So the dog's attached, right? And like then they go and they're gonna go do some hustling. And it's funny because then I didn't know that, speaking of stunt casting, that the guy is Ethan Hawke and Thurman's kid, which is like once you see it, you're like,
of those guys,
of course.
Yeah. So there's a bunch of those guys. And they're all kind of familiar character actors, but the blonde guy with the narrow face it's the first one that gives Wally his money back. But he's like, not everyone is as nice as this guy. Which these are like, I love the subversion of like, these are, I mean, it's supposed to be New Jersey, so it's like, all right, well, but they're like supposed to be like these like hicks, like these backwater hicks, and they're like, we've driven out far enough, we're in New Jersey now, like everyone here is like the 3-eyed,
it's a real New Yorker's idea of what the backwoods area would be like. That's New Jersey. It's not the backwoods.
It's
literally the the episode of SpongeBob where he takes the bus too far, and it's like all the fish have like these strange like lights and like extra eyes and stuff like that. That's what everybody in New Jersey looks like in this movie. But they're like the nicest people, like, because this is 1952, and you think, I mean, later it gets a little racist, but you think that like these would be like the most racist people, and like they're actually helping Wally's character as they're hustling him out of money. It's like they're like, hey buddy, like maybe put that money away, like you don't have to do this, like we understand this is hard, like so you feel the sympathy for these characters that
they're not outright rubes or outright villains.
Yeah, even I'm like, wait a minute, this is 1952, man. Even though this is the North,
but it's kind of like, it seems like a hip crowd, right? A hip crowd in whatever part of Jersey.
Yeah, they probably would have definitely like been like allies during going down south and murdering the KKK or something like that. Cool.
Well, but then they find out that they've been robbing them the whole time, and immediately the guy drops the N-word, and it's like, okay, that's more of what I expect.
That's more, exactly. I'm like, that's more like it.
That tracks. Yeah.
But yeah, so the bowlers later attacked them at a gas station, but Marty and Wally escaped, damaging the taxi and setting the station on fire. Moses runs away during the scuffle.
This has to be a movie that is bottled stress the entire time. That has to be the one that got me the most, because it's like, oh no, stop, and then the dog runs away, and like then everything's on fire.
The dog's on fire. I was like, oh my god, no, don't be. Am I gonna do? I was like, is this dog died website? What? And then it's like he's just in the smoke running off, and I'm like, oh thank god.
It's like the
It's
moment
one
in the
of the few
movie
moments-
that like the Sorcerer's Apprentice, like where all the brooms are like there's too many brooms start overtaking everything. That's what that scene is for this movie. It's just like
It's one of the few moments where Marty like actually loses his cool as you see the dog run through the fire and he's like, oh, and he actually does like the like, oh fuck, like what did we just do kind of thing where but then at that point Wally's like, I got kids and I got this taxi, we're out of here, we're booking it, we're not going back for that dog. So it's like an inversion of, because the entire time Wally's been the one that seems like he cares about the dog's like safety more than Marty does, but it's like the second the shit hits the fan, it's
feel like
Marty's
everyone else
oh, what did I
cares
do
about
to
the
the
dog.
dog? You know, Wally's like, dude, I got kids.
He's
I
like,
love the
fuck that
line.
dog.
I just love the,
Yeah,
I love the
this
line
gas
immediately
station's
he
gonna
goes-
explode, but sure. Yeah.
I love the line where he goes, I got kids. But Kristina, I'm flipping it off to you. Not
All
flipping you
right.
off, but flipping off the
Wow. Okay.
It's contentious. Okay.
Yes. So Rockwell returns to New York, having financed a play to relaunch Kay's career. After having sex with Kay, Marty steals her necklace, but after an attempt to fall in it, he learns that his costume jewelry. That bit was funny.
Amazing
I think.
sequence. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Big
It's like, you
fuckboy
think-
energy.
You
Yeah.
think he's finally gonna? Oh no, no. So
He's on the
Rachel-
phone with the guy while the guy is snaking the drain. So he has like
Yeah.
the hotel
That's great.
worker snaking the drain as he's on the phone with somebody else, and then he goes, I got it, and then you hear Marty go like,
Yeah.
like that.
He's not. He doesn't miss a beat on it. It's great. He's got the hotel guy working. He's like got his whole plan. His day planned out. Yeah, it's real.
Mhm.
Kato Kalin energy.
Yep.
Thank you, Kato
So-
Kalin. Everybody.
Rachel comes to Marty with a black eye, claiming her husband Ira has beaten her, prompting Marty to assault him. Honestly, that's probably the only good thing he did in this entire movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go. You know.
I mean,
Ira
the guy
sucks.
still is like he
Yeah.
still is like an abusive piece of shit.
Yeah, I mean, if you're married to a guy with a big mole on your face, turns out it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good. It's not
That
gonna
guy is that guy's great at like, I feel like a lot of movies have like that the abusive husband like lout character. That guy is a great like body type and face just to be like somebody's lout husband. That's like
Yeah.
it's like
Tracks.
constantly his boxers and a wife beater in home. Like, where the fuck were you?
Yeah. Exactly.
So Marty and Rachel stay with Dion, who reveals he had produced the novelty balls, but Marty failed to follow up. It's like he's the maker of his own he's his own worst enemy, you know.
Purgatory? I don't know. It's not quite hell.
What is this? The result of the consequences of my own actions?
Yeah.
There's
what
no
is this?
surprise to me.
That's
I
not fair.
am my own
That's
worst
not-
enemy.
And of course, what's the big innovation? The balls are orange.
Beer pong players love that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So Marty and Rachel steal Dion's car and attempt to find Moses to extort money from Michigan, but flee after being shot by a farmer who has taken Moses in. Again, why is that dude obsessed with the dog?
Who being shot at by Penn Jillette.
Yeah. I remember that. I was like, wait.
That's the only one I felt bad at myself for not recognizing. Because if you're only looking, I think it makes more sense. But if you listen, it's like, oh no, he didn't change his voice. It just changed it.
It's the Penn Jillette voice. He's lost a lot of weight, but that has nothing to do with this. I think he just lost that weight because of Ozempic.
Was that he's on the GPL1 nonsense or the rebrand of Ozempic, so people don't make Ozempic make the connection Ozempic gives you really bad diarrhea and all.
The important thing is that he really embodies a New York City person's idea of what a hick is.
Yeah. Or someone from New Jersey.
Someone from New Jersey. Yeah.
I'm from New Jersey.
Marty Mauser would see you and he would just be like, you would just see like a three-eyed person.
Yeah. He would just hear the music from Deliverance playing.
By the way, I saw this Reddit theory that puts the Penn Jillette character into a whole different light because like there's a Reddit theory that there's a Reddit theory that it's not the same dog. Because when you actually see the dog, it takes off and it runs in a completely different direction from where that is. And then when he asks the Penn Jillette farmer character directly, he says like, I didn't see any new dog. Like he says like that's his dog. So there's an entire Reddit theory that wasn't actually Moses at all. And they're just basically harassing like a random farmer because he also happens because the dog doesn't recognize any of them. Like the dog is barking and backing away at the actual.
Well, he does. He's like, he hears a dog bark. He's like, yep, that's my dog. All right. I'm like, that could be any dog. How do you know it's your dog?
But
Like,
just take him at his word at face value until like he must know what his dog sounds like.
I guess so. I mean, anyway. All right.
Yeah. So Dion throws him out for stealing and damaging his car and discards novelty balls. Good job, Marty. Marty learns Rachel faked her injury to manipulate him and leaves her. Rachel tells her husband, Ira, the baby is not his, and he throws her out of the house.
Great move.
I love that like the one time someone does the same thing back to Marty that he's been doing to everybody the entire time. He's like, how could you do this to me?
Yeah. It's like, how dare you? How dare you lie to get what you want?
What do you think you've been doing the
One
whole time?
1/100th of what he's dishing out. He's like, oh, the temerity, you know.
And then he automatically tries to cut her down to size, but be like, I have a dream. You don't have a dream. I have a dream.
I have a
I'm okay
dream.
over
What is
here.
that? To have a dream.
Real piece of work, that guy.
Oh yeah, exactly. So at the opening of Kay's play, Marty apologizes for stealing her jewelry. Though she sees through him, Kay tells Marty to meet her that night in Central Park, where she gives him a valuable necklace to pay his fine and travel. Marty and Kay begin to have sex in the park, but are soon caught by police and use the necklace to bribe the officers into releasing them.
Okay. So first of all, we're skipping over the fact that the director for the play, who was it? David Mamet.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I didn't even realize that. That's crazy.
I didn't. That's one of the two I was mad at myself for not catching. I was like, oh, I should.
Damn.
So there's a long
man
thing
gets old.
where number one, Josh Safdie actually wrote a lot of that play. Like he like so there just is that play. He's like oh no, like a few seconds made it into the movie, but like there is an entire play. And he asked David Mamet. He realized that he doesn't know anything about blocking in theater, so he asked David Mamet, how would you direct this play? And David Mamet actually directs the entire play. Like,
I love that.
Well, I would have this person go here, then I would have this person go here. So he actually got lessons in how to direct the play from David Mamet. On it doesn't feel like a scam. You're like, how can I get David Mamet to teach me how to direct the play?
I mean, that is why I'm
As a
excited.
goof.
I feel like if Andrew Lloyd Webber wants to have another hit musical, he should actually make Don Juan Triumph of the Opera. That's mentioned in Phantom of the Opera.
I also love that Marty feels very confident telling these actors like what to do, and not up to and including like a stunt move with the knife, which is like, all right, that does look badass, but like, what are you doing? Like, get off the set.
He's also correct in that, like, wouldn't the guy try the door?
Yeah,
he's like, wouldn't you try the door,
bitch?
and then they're like, get out of here, get this guy out of here. Like, they don't like he's not wrong, but he's an asshole.
If Marty was like a kid growing up in the early 2000s, 2010s, he would have terrorized his local theater department. He was just born
or maybe he would have it's a completely different dream that he has, that he becomes like a theater kid, and it's like maybe he could have avoided a lot of this.
Yeah. maybe. So so there's that back and forth. She says that she'll meet him in Central Park. It's like it's like every year of marriage, he gets one of these necklaces, which is like that's a good line. That's a good like. Okay, so it's like
And
this
he's trying to eat
loveless.
the cooch.
Well, yes, I mean that's not at the same time that line is being spoken, but correct. And they are in a public place.
He's trying to steal that pussy for one night.
And then the cop who also was like the main antagonist, henchman dude in Uncut Gems, same actor, who has big, just like, okay, whatever this
I
steer
didn't
clear of
realize
this
that
guy.
until you pointed it out.
It's definitely, you're like, okay, cop, enforcer, whoever it is, give him a wide berth. That guy is not someone you want to trifle with, you know. And there's like some light extortion, right? And that's a whole thing where like, what's gonna happen? Like this is like the night of premieres, technically the rap party's going on like while all this is happening, you know. It's
they're doing the classic rap party thing too, where everyone gathers around for like the reviews. I don't know why you would do that in front of a bunch of people, like in front of the whole party, though. You know what I mean? They're like, okay, here it is, here's the review. And it's like, if the review's bad, you're like, well, I just told like, I don't know, there's like 30 people here in front of me that I just that just saw me storm out, and it's like,
yeah. So it's like she's got enough going on without him, you know, being like, hey, I need the money. But like she's like, hey, I got another one I can give you. And so then we go back up. I wanted to mention that thing because like that guy, I don't know that fellow's name, but he's great. I mean, he's great at being that type of dude. You know, you wouldn't want him to be like,
he was another one of those. I'm pretty sure he was another one of those like random guys that they just kind of picked up.
Yeah, he's great. It's definitely has a kind of like energy about him. Like we're in trouble now. and to be fair, they are.
Yeah. Well, that's another one of those unforced errors that it's like, okay, you guys don't have to fuck one more time, like in the
Again,
park, like
at every moment in time, every decision he makes it worse. He decides to
that is why, again, if you're gonna eat the cooch, do it in a gazebo like Anthony did in episode 8 of season 2 of Bridgerton. Do it the right way so you don't get caught.
I like the idea, Kristina. Now that you invoked sinners, I really like the idea that when Odessa Zion leaves her husband, she writes, "This pussy don't pop for you," and she sticks it on the
like one bathroom
after another. We'll cross them all over. Yeah, sure, cross them all over.
This is literally this Oscar season is the Oscar season of the cooch, man. I swear.
Lots of cunnilingus representation in this year's.
Hell yeah.
Look, we couldn't get Me Too to stick, but we got something.
Literally.
Look, it's a consolation prize, but it's not a bad one.
Yeah, seriously.
For men,
Yeah.
it's not a bad one for men.
Yeah, exactly. But remember when Michael Douglas said that he could get throat cancer from eating out Catherine Zeta-Jones?
Yeah.
That was a thing. I remember that was like 2014. I was like,
and everyone's like,
well, it was that quote, and it was when people made up the Richard Gere gerbil thing. I feel like those were two of the biggest like internet,
just like what?
Leave my man alone.
Anyway, yeah. Peace and love to them both. Let's go back to the plot summary.
So Kay offers him another necklace, but receives a poor review during the after party for the plane breaks down, leaving her indisposed. I know. Marty then begs Rockwell to revive the Tokyo exhibition offer, and Rockwell agrees on the condition that Marty submit to a humiliating public spanking.
Like your line delivery wasn't great on that.
Yeah, I mean it's
I'm trying to not cough and phlegm. Yeah.
I didn't think they were going to go through with it, but they did. Yeah, and no stunt ass was involved. So respect.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of impressive when you see how hard those hits are. Like I don't know, there's like I think that's what I found charming about it. How fucking hard like Timothée Chalamet is willing to take a hit in the ass to get a like.
Now talk about method acting. There you go.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you know what's funny though? I mean, at least Woody Allen's wife, talked shit about Timothée Chalamet in the Epstein Files. Meanwhile, Epstein was praising Jared Leto's Joker in Suicide Squad, and I'm like,
wow, there's all kinds of crimes in that. Okay.
Yeah.
Jared Leto, everyone, give him a round. Yeah.
Conan, you want to?
Yeah. I'll take it over here. Before Marty leaves, he and Rachel are kidnapped by Michigan after Rachel attempts to con him with another dog. Amazing sequence. That's
by the way, I guess I was wrong. It's Rachel Misler and Ezra Mishkin. So it's not the same last name. They just all have very similar M last names.
God, can they not? Can they please make it different?
So yeah, that's she's conning the guy at the store too. Like everyone, there's so many like factors of just this plan seems very ill thought out.
Everyone's conning each other, man.
Right, exactly.
Whatever to not doing that.
They're definitely a match for each other. When at first we think that she's getting the worst end of the deal, and honestly she probably is, but like, she's a bit of a hustler herself too, right? And it is a game respect game moment. All right, so Michigan forces them to take him to the farmhouse where Moses was found. Correct. So again, able to identify the dog by the bark. And there's that great thing where floofy head guy, he's like, oh, I think I see, and he gets shot immediately, which is incredibly jarring. And there's the appropriate reaction from Timothée where he's like, oh my God, he like leaps away. Respect. I think all of us would feel exactly the same.
For sure.
Then it turns into a rural shootout, right? And it's kind of a nuts action sequence because you're not expecting that. You're like, I don't know what's gonna happen here. Probably nothing good. But I didn't expect that. I wouldn't say it's the most unexpected action sequence of the year, but it's certainly top 3.
It's up there. Yeah.
It's up there. Shootout leaves the farmer Michigan and his men dead and Rachel wounded. Marty discovers the money is mostly worthless clippings. Oh God, what a Pyrrhic victory, right? It's like,
that's hard to root for this guy at this point,
So he takes Rachel to the hospital and she goes into premature labor. And what does he do? He leaves for Tokyo. What a cool guy.
Father of the year.
Father of the year. Did anybody expect anything different though?
Yeah, he's like, okay.
This is dash.
I mean, of course it's funny because everyone's like, oh my God, 4 weeks. I'm like, 4 weeks is fine. I was born 2.5 months early. I was born on Columbus Day. I was literally, not only was I named after Christopher Columbus, but I share a name with one of the worst Democrats right now, Kristina Marie Guzzi-Camp Perez. Good thing she doesn't go by Christina Marie. I wasn't with a, never mind.
I feel like though the thing is like the important.
There's a lot to unpack there.
The important thing to that, right, is that Marty doesn't know that. Like he doesn't. Like he's like, so he keeps on perseverating on the fact that it's 4 weeks early.
And it is fraught with tension. We're worried about her safety. She's been wounded, right? So it's like one of those things was like, I mean, this
Marty, I got shot.
It's gonna be rough in the best of times, but it's not. And again, it's just this is what I'm saying. At every moment in time, there's a decision to be made, and it gets worse at every moment in time.
He makes the worst ones.
All right, so Marty leaves for Tokyo. In Japan, Marty is told he is too late to enter the World Championship, even if he pays his fine, which is as much as a complete narcissistic asshole can be bummed for him. It's like, oh.
But the guy is so happy about it. The guy that runs the IATA or whatever,
right?
Because it's like it's the British Indian guy that's like or I don't know, like Indian or Pakistani, I'm not sure, but he has like a British accent, and like he's so happy that he gets one over on an American guy. He's like, sorry, I guess you couldn't pay your fine on time. You're not scheduled. I'm not changing the whole schedule for you. You're the whole from the beginning. He's like, he like Marty assumes that because he's an American, it'll ricochet the sport. This guy's like, I don't need that. There's so many other countries that are participating.
Yeah. And it's he's not wrong to do it. And also it's one of those things where if he had maybe chosen respect once or twice along the way, maybe people wouldn't be so excited to tell him no about these kinds of things. But he has. So exhibition starts. He loses the exhibition match as planned. But when Rockwell plans to further humiliate him by making him kiss a pig on stage, classic pig cinema, Marty announces that the match was a sham and demands a real rematch, to which Endo agrees. Again, very fraught. A definite like, what are we doing here? What is this? What's happening right now? Like, what? There's a lot.
It's also like I was thinking about this, and I said this yesterday to you guys, but not on stream. But I said this yesterday when we were talking about it. I feel like it's very interesting that in the entire movie, like his real power is not. Like ping pong is kind of sidelined. His real power is persuasion. He's able to persuade pretty much anybody to do anything. The one person that he literally can't persuade because doesn't speak English and is deaf.
And he's deaf.
A double, two separate ways that communication is the only way. And
it's like a -7 modifier in D&D,
Yeah. Well, and Marty's great at it to the point where, as he says, he could sell shoes to an amputee. Like, that's a great lie that he says about his shoe selling career, but it's like, so in that moment, it's like he really can't manipulate this guy the same way. And his victory is that like he gets through both language and I guess not sound barrier, but the sound barrier between the two of them, and actually manages to get him to say, all right, because he could just say, no, I'm not doing that.
And also, this is Japan shortly after World War II. It's a culture of respect, and who is the least respectful human being to come from the United States of America but good old Marty Mauser, who embodies all of the worst tropes about what people thought of Americans before the war and the A-bombs were dropped. But oh my God, like just what a horrific display. And again, he almost launches into the villainy because he's like, oh, it's me, like look, I'm the one you don't like, look.
I love that he goes,
because he's not getting the reaction he wants, and everyone's like, oh yeah, we don't like that guy,
and everyone in the Japanese audience is like they're just kind of doing confused. I can't do like the confused sounds. They're like, huh? And then he's like, in front of the poster, and they're like,
Hilarious, by the way. I was like belly laughing when I saw WYCD.
The
And
unibrow,
it's like
right?
it's a version of him. It's a version of him that looks like a lot of times in the pictures in this movie, he looks like a Syrian sex criminal. Like with the he's got the unibrow. He's got like the shiftiest eyes. He's got like the mustache.
That is very specific.
That mustache is an aesthetic decision. To be clear, that
Yeah, Timothy, he can't. He still doesn't have enough hormones to actually grow full blown facial hair. So when I see him try to rock like that, I'm like, no, shave it.
some people really like it though. So
I mean, again, as someone who dated a guy who would have like 3 chin hairs and a few like, I'm like, shave it.
Chin hair sounds more like New Jersey to me.
There it is.
New Jersey.
All right, so Marty demands a real rematch, to which Endo agrees. Marty narrowly wins. Again, incredibly tense and exciting sequence about table tennis, which is hard to do. You know, a lot of people give a lot of love to challengers for making doing different stuff with the tennis ball and stuff like that, but there's no tricks like that with this.
Tennis ball, but green.
I do think respect. I was, let's say, a little skeptical. It's like, it's about ping pong? What? Like, what are we doing? Like, what is this? I mean, I'm the one, Marty Supreme was like, oh, that Martin Scorsese documentary. Great. Can't wait to see it.
Yeah.
Like, oh, no. It's, what?
I think the trick to making a movie, the trick to making a movie like this is to know from the beginning it's not actually about ping pong. Like when you're writing it, I mean, right? Like to be like, listen, because if you're making a movie about ping pong that's actually about ping pong, it's like, we ain't watching that.
It's the vehicle for telling the story of this incredibly driven narcissist, basically.
Yeah.
Right. Who does have talent, but is also, in fact, an asshole.
Mm-hmm.
He might actually be the first of many guys to be called a narcissist by their baby mama.
Yeah. R.I.P. Marty Mauser. You would have killed on YouTube.
Damn. Manosphere Marty Mauser.
Oh god. That would happen.
Can you imagine?
I took the fucking red pill. You can take the red pill too.
Refused passage home by Rockwell. Marty flies back with U.S. Army soldiers. Oh yeah, important to note. Yeah, the military was present in that as well. And there's a good back and forth between,
which gives you one of the saddest moments that I did not pick up on until watching the third time.
The girl running to her dad.
Yeah, the girl runs to her dad and hugs her dad, and Marty's just kind of like walking out of the plane by himself.
Yeah,
no one loves you, Marty.
So Marty reunites with his mother at the hospital, confesses his love to a recovering Rachel, and breaks down in tears upon meeting his newborn son.
He is now a new man, not
Marty
a narcissist,
Supreme.
not an asshole. Apparently.
Yeah. All right. So before we,
he's going to therapy.
How do we feel about this ending, Kayla? How do you feel? How do you feel about this ending?
I liked it. I think because I guess I'm just so used to Safdie films where, and they've talked about this in interviews and stuff, where it's like, the guy is an ass, the protagonist is an asshole the whole movie, and then gets what they deserve, and it's kind of, not to spoil the other Safdie films out there, but it's kind of like you at points think that this is going in that same direction. And Josh Safdie has talked at length about how over time his perspective on that has changed, and oh yeah, people can change, and it's not saying Marty Mauser is fully changed once he accepts his baby as his baby, but it's I don't know, it's unexpected, it's uplifting. I think it's a really fun kind of send off for the character as we know him in this moment. So it worked for me.
Well, because it is such a juxtaposition to the ending of Uncut Gems,
exactly,
where literally in the most shocking moment of the movie, Adam Sandler's Howard Ratner or whatever, he just gets shot in the head, and you're like,
yeah,
it's almost like there's a feeling of such I love the movie. There's a feeling of such frustration that's after all that we just watch Adam Sandler get shot in the head. Yeah. I don't want to watch Adam Sandler get shot in the head in anything. He's too charming for all that.
Right.
So I feel like they learned from that thing where it's okay, well, we can't have Marty Mauser I don't know, he's a homeless in Japan or something and he gets caned by somebody
Well, so there's a couple different reads on it, and one of which is that he's at last developing some empathy,
yeah,
for someone other than himself. But I also heard a theory floated that was oh, he's seen that, like, now he's got a kid that he can train up to be like the new ping pong guy. And then like and I was like, oh man, just like having that lizard brain reaction, right? Of like, here's another resource I can use.
Player of all time.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, but even though I'm like, I don't know if that's my read, but I kind of dig that because it's also like, it isn't like a complete like, oh, he's a good person now. No, he's still an a-hole. He's just not a complete a-hole, and he's also somebody's dad.
He's got responsibilities now.
You could look at though, like you could kind of make it Freudian and look at the psychoanalysis of what's going on in somebody's brain. When you look at a kid, right, and it's your kid, that's like it's a mirror kind of reflection of you. It's like the knowledge that you're going to be the one that goes forward, like your bloodline will go forward in the future, and all of your hopes and dreams are going to continue on through this next vessel almost. And so in some ways, it's like the ultimate narcissist thing could be, he holds up a kid and it's like, well, look, now I continue. Now my quest will not end with death.
That's So that made me like it more. Because at first I was like, huh. Like that was like the thing I liked the least about it, because I didn't feel like it was quite earned. But then I seen the different reads on it, and again seeing it again, I was like, I think it's a little more ambiguous than I originally thought it was, which is good because I originally thought it was out of place.
I watched this last night. Hold on. I watched this last night, and this is an alternate ending that Josh Safdie's talking about. He was bouncing around the vampire thing, but it's a lot different than that. Like what he actually wanted for the ending, and I actually kind of found it fascinating.
All right, we got time.
You regret or that you was doubting about it, that changed radicals? Is there some radical version of this film that we will never see?
Well, it took 6 years to write it. So over the course of that time, many drafts, me and Ronnie, my co-writer, there was the evolution of this project was quite crazy, and you live a life, and as you're living life, it starts to affect the project. The one thing that is actually quite grounding to the movie that didn't make it, that was in the production script, that the production never took seriously. I was like, where is this on the schedule? We'll get to it. And it was intense. It was from the moment, and I hate to even bring it up because the movie is the movie and it's perfect for me the way it is. But from the moment he sees his child, under the credits was going to be his entire life leading up to 1987 when he's at a Tears for Fears concert with his granddaughter, and he's watching Kurt Smith singing Everybody Wants to Rule the World. But in that montage, you saw him become incredibly successful. He took over his uncle's shoe shop. He started Mauser Shoes franchise. He became incredibly rich man. All the metrics of success are there, and he's at this concert, and he's being reminded of the reason that he believed he was put on planet Earth was to be the world's greatest table tennis player, and that's not what brought him to quote unquote success. So that was and then Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful, pops up behind him and bites him in the neck. That really was in the script, and then again, this is I can't believe I'm even mentioning that.
I'm so happy that that's exactly what I wanted to hear. Now we have that.
But the project is told, the movie is told from the point of view of reflection. Hence the 80s, the opulence of and the exuberance of, especially in America when they were chasing the exuberance and opulence of post-war victory after Vietnam, after the defeat, trying to chase that. And that same feeling inside Marty as an older man, trying to chase that feeling, listening to this song. And the whole movie, you're kind of watching through this lens of reflection. So that was, in a way, it's the that is in the movie. You just don't see it. It's in the feeling of the film.
Why?
That's fascinating. Okay.
He kind of sold me on I like that would have been a cool ending to see. Where it's like, I not the Kevin O'Leary bites him part.
Yeah, that's like the epilogue of Sinners, right? But
yeah, but it's like, it would be fascinating because you do wonder like what happened to this guy after that, and then it's fine that we don't know, and like you assume that there's going to be a lot more bad decisions, even if he grows on the right path. But it's still, but like to have him like realize that what he actually ends up being successful at is selling people on stuff, because that is what he was successfully doing the entire movie.
That's his actual gift, and it does explain all of those 80s needle drops very eloquently.
Yeah,
I like that. That's kind of cool. I don't know about the vampire stuff. I mean, it's sort of like, all right, it's a great line. Don't get me wrong.
I'm a vampire.
Vampire movie. We don't need another one, you know.
Exactly.
I've been around
since
since there was someone had this tweet where they were like, oh, their mom hates vampires more than anything. Like she was afraid of vampires, and so she like did not like Sinners, but she thought Marty Supreme was like, it was like the greatest movie of the year. And then there was a line that was like, I'm from 1601, I'm a vampire. And she was like,
no.
My sister I cannot believe my sister's like, Sinners was the worst movie I've ever seen in my life. And I'm like, huh?
Has she watched Hillbilly Elegy, the JD Vance story? That is the worst. That is the worst.
Or the
movie
Brown Bunny. That one's pretty low on the list for me.
I mean, then again, my sister's favorite movies are like the 2 Home Alone movies, Love of Basketball, and Titanic. So she has a very narrow. She's not a movie person. It's my mom. I'm a movie gal.
Hence why you're on this show. Yeah. All right. For people that are movie people, of course, Letterboxd is a place where movie lovers talk at with each other about the movies that they love, maybe the movies that they didn't love, maybe the movies that they just said, I'm so stressed after watching, and that was a review. Understandable. And of course, the bottom-up democracy, everyone gets to have their say, everyone gets to chime and opine about the movies, and this is best expressed succinctly for the purposes of this bit, where I collect them weekly for Force and the panel to respond to, laugh at, with, and for. And that's what this is. These are Letterboxd one-liners from Marty Supreme. Let's roll them. How to win table tennis matches and alienate people.
True. Looks like the guy's actual book title is The Money Player, and it's like, all right, buddy.
They should teach this movie in the schools. Not sure what subject. Doesn't matter. They need to teach us in the schools. The children need to learn about the hustle.
Real.
That's like they're always like, oh, they need to teach people like how to do their taxes in class. Whatever class that would
home
be.
economics or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's one of those things also where it's like I think, and that goes back to the my throwaway comment of R.I.P. Marty Mauser. You would have made a great YouTuber.
You should get two choices in high school. Home economics, never go home economics. And it's like it's this kind of thing where it's like the worst thing you could possibly do is go back to your house.
Yeah, it's the other end of it, sure. Yeah. When your ping pong game is strong, but your pull-out game is weak.
Yeah, when he was like, no, I count to 10 and I pull out. It's like, yeah, that's your kid, dude. Like,
yeah, it doesn't work out. Some sperm does get through. Okay,
Tyler's like, that's how you get a bladder infection, and it's like, okay, well, I don't think you're very good at pulling out either in this movie.
I just love that that's the rationale. No, it could be me though.
Like I've literally heard I've heard people say that though, like it's like IRL in real life.
Man, it's a good thing that baby wasn't born a week earlier, because I guarantee you Marty would have sold it to pay for his trip.
Yes.
Okay, I got a fucking baby. Mr. Wonderful's like, okay, and he's like, well, you could do something with this. Well, you could sell this baby. He's like, why would I? What would I do with this baby? I don't know. You're the business guy.
Another alternate ending. She ping on my pong till I goop.
Real.
Oh my god.
I love that it has just one like. Just the one like.
Just me. I'm the only one to like that one. Yeah, come on. What are we doing here?
I like that
only Conan has taste here.
She sold off all her necklaces and she started Goop.
There you go. Yeah, that's the Goop origin story. Exactly.
Yeah.
There we go.
Goop. Wow. Never get in the way of a crazy ass white boy trying to go to Japan.
That's my favorite so far.
What is this? Is that like Hassan's? Did Hassan write that? No. Okay.
My I don't know. My dad's a crazy white boy that loves going to Japan, so I learned that lesson already. Never try to stop a crazy white boy from going to Japan.
Yeah, there's so many crazy white boys who love going to Japan, and I love that for them.
If they would have tried to stop me last year, they would have failed.
They would have failed.
Yeah. Conan, I liked that like one of the first like countries you went to that wasn't like, you know, in this part of the hemisphere or whatever. You're like, Japan, that's where I'm going.
Yeah, it's great. It was awesome being like completely opposite time of like everyone and not having to hear about what Trump was up to. It's awesome. I've never done cocaine, but this is what I imagine it feels like.
I feel like that's just a
Confirm.
Sappy movie in general.
Yeah, that's the Sappy experience.
Can confirm.
Yeah.
10-4, can confirm.
This coming out the same year as The Smashing Machine is the most devastating murder of her brother since Cain and Abel.
Oh
Yeah.
God,
brutal.
Yo, but that's
well, at
that's
least
the thing.
the one brother is not doing a successful job at directing, but catch him in a Christopher Nolan movie, right? Like, yeah.
No, Benny's a good actor. He's a good actor.
He's great in The Curse. He was great in The Curse. Too.
Love The
So-
Curse.
I forgot he was in
Our
Licorice
friend
Pizza.
our friend Katie worked on that show.
Love
Yeah.
The Curse. So good.
Yeah, Curse is
But I do like the idea that like there's just something very Marty Supreme about the fact that you know, if the story is true about what broke the brothers up or whatever, like the brother that like claims to have taken the high road, he ends up working with The Rock, and everyone's like, what the fuck is this? The brother that like, you know, did like that was part of the actual thing that everyone's like canceling for or whatever, that like his movie just goes on the rockets to the Oscars.
Yeah,
It's like, damn.
It's unfortunate.
Reject modernity, making it mandatory for your workers to watch your wife's stage play. Embrace tradition, late night cunnilingus in the parking lot.
Hey man,
hell yeah.
It's
Well, you know,
embrace
Mr. Wonderful.
cunnilingus kind of year.
You know, Mr. Wonderful wasn't doing that to her.
I don't.
Who
would want that?
That one unemployed friend on a random Monday.
Yeah.
10-4, can confirm.
Yep. That's who everyday Forrest.
Forrest, yeah. Those are the Letterboxd one-liners from Marty Supreme. Please follow the show at our Letterboxd HQ account at Movie Night Extra, where we're posting up stuff from all the episodes that we do in the show, long-form write-ups, short-form content, clips, all sorts of great stuff on there. It's a great follow. You can follow the show there. Marty Normal Ball over there, Addo is Flacco. You can follow him, your unemployed friend, on Monday. And he's logging everything we do for this show and so much more on the popular Letterboxd format. I am the Stressor Supreme at Conan Neutron. You can find me on there. Highbrow, midbrow, Populosphere, all that stuff. Criterion Challenge. Well, on the way, about a third of the way through. So, but I'm going to be slowing down, obviously, because I'm not watching movies on tour. Follow me on there. There's a lot of new stuff coming out. I'm trying to get to a lot of it while I get time. Kristina, Timothy Chalamet's fake acne scars. Kristina on Letterboxd, log in when she feels like it, and nothing more. Kayla, I don't know. This is not peer pressure. Do you have Letterboxd account? This is where we shout that out. If you don't,
I do. Yeah, you can
What
follow
is
me on Letterboxd at Kayla Says More. I believe is my name on there.
Okay, Tyler the Creator's Bloody Nose is your. This is where we get the subtitles as well.
Yes, love.
And let's hit it with the plugs.
If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end, because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership, but getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going, since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra where we're putting up short form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
Yes, indeed. So Tom from the 1001 Album Completes podcast and The Shop, they did a record called Stay Puft that is a Ghostbusters themed concept record. So I'm having Tom on to talk about that. Tom and Rob coming on this show when I get back from tour to talk about Ghostbusters. I think that's real. Did I mention that before? I'm not sure I mentioned
They ain't afraid no ghost.
We're finally gonna do Ghostbusters. Just the original one. No sequels exist. Sorry.
Wait, what?
But that's the so that's in the normal Thursday slot, and then the weekend slot I get Chris Spencer from Unsane coming back. So it's been about 4 or 5 years since he's been on. So should be a good one. Actually, I think Human Impact had just started when he came back on last time. So yeah, about 5 years. Crazy. Wow. Time is crazy, y'all. Anyway, ProtonicReversal.com. Get it wherever you get podcasts. Patreon.com/ProtonicReversal. $1 a month for advanced access for all episodes just like that, as well as many more. Fitting a bunch in before I head out, so stay tuned for all of that. Secret Friends, back on tour, back in these streets. Red Cross tour coming up. Long Beach sold out. Sorry. Don't ask for guest list, please. Thank you. Everything else is still going. Pickup tickets are going fast.
Sold out to Snoop Dogg's entire posse.
it's the LBC, man. It's
so much drama in the LBC. It's kind of hard being Snoop Dogg Double G.
We're playing all these places: Long Beach, San Diego, Phoenix, Austin, Houston, New Orleans, Jacksonville, Tampa, Fort Lauderdale, of course, Little Steven's Underground Garage Cruise. I will not punish Steven Van Zandt about Sopranos quotes for us. Do not ask me to do that, but
take a video of him saying, just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
Orlando, Atlanta, Nashville, and LA at Lodge Room as well. We also have 3 shows with Mike Watt and the Missing Men coming up in San Pedro, downtown LA, and Yucca Valley, which is for the High Desert Lit Fest thing, which is a whole thing. So all that's happening. NeutronFriends.bandcamp.com for the music. We have the Neutron available, shipping immediately. LPs and CDs, digital, all the normal things you think music would be on. Got some other things we're going to be announcing as well, but probably not until we get back from this stuff. So stay tuned for all of that. Caterwall, first 10, we announced Dazzling, Kilman, and Pointland playing our plane. And we put tickets up, sort of a soft launch, and then we're announcing 10 other bands on this coming Friday. So there's a bunch of cool stuff. I've been wanting to unleash this for a long time. Kind of hard to talk about a big rock and roll party when ICE is occupying a city. So that has held off. But yeah, caterwall.org for all that. Check social media, Caterwall Fest for all that good stuff. Things along those lines. I'm going to be on the Film Splaining podcast with Martin Strange talking about All the President's Men, a movie I really hope that we talk about on this show someday. Maybe with Sam Cedar.
Yeah.
As I have pitched 4 or 5 times. I love it. I'm kind of surprised we haven't done this one, but that'll be good.
You're like Watergate girls. I love them.
So that's pretty, wow. So that's it. Yeah. So stay tuned for that. And then I got 2 other things, but like whatever. We got like a bunch of episodes coming up, so I'll mention those rest of them. Kristina. Coffee McCofferson, please tell us what you got.
Yeah, so I had my show, Kristina's Corner, over on this space. Kayla, you should consider becoming a creator on this space. I think you would like it. It's like a leftist working class media collective where we have a bunch of people. But yeah, and of course tomorrow Forrest and I are doing our absurdity space at 6 p.m. Eastern. I was talking about Wuthering Heights and how Emerald, your movie could have been sexier. This movie could have been rated G. Emerald, I was expecting
this movie could have been an email.
10 minutes sexy. You give me a 5-minute montage, please.
The look of women that are saying that this movie is freaky makes me think this movie is not freaky.
It's not. It's not. I mean, at least Heathcliff is still a piece of shit. I mean, that's about it. But I was like, really, what's going on here? And also, I talked about how Warner Brothers is kind of opening to the idea of Paramount buying them, which means Ellison could have CNN and CBS.
Great.
Yay.
Great.
And also the James Tarico interview with Colbert. Apparently, some of the FCC commissioners are like, why would you? No, you can air that. That's fine. So that's fun. Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming this week as well. You know, I'm cat sitting. Also, Kayla, I know you say your dad's like the biggest Bruce Springsteen fan, but my father was the biggest. I mean, we're from my family. We're from Freakle.
Yeah, you're from Jersey.
That's a great Jersey dad thing to argue about. Is which one is the biggest Springsteen?
We are from Freehold. We are from the borough. Bruce Springsteen went to high school with my cousins.
Damn.
Him and my uncle are in the same like ritzy beach club at Rumson. My dad partied with him. My mom would serve.
I feel like
Jersey Free.
I feel like you're having a story that like your dad got their ass kicked in a bar by somebody else that claimed that they were the biggest Bruce Springsteen fan. That's the classic. Like
one time, my mom and dad were walking down like Broad Street or something like that, and there's this guy who kept like beeping at them slowly, and my dad's like, "Stop flirting with my woman." It was Bruce Springsteen, just saying, "Hey, hi," you know. So we have like
that's a very wholesome end to that story. That's not how anything in Marty Supreme would have worked.
Exactly. So Bruce Springsteen's a big like chunk of my family.
Not to interrupt your plugs, but I actually borrowed from the library his autobiography. I'm looking forward to reading it.
He just announced a new tour today too. He's going on tour.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Starting in Minneapolis, I think too. So I'm like, oh, cool.
My friend Zach Blair, who plays in Rise Against and used to play in Guar, got on stage with them for that benefit and like did like some songs. So it was pretty rad.
Nice.
Yeah, I was gonna say you know the second he dropped the Minneapolis song and like kind of like dipped his toe back in the water, it was like, oh no, he's going on tour.
Yeah,
he's not gonna be able to. Like...
This will not ruin the world tour, by the way. It's on like 5-hour shows. Young people can't even do that. Anyway, yeah, me could be doing my shit.
Did you see that documentary? That like the tour documentary about Bruce Springsteen? It's like on Hulu or something. Did you see that? It was really good. Like I really enjoyed it. I mean, I'm a fucking touring musician. Of course, I enjoyed it. But I mean, it was like well done. It was a well done documentary.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyway, that's about a book I borrowed from the library and a movie I saw on Hulu during Christina's plugs. I'm just happy to get that out.
I'm excited because on Friday they're doing an actual proper tribute on General Hospital to Anthony Geary, who was known for playing Luke Spencer. So I'm going to be talking about that. So that should be exciting.
You should do a General Hospital podcast.
You have a lot of knowledge about it. Yeah.
You should do every episode of General Hospital ever and cover it.
Oh my god. That would be.
Yeah, that would be. Unlike Dark Shadows,
how long is that show been on?
Yeah, large catalog spans decades, right?
Yeah. And then you did Dark Shadows, which is very impressive. But yeah, there's way more.
We're gonna Shadow Saturdays are gonna come back soon because we're gonna start from the very beginning because they do have the pre-Barnabas episodes and there's like 200 of them before he shows up. So, and then I watched. I'm still on my Carpenter's kick. I watched a documentary called "Starving to Perfection." I think it was on like Amazon Prime, and yeah, it's crazy, about
by the way
and all that.
Nix is not a crook. Nix is not a crook. Do you find this to be true?
Oh, boy.
Well done.
So I've just been watching
I like that. That's a bit now. That's great. I'm all for it.
Yeah. Well, it's because it's such a throwaway line in one battle after another.
It took me. It was the third time seeing it that I finally was like, wow, and then like he just no sells them completely. That's what makes it so funny because it just like.
I often,
but do you like Green Girls though?
No, but it's such a common thing that like it's almost it feels like it's but his version of small talk on something that like everybody find like it's like he's like I often find if it's not one thing it's another. Do you find that to be true?
Yeah,
it's like yes, everybody finds that to be true. Like
who would say no?
I often feel cold when it's cold outside. Do you find that to be true? It's like
it's great.
Yeah.
It's our future best.
But Kayla, what do you have for plugs?
Yeah, you can find me on YouTube at Kayla Says. I make videos every week. I talk about pop culture, celebrity culture, music, movies, television, all that stuff. I just put out a video today about the America's Next Top Model Netflix documentary. So that is out. I recently also did last week a review of Wuthering Heights. Emerald Fennell's Wuthering Heights. If you want to check out my takes on that, you can also follow
That way, it's Emerald Fennell's Wuthering Heights.
Wuthering Heights.
Yeah.
She should adapt the flame, the flame and the flower. I think that would be interesting because that's like,
yeah. She should adapt things that are not Wuthering Heights, in my opinion. What else?
I still Promising Young Woman. I love Promising Young Woman so much. Like
I don't mind her other stuff. I was never like a true like Emerald Fennell hater, and then like I just saw this movie and I was like, yo, this is my Letterboxd review for it was put Emerald Fennell under the jail, bro. Like truly. So if you want to check out my takes on that, that's also on my YouTube channel. You can also follow me on Twitter at Kayla Says More. I mostly tweet about hockey there, Olympic hockey in particular right now. Tweet a lot about that, but I also tweet a lot about, I don't know, other things, pop culture, things of that nature. I have a Patreon. I post weekly bonus exclusive content for just $2 a month. You can check me out there as well. All that information is in my link tree, which can be found on most of my social media. I'm on Instagram. I'm on Letterboxd. I'm everywhere where there is content. Check me out, and thanks for having me, guys.
Everywhere all at once.
Do you have any final thoughts on this movie? And then we'll just go around everyone's final thoughts, and then we're out of here.
Yeah. Loved it. You know, as a big Safdie fan, I was really hyped for this. It was like one of my most anticipated films of the year, and I was like, I hope it delivers, and it absolutely did. I still want a Marty Supreme jacket. I will never obtain one, probably, because I'm not cool enough to obtain one. But like spiritually, like I'm all there. It's still one of my faves of the year. Just I need to watch it again. High octane nonsense, and it's great. And those are my final thoughts.
All right, Kristina, final thoughts.
Get that Oscar, Timothy. You're trying so hard, and you've been in the business for over 10 years now, and you're trying. This may be your chance, but be careful because you might end up being like Leo and only get one Oscar ever, because apparently they're not even going to get
Wuthering Heights too.
Wuthering Heights
the Deuce.
Search for dirty fingernails.
Wuthering Heights 2, Higher Heights. Conan, final thoughts.
Yeah, this is 1/3 Rocky style sports movie, 2/3 bottled stress chaos goblin toxic ambition parable, and I enjoyed it. I think it's amazing how insufferable and obnoxious Marty is, but he's also talented and has built-in charisma. So, and that explains it all. I think it's Chalamet's best role. And it's electrifying and kinetic. It's I never expected ping pong to be made exciting. Let's put it that way. I think it's in my top 20 of the year.
Orange, or the ball to be orange.
I didn't expect the ball to be orange either. It's in my top 20 of the year. I think all the nominations it got are all very well deserved, especially the production design reward, and I'm especially rooting for him to get that, because I think that, again, if you look at the stuff that guy has done, whose name I keep forgetting, what's that guy's name again?
Jack Fisk,
but he's done like David Lynch stuff. He's done like so many like amazing movies, and it is really well done. It is great production design, and if you're not going to include like the more fantastical movies, names not mentioned, then let's give it to an all-timer for a movie that does a real good job of getting that. Just like, you can smell this movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's you can smell
either.
And they remind you because the dog comes in. They're like, everyone's like, oh, Marty. Yeah. Marty's like, oh, Marty, you smell it. They're like, oh, the dog smells. Next week, by the way, Blue Moon, Linklater movie. Ethan Hawke's, probably one of his greatest roles.
Too. Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet. I'm gonna watch it.
Oh, we're doing a watch party.
I think we're doing this weekend. We are doing a watch party, but I think it's on Netflix right now.
Oh
yeah. Thank God.
Yeah.
Dude, Linklater, crazy. He did Nouveau Vague and Blue Moon in the same year. So like two of his best movies in the same year. And this is a guy that has been consistently churning out good movies. And
it's like it's like what they said about Rocky Horror Picture Show and Shock Treatment, like not a sequel, not a prequel, but like an equal. Like I feel like that's the ethos of those two movies have together. But so then we're doing that, and then we're doing Begonia, and then Secret Agent.
And then no after party tonight, but after party next week. Scott Entrante, who is our guest for Blue Moon, and Becky Rice returning the show to give their Oscar picks. So we'll be back to Oscar picks.
We call it Hollywood Becky.
Hollywood Becky, we call it.
All right. Well, that just about does us over here. I'm actually proud we kept it under 2 hours for a movie that's over 2 hours, which is almost 3 hours.
Yeah, it's a whole new world. Kayla, thank you so much.
Thanks for coming on, Kayla, and also got ping pong balls with orange. My idea first. This movie.